Stourport High School.
Yeah, to yeah. Yeah. Well, Mark,
So, what time do you want us to meet back there?
20 minutes. What did I say? We have 25 minutes. 7 o'clock. We're going to meet by those back. Okay, it's enough time.
This will be such.
Just stay out of the way.
Oh, the camera's right there. Stop.
Maybe come this side and go on the side. Okay. What is this under what? Oh, wood.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to sun-drenched Rosslyn Park. It is day 4 of the HSBC National School Sevens here at Rosslyn Park. The cup competition begins. I'm so excited, I can't even get my words out. It is a special day here and a couple of special teams to get us underway. Sedbergh School in brown against Stourport High School. It has been a stunning 3 days of rugby here at the biggest sevens competition, maybe even the best sevens competition on the planet. The Vase is done. Stowe won that brilliant 33-5 victory over Oakham in the final. 2 really hard days of rugby. I think we all agreed it was the most competitive Vase there's been for many years. Will it be the most competitive cup? Sedbergh, the 2019 champions, get us underway in those famous brown jerseys, and it will be Stourport to have the first attack. Oh, the standard's about to go through the roof, isn't it? And the first attack is a quick one. Great cover tackle up the flank, and they're straight over the ball as well with the turnover. Oh, expect tempo like this, especially in this first morning. Sedbergh with the dummy, taking it to the line, through the line, past the line. That is the opening score, not just of this match, but of the cup as well. And what a special start. Well, Sedbergh take a 7-0 lead against Stourport, who didn't do a huge amount wrong there. You miss one tackle and you get punished. So here is my charity call. If you are here and happen to be listening on the outside pitches and you're one of these teams, then please fill in your team sheet so I know which players to accredit these great tries to. Sedbergh haven't done that, so they've already scored one great try. They're attacking with aplomb again, going in search of try number 2. They've managed to create an overlap here. Oh, I'm putting boot to ball. How's this going to bounce up? They're going to win the race, but knock it on over the line, and the score remains 7-0. Stourport High School not really getting a touch. Didn't score with their opening attack and find themselves 7-0 down. So while we wait for the scrum to set, let's talk you through the next couple of games here on RE1. We've got Burton College against Myerscough, and then Clifton against Wellington. But Sedbergh here, it's going to be a big gap at the blind side that the scrum half does well to close. Quality of the passing and the delivery here from Sedbergh. A little wrap around to create the space. Try number 2 for the Browns. This is very, very high quality sevens rugby, and Sedbergh lead by 12 points to 0 with the conversion to come. Conversion unsuccessful. 12-0.
He's in America.
So all the games, apart from the semi-finals of the Colts competition and the final later on, are in the Cup. We will have a Colts final later. More silverware here on day 4 of the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School 7. Sedbergh very competitive on the restart. And they've managed to win the ball back too. Oh, it's not gone 5 metres.
They took exactly 7.
No, Stourport not really helping themselves there when they have the opportunity. Doesn't go 5. They need to strike whenever they can. And now they've got some good ball here, Stourport. Up over the 10-metre line. That's slung out wide. Great tackle there on Ollie Lydgate-Taylor. Oh, but Sedbergh come again. It's just the speed of the decision making that makes it so hard to defend. They are off and running before you've had time to realise what's going on. Coming in to make the tackle there, that was Ethan Allen. Oh, a decent turnover there from Stourport. To attack up the right hand side. Real battle for the ball. Sedbergh think they've done enough to turn it over. Well, maybe not turn it over, but win the penalty, and away they come again. Still 2 minutes of the half to go. Breathless stuff. And another foot race to the corner is once again won by the Browns. And a round of applause breaks out around pitch RE1. Incredible. It's first game of the day. There's already a great crowd for this one. People want to come and see the top teams in the top competition. These two teams are in Group A. Unsuccessful conversion, 17-0. Oh, having more team sheets arriving, great stuff. Clifton have just given me theirs. Certainly helps out. We appreciate the time of the coaches and having a chat, filling it in. And one thing that's being filled in at the moment is the scoring column for Sedbergh School. That is the 4th try. This one under the sticks, and that takes them up to 22. Which becomes 24. Sedbergh School do not look in the mood to take any prisoners. Cool, 4 tries. 24-0, coming towards the end of the first half. Oh, now is there a little bit of space here? Can something be engineered for Stourport to get off the mark for half-time? Oh, goodness me, what a carry! Well, the chase back comes and the tackle's made eventually, but that is superb work and a little sign of what the team in blue can do. Ethan Allen. Now then, 2-on-1. Oh, in fact, the man on the outside was ignored. Stourport have coughed the ball up. That was their best opportunity of the half to score. Oh, they've managed to win it back, though. Closing in on the try line. Now some width. Ollie Lydgate-Taylor. Doesn't manage to ground the ball. The opportunity goes. And at half-time, it is Sedbergh 24, Stourport High School 0.
How long is each half? Yeah, no, how long half?
This one goes high, this one goes high.
Tom, number 12. No. Number 12.
He's dying.
Number 12.
Out come the teams for the second half. This great tournament picks up where it left off yesterday in glorious sunshine with high quality rugby. So this one in Group A, Harrogate Grammar and Rugby School. And Neathport Talbot College also in this group. Mistake from the restart, so Sedbergh will have an opportunity to get their hands on the ball. Oh, decent line hit there by Sedbergh. Oh, and then the offload as well. Second touches, the order of the day. High energy, high quality from Sedbergh. Oh, try number 5. Under the sticks again. They arrive here with a reputation. 15s, 7s, 10s, doesn't matter. They'll of course be looking for the double to win this cup, and then to travel back north and defend the Sedbergh Super 10s trophy as well. That's on Sunday and Monday. Another premium quality reduced numbers tournament. They look fit, fast and strong, don't they? Oh, that's been tapped back, but there's no one there for Stourport, who've been given a tough lesson in Cup Rugby Sevens here. Still got a couple of games to try and make it right, though. Oh, Sedbergh, that's beautiful footwork. And that creates a 3-on-2 this side. One more pass could do it. But a rare mistake. And Stourport will have the scrum. Long way to go, though, to get their first score of the competition for Stourport. Right, deep inside their own 22 here. Stourport juggling with the ball. It goes straight into the welcoming arms of a grateful Sedbergh recipient. And they'll score enough tries of their own volition without Whitgift wrapping one as well. That's a 6th for Sedbergh. 24-0 at half-time has become 36-0. Which remains at 36-0. 10.5 minutes gone. We've got all the games for you on pitch RE1. There's coverage over on pitch RE2 as well. But if you're local, come down. Enjoy some rugby. We've got the Cup today, we've got the Colts competition. Under 18 girls starts too. We're bringing you those finals tomorrow. Now Stourport launching an attack. 3 minutes now to just get their footing in the competition, but again just coughing up the ball. I don't think it's anything to do with a lack of skills from them, more the sheer skill from the team in brown. That's a kick ahead, a chip and chase that's not quite gathered. Who's that gone forward from? Well, it's gone backward off a Stourport hand, so it is back with Sedbergh inside the opponent's 22. Great pick up off the bootstraps, using the full width of the pitch. And again, doesn't even need to go to the outside man. Great finish. 41-0. (41-0) against a good Stourport High School team. Couple of conversions missing either side. You know, we've all got work-ons. Scooped up restart, so unable to challenge that one. Stourport can get up to halfway. Step in the midfield, but there is no gap in the Browns' defence. Good clear out. Good physical clear out. Stourport now, lovely inside pass. This is more like it. Oh, but the floated pass into touch. Not sure that was the right option. Well, it definitely wasn't the right option. The ball went out, but there was another pass inside. Final minute here then, maybe the final seconds. If there were any doubts about the quality of Sedbergh, and they will have all been allayed, because they've scored 7 tries in the opening game of the day, and they've beaten Stourport High School and Sixth Form College by 41 points to 0.
Is that Molly?
Yeah, she's had a haircut. It's really long. I don't know.
One, two, three, say! And then the only
Well, a change of schedule here. We've got St Benedict's against Llandrillo on RE1. Llandrillo receiving the kickoff. The North Walians in the navy and green. St Benedict's in the forest green, winning the ball. Oh, goodness me, what a gilt-edged opportunity straight up. Fortuitously getting the ball from the kickoff, then the pass not going to hand. Sheehan not quite able to grab hold. Llandrillot. Oh, they've had their line out pinched at the front. Long, rangy arms. And now Charles Hart, the playmaker, off the left hand. He finds Alex Gribben. Oh, chip ahead. There's a bit of a wrestle for the ball. The chip goes out of the backfield. More a grubber than a chip, but you know, semantics. But Llandrillot offside. And Benedict's with a penalty in a great position. Originally meant to be over on RE3, so unfortunately haven't got a team sheet for the North Walians. They have managed. Well, they've had their pockets picked, actually. They say they'd managed to get outside their 22, but now Benedict back in the ascendancy. Key moments here in the opening phases of the game. Llandrillot defending their own 22 astutely at the moment. They've overthrown that line out, so an underthrow and an overthrow, but they've come away with the ball this time. Looking to spread it early on, coming back inside. Benedict's over the ball. What a great jackal turnover. Can't get isolated at this level. Quick tap by Joe Barrett. Then the netball pass. Oliver Mays. Beautiful offloading from St. Benedict's. Mays gets a second touch. And he gets the opening try. Getting the pass away. Keeping yourself in the attack. Beautiful stuff there by Mays. And St. Benedict's, 2 minutes into the game, take a 5-0 lead. Charles Hart is on kicking duty. Tough drop goal this. Wobbles, doesn't really threaten the posts. Yeah, fantastic step, and then the offload over the top is a beauty. 5-0. High hanging restart to be challenged, and again St. Benedict's find a way to get their hands on the ball straight from the kickoff, and they're straight back on it as well. That's a second score. Alex Gribben sweeping forward, and I'm looking down at the Llandrillot bench. They've got their hands on their hips. Not sure they were prepared for the whirlwind of St. Benedict's attackers. Again, conversion unsuccessful, 10-0. I think St. Benedict's will be very, very happy with this. Once you get the momentum, need to keep your head, need to keep your skill set intact. But it was great execution there from Benedict. And Llandrillot yet to be in the Benedict's half. Better take this time. Oh, the referee spotted a knock on. I think Llandrillot are unlucky there. Took it above his head, took the tackle. Ball seemed to drop behind him, but ref a lot closer than me. At a better angle, and Benedict again with a great attacking opportunity. Good scrum from Llandrillot, and they win the penalty at the scrum as well. And another 10 metres. Joe Barrett restricting the progress of Llandrillot. Work the ball to the middle. Oh, now put the hammer down on the outside. Good offload. Don't want to get isolated. And don't. There are players there in support. Another penalty. 2 back-to-back penalties. Coach is calling for tempo. And St. Benedict piggybacking Llandrillot. up the field, screaming out for it on the right-hand side. Oh, nice step, nice handoff, and Llandrillo are going to get their first score. Everin Osbole gets the first score for Llandrillo. Sam Howard's here, and now I've said his name, he needs to get up the ladder. (10-5). Well, Sam, you're like the opposite of a vampire because it's the sunshine that brings you out. How are you?
I'm really well. I say run, I've hobbled from A1 where our under 14s have just played and won, which is great. And now I see the first team are on here. They've been moved to the big pitch.
Yes, they certainly have, and they are going great guns as well. They've just conceded a try, but they had a fantastic start. A few phases inside the 22. It took them to score about 2 minutes, and then after that they won the kick-off back, and they're away again. Oh my goodness me. This is Sheehan marauding up the left-hand side, playing as a prop, putting his hand up as a winger and increasing the lead.
He's an 11 100-metre runner. He's outstanding. So he's been the captain of the first 15 this year, plays at 8.
Yeah.
But as you've just seen, he's got wheels to burn, and he's a proper rugby player.
I mean, it doesn't matter the format of the sport. If you've got pace, you've got a problem. That's the half-time whistle. It's 17-7. It's undefendable, isn't it?
Yeah, like there's nothing the opposition can do about that. They've moved the ball. Gribben, he's again very quick and is a weapon, so they've got to worry about him. And then you give the ball to Sheehan, and any bit of space, unless he's against a proper winger, he's doing them on the outside, as you've just seen.
Well, as you've seen there, it was a fantastic finish. Had a few great tries in this game. Great to see these two teams on RE1 in front of the cameras. Tell us about your 14s then. Who did they beat?
So they beat RGS Newcastle. I think it was about 4 tries to 1 or 2, but they went a try down, so they showed a bit of character to sort of come back from that. Didn't drop their heads, and yeah, they played some nice rugby. So looking over there, some cracking scores over there with the under 14s. It's just a shame it's so far away from here.
Just heard you say, wow, it's a biggie, when I've told the referee that it's Clifton versus Wellington up next. They're all biggies today, you know.
They are all biggies, yeah, they are. But obviously Wellington, perennial sort of latter stages of any tournament that they enter. And Clifton, I'm pretty sure, had a really strong 15 season. So I would have thought they'd be very competitive as well. So, but as you said, every game that takes place on this pitch today is probably going to be a biggie.
While you were watching your 14s, we were watching Sedbergh. Oh, they look very good.
When don't they?
Yeah.
When don't they? Like they are. What I like I know they get, but who doesn't? They get in Scholars and they get up north. They sort of have got a nice catchment area. But the way they play, the way they approach the game, I remember commentating on the 15s, I think, in the Daily Mail final once. And they're always looking, they're always trying to be clever. They don't just rely on size. I think they get it right up there. I don't know them that well, but I'm always very impressed with the way their boys handle themselves.
Well, that was one of the takeaways as we're back underway here in the second half. Benedict's on the ball straight away, some creative offloading to create space, and now the sweeper is going to be called into action. Perhaps that could have gone a little bit quicker, but Robinson does well to keep hold of the ball until the turnover's given away. But that was a real point of difference, you know, with Sedbergh. You talk about sort of always looking, just the pace that they play the game. As soon as the whistle goes, they're away. Now, they won 41-0, but last phases of the game, there was the possibility that Stourport were going to score. They forced the knock-on, and they celebrated that like they just scored themselves. They are... yeah, I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, to be honest.
Yeah, and just sort of plays like that from Benny, who's made the line break, should have really fed his support player. Sedbergh and the very top teams, they score those tries, and that's the difference. They score that, and we've actually worked quite hard on once we make a line break, making sure it then leads to a try. But again, he's just got tackled. I think we got fortunate. Like a lot of refs gives knock-ons there for the tap penalty, but he didn't actually. He just kicked on the floor, but it wasn't a knock-on. But who's got the ball here?
It is Benny's over on the far side line out. So you talk about the line break, trying to turn it into a try. Is that just in the sevens game, or is that something in the 15s as well? Another clean break here. Oh, it's Sheehan again. You just can't touch him once he's beaten the first man.
No, there's just an example of his pace, and it's quite a clever little line-out move that Zoran sort of introduced, which puts him into space. And someone of his size, his pace, sort of running at a fly half, he's generally going to score tries, and was needed because this game's by no means done.
So he's an upper sixth, is he?
Upper sixth leaving. He was involved with Irish. They let him go, which many people questioned, not just sort of. You can tell a player's good when all other coaches are talking about him.
Yeah.
It was a bit like Tommy O'Flaherty at Dulwich. When everyone else is talking about him, you know he's good, and that's the thing with Sheehan, and he's exceptional. Like, I will be trying to push him forward to sort of either the Samurai or the Jesters. He's one of those players that could tear up on the seventh scene.
And he'd have a great summer doing that as well, wouldn't he?
He's a super kid as well. He's a super kid.
But
as most of these boys are.
Do you know what? O'Flaherty's a great example, actually, because he didn't go anywhere, and he went to Cardiff Uni, didn't he? And obviously he's had a phenomenal professional career now as Drillot trying to get the hands going, but coughed up the ball again. So just because you let go at whatever it is, 17 or 18, doesn't mean that it's the end for you. And there's a great example at Irish, actually. Tom Pearson, the open side flanker, who's having a tremendous season, having been completely passed by through all the academies, went to Cardiff Met Uni, and now he's back in. So for all those boys like Sheehan, if they don't get, maybe he's not the right size. They all like big mutants, don't they? But Benedict certainly don't, because they are tearing it up here and dangerously treading around the 22 again. That's Jeffries. And a nice pass outside, race to the corner, and another race that Benedicts have won. It's Isaac Rush.
Yeah, nice try, move the ball wide, create a bit of space. There was the breakdown, they've won it, and they've just used the overlap, score in the corner. As we talked about yesterday, just simple rugby, sort of drag the defence one way and then put it wide the other way. But yeah, like talking about the boys, I think this is a perfect showcase for a lot of the players. Like, I've just seen Don Brandt walking over there. He was another case. Wasn't picked up by anyone, went to Cardiff Uni or Cardiff Met, and now look at him tearing it up for Queens and England. So yeah, it's not just because you haven't been picked up, it's not over.
Well, the universities in particular, they're really using this, I'm not going to say as a recruitment thing, because kids still need to get the grades and whatever, but Brunel and Ealing Trailfinders, they're here on pitch. RE1 Cardiff Met are there. I know some of the guys from Loughborough milling about today. I've no doubt we'll see someone from Durham or Exeter or speak. Oh, Bath are here. I've not seen Bath yet. Okay, tell you what. Do you remember you and Joe were talking about Exeter winning their quarter-final yesterday? Cardiff played Cardiff Met in front of 2,000 people, and it was 34-33. Absolutely remarkable game of rugby. Anyway, Llandrillot looking for a second score here. North Walian team, goodness me, that is a mullet in this summer sunshine, isn't it?
Mullets are the way forward. It's better than the one we saw yesterday. Yeah, that was disastrous, but that one's not too bad over there.
Oh, come on, it looks like my mum's haircut in the 80s. There's so much hairspray and backcombing in that.
She was a pretty lady.
And she, do you leave Paula Rogers out of this?
You brought her up.
Oh, it is the oh no! I thought he was going to get the score in the corner. It would have looked so good flapping in the breeze. Alas, the opportunity goes. Llandrillot miss out.
But that's good defence there by Benny. It's like, always make the opposition make that last pass. Don't give up. Keep going, because if the opposition makes 6 passes to score, and they do, say fair play, good try. But don't make it easy for them, and you never know. That last pass might not go to hand, which is exactly the case there.
And we talk about habits as well, don't we? And Benedicts will be in closer games than this. So when you're in a closer game, you need to get into those good habits. Now, tell you what, attacking space is a good habit, and this is some good pace. Lovely handoff to finish it as well. Robert Jeffries goes the length. He is full of running, and that is some score.
Really good try. Great play by Joe at scrum half. Sort of made a little snipe up the blind side, but then didn't die with the ball. Moved it. 2 passes, feed the speed, let him run 80 yards and scored the try. Really nice try there. Bennies are looking good here. Looking very composed. They have a lot of players that, like, they're a good tight-knit group. Most of them are upper sixth. And yeah, they're coming in today with a lot of confidence.
Unsuccessful with the conversion, 34-7. So on Monday there was a referee who refereed in sunglasses, and I absolutely loved it, and he's just popped by to say hello now. Just got a team sheet for Wellington College. I appreciate you, Wellington.
Well, I suppose he can answer all the people on the sideline going, put your glasses on.
Yeah,
got them on.
Should have gone to Specsave as well. Little do you know. Okay, this game nearly up. Llandrillot looking to finish with a flourish. They will not have the opportunity to. Benedict's 34, Llandrillot 7 in the game that was shifted onto RE1, and we've seen some tries worthy of this showpiece pitch. You happy with that, Sam?
Really happy, and Zoran and Colsey will be, again, as we talked about yesterday, you've got to manage, not just today, hopefully you get them, you've got to manage both days, and sort of getting those early tries up meant that the bench has been fully loaded. Everyone's got a game, which is always nice. You want to try and get a run out in that first game, and the superstars are able to have a rest as well, so sort of almost a perfect start for the day, which is only getting get harder with obviously Millfield in the same group, who you know are going to be very strong. So yeah, great start.
Comfortable win then for Bennies, and we march on to Wellington versus Clifton. Well, in schoolboy rugby, doesn't get much bigger than this. Clifton College against Wellington College. Wellington in the Bumblebee hoops receiving the kickoff. Clifton in the white and sky blue, which I must say is a beautiful kit for this time of year. Although I can't imagine it's going to stay that white for long.
See himself with that. Not those skin tight ones. not into them anymore. Here we go.
Oh, not a mistake from the first kickoff. Goodness me.
So always, just looking down the Wellington's team sheets, you always have to look for surnames.
Oh, yeah.
There's normally a Carlin or a Brooke, but we've got a Starmer Smith for the older ones. That great commentator back in the day.
His son, of course, a musician now, who I saw performing tribute to his dad at Twickenham Stadium as well. Look at this. What's happening with this Wellington College formation? They're about to break out like the Red Arrows, aren't they?
This is great to see. Great to see some innovation. So I dare say they're all going to go the same way and sort of overload. But as we say, that
the best laid plans. But here go Wellington. A couple of these players that I recognise from the Harlequins Academy. Murdoch Locke, Finn Torse is very fancied. Here's the pass out to the left-hand side, drilled ball out there to Finn Walker, who gets it away before he goes into touch. Nice pick up off the toes as well. Just already seeing the level of skill, aren't we? That is Murdoch Locke. Gets the offload away and then back on the inside. One step could do it, one step does do it. Rory Taylor gets Wellington's first try, and what a first try.
Two fantastic offloads, both with control, both with one hand, both to the support runner that didn't check him, so they were both running onto the ball at pace. Really good play. Clifton had a good defensive shape there, didn't look like there was anything on, but the pace of these Wellington players, they sort of always get in behind the defender, get their hands free, and they're able to offload to their support runner that always seems to be there.
Well, there's a few teams making early statements, aren't there? Unsuccessful with the conversion. Clifton 0, Wellington 5. Let's take another look.
So I think here comes the first offload, hands free out the back, and then there's another one here, look, gets his hands free, back in, and then a beautiful step to finish.
Yeah, it still needed some finishing, didn't it? It was George Stabley in the black jersey with the second offload. Oh, this is the life, you know. It really is. Just standing here all day watching great rugby. Great take. Clifton finally with some ball. It's a bit scruffy after an initially clean catch. Now let's see what Clifton can do. Well, after complimenting them on how great their shirts looked, I've just realised they've put white numbers on them.
Doesn't help the commentator, does it?
No, certainly does not. Crisp passing across the line. Wellington look organised in defence though, but sometimes an offload can break that up. Pressure on the ball though from Wellington. They force the turnover and they're away. Sam Daniel. Oh, seem to have so much time to get that pass away. Then the pass over the top to Finn Walder. Oh, he's knocked that on. What a cover tackle.
What a tackle. Was that the curse of the dreaded line as well?
Oh, it might have been.
I think he went early again, which we saw yesterday all day long. But again, great cover tackle, never give up. Now Clifton have got the scrum. Wellington just looks so comfy in attack and defence. In defence, they don't press, they just hold off. They don't commit unless they have to. It seems like they're quite happy to let Clifton have the ball. They're not really going anywhere. And then when they get the ball, they all sort of seem to, they're all on task. Oh, he's got away here.
Oh, brilliant break. Needs support. Support doesn't come. That seems to be a difference, doesn't it? It's just Wellington seem to have more of a synergy in that offloading game. But what a pass that is off the right hand. And now Clifton sending defenders one way, then the other. Heck of a tackle to bring him down in the end. Had a little look up the blind side then, but decided against it. Probably a wise decision as well. Sam Worsley gets driven back.
Wellington just seem to have too much pace.
Telegraphed. It's telegraphed, it's picked off, it's Taylor. It's 2.
As we've talked about, pace kills in sevens, and sort of Clifton have made some breaks. But suddenly, after 10-15 metres, there's 4 or 5 Wellington players all back, all around that player. Whereas sort of Wellington make a break, bang, they're gone, they're through. They just seem like Clifton have got nice players, they've got nice hands, they just don't seem like much of a threat. Whereas Wellington, when they've got the ball, they all look dangerous, they all look quick. And from the look of this, they're gonna go deep into the tournament.
Conversion's up, conversion's good, 12-0. I know we've only seen them for 5 minutes and we're making, you know, very quick assumptions, but that's the nature of the game these days. I like to get excited when I see something that excites me. But that said, they just don't seem like a team you can rush. Wellington, which in a game like this, in a format like this, is a heck of a characteristic to have.
Yeah, as I said, they're very composed. What would be interesting maybe is if they come up like Cranleigh a couple of years ago, were very big and physical and quick. So just they don't look like the biggest of teams, this Wellington side. So it'd be interesting if they come up against a sort of big, powerful side, how they will cope with that. I'm sure they will, but that might be a bit of a test for them.
Well, we saw that in the Vars yesterday, didn't we? That brilliant Trinity side. Oh, here we go again. Sam Daniel. Oh, it's a try-saving. Ankle tap. What a tap tackle on Daniel. He can't believe it. He was home and hosed. There's been some brave defending by Clifton College, and twice they've saved tries with brilliant pieces of individual defence.
What a tackle. We have seen so many good try-saving tackles. You think that the Wellington guys through, we've been saying how quick they are, but he's got back, tap tackle, and kept himself in the game. Like, it's only 12-0. If they'd gone 19-0 there, you think game's dead. But Clifton can score with this set of possession. Could be interesting.
It's looking like it will be the last phase before half-time. Plenty of pressure on the scrum. It does squeeze out the side, but there's the tackle, and now Wellington challenging for the ball. Can't get there. Again, very well organised defence from Wellington. The footwork, can't do it this time. Oh God, that is some collision. High tackle though.
Just think Clifton, the players that are off the ball need to realign a bit deeper. They're letting Wellington come onto them. If they get deeper, I think they can hurt this Wellington side, but they're all flat. If you see all the players on the left, they're just in a flat line, which means Wellington are going to come up and sort of, it's an easy for Wellington to defend.
Well, we're seeing them just creep up and sneak up, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just Clifton have got to get deeper. They've got to move the ball.
Another penalty though. Clifton go quickly. Oh, and here's some pace around the outside, but then the defender gets there. Oh, but the scoop out of the back door is a beauty, and Clifton do get their first try.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved. They had a scrum on their line. They've kept the ball. Wellington conceded a couple of penalties. They stayed patient. Lovely offload, as you know, but the support players there. Going into half-time, this could still be anyone's game.
Ah, I love it. I absolutely love it. In the sunshine as well. Look how many people there are around already, and they've come to watch this game, all on the far side in front of those boards. Away to our right, around by the Edwin Doran tent. Conversion from the touchline. We're not going to have too many of those today. That one doesn't trouble the post. 5-12 at half-time. Just wanted to go back to that point you made about the physicality, because we saw it at the back end of the Vars yesterday. So that brilliant Trinity side who'd run rings around everyone, but they came up against Oakham, who were very skillful but also massive, and they couldn't get over the line because Oakham were just a bit too good and a bit too strong. Then Stowe played Oakham in the final. Stowe weren't as big as them, but they could match that physicality, and they ended up winning quite comfortably. So it's not just about pace, is it? There are those physical differentials that well, even at senior rugby, you come up against it, but in under-18s rugby, it can be huge.
Yeah, as long as everyone in the squad is buying into whatever the coach, the game plan is. So if you look at, like on the World Series, South Africa are very physical. They play Argentina very physical. Sort of Fiji are all about the offloads. So you can have different styles as long as you're playing to your strengths, which at schoolboy level you probably have to change every year. Or if you get it right, you are, because you get a different crop of players. One year you may have small, nifty players. One you may have some big physical ones. But as long as the players buy into whatever the coach has put in place, you can play a physical game, you can play a quick game, you can play all sorts of games. But you've got to buy into it, and I think that's what Stowe knew what they were doing. All of them knew what they were doing. They did have some physical players that were powerful and quick, but they all knew what the next person was going to do, which is crucial.
Well, that's why being a school coach must be such a fascinating situation to be in, because you've got to build a style of play around the kids in your school. If you're a Premiership coach, you can buy the players and create a squad in the image of the game you want to play, but you've continually got to adapt every year as a school coach.
You would have thought so. No, you do. Well, we did it at Dulwich. We definitely did. Like the first year we won the National Cup, we had massive forwards, and we were going to play to that strength. The last year we won it, we had flyers out wide, and we weren't that big, so we played a full court game. And as a coach, it was interesting. It was fun because you had to you play different ways. You also discuss it with your team of coaches and the players, how we're going to go this year. And then you coach appropriately. So I do think that you have to base your coaching on the players you've got at school, rather than go, I'm the coach, this is how we're going to play it. That's that's not really going to work every year.
Wellington kicking off to Clifton in the second half. 12-5, good game. Oh, and a great chase, and what a superb take. Underneath that, Ben Frampton sets Wellington on the way. That's gone forward, but goodness me. Oh, has it gone forward? No, says the referee, and Clifton on the march again. They've got numbers here. Away and across come Wellington, and they've covered that really well.
Really good defence by number 11 there for Wimbledon. For Wellington, didn't commit, just hung off, let his support players come across and help him, and sort of snuffed out what the overlap there was.
Yeah, Whittaker wearing 11 for Wellington today. A loose ball eventually pounced on by Clifton, but Wellington, oh, swarming around it. There's been a little knock on there that saves a certain try. Here's one for you. Do you remember we called that schools final a few years ago where Whitgift won, and there was a lad called Ed Dunford at outside half? He was playing for Cardiff Uni in that quarter-final last night, and they obviously lost by a point, but he just ran the game. He was absolutely superb. Some young player.
It's great to see sort of boys that you've either commentated or coached against, and suddenly you see them popping up on the scene somewhere. Especially the ones that we talked about that everyone knows sort of the superstars and they're going to go on, but the ones that you don't quite make it at schoolboy level.
Know that there are still opportunities to play great rugby. Oh, it's that charge down with the head. It's a knock on, and that is the risk of the kicking game, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems Clifton just seemed to be forcing it this half, which just before half time, the try they scored, they didn't force it, they showed some patience, and eventually they got what they deserved. But this half they seem to be, I know we were only sort of a minute in, but they're sort of forcing the offloads. A kick there was like a kick to nothing really, sort of, and Wellington, you don't want to give the ball back to this Wellington team.
Yeah, if you're just kicking it up the tram lines, big space here. Oh wow, look at these feet. Once then twice, creating the space. Well, it deserves a try. Sam Daniel finishes it, but it's Whittaker and his electric footwork that made it.
That was lovely to watch, wasn't it? Like that's what you want on this pitch in front of this crowd. This is what they want to see. Dart down the blind side, 2 steps, but then again, the wherewithal, the wisdom to just pass the ball to someone else that goes in like untouched, rather than trying to do it all himself. He's done the hard work. You can go and score it. Lovely play. It's
lovely to watch for everybody apart from the defender who stood in front of him. What are you supposed to do? Yeah, that's
like, he's obviously quick, but then he's got that footwork. But that's sort of when you see like the World Sevens, like Simon Amor when he was sweeping for England. Like, he's got all of these Fijians coming at you, and you're thinking, crikey, would you want to be in that position? But he nearly always made the tackle. It's incredible.
It's sensational, isn't it? 19-5 is the score here, and then the new ball makes its way onto the pitch. Oh, that's a spanker as well.
Seen any big ones floating around yet?
I've seen one, yeah. We should go speak to them actually. How many?
One right below
one,
us.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
It says size 7. That can't be size 7. That's not too bigger than a match ball. What's a size 6? Oh, it's another great attempt at Wellington. They are so competitive on the restarts. They've knocked that one on.
Yeah, like we saw a lot of great restarts yesterday, but weren't that well contested. There's no point putting it on the money as a kicker and then your chasers not getting after it. But these Wellington chasers are 100% going for the ball. That time it didn't quite come off, but that's what you want. If you're the kicker, there's nothing worse than doing a great kick and then seeing your support players just look at it and want to smash the tackler rather than getting up and actually going for the ball. That's what you want. You want the ball back.
Absolutely. And all the uncertainty that comes with that. Lovely step inside. Oh, and again, great footwork. Beats 3 defenders and scrambles the ball back.
Yeah, it did well there. Like people watching, you don't really want rucks. Just if you're on the floor, just chuck it back to your team. Keep the ball. He's done well there.
Try and create some chaos, some carnage.
You see, just they're a little bit flat again, which means that Wellington can get up the line, but he's through. Great power.
Well, the thing with having a great defensive formation is you still need to make your tackles, and that was a missed tackle by Wellington. They've given away a penalty there. Remember at the end of the first half they gave away a few back-to-back and it cost them the try. Clifton, patience required. They need 2 scores. They've got 2 minutes. We've seen 2 tries in 2 minutes on a number of occasions. Oh, that was one. It's gone begging. Oh, it was a great line. Did everything right apart from catch the ball.
Lovely play, great stepping, good offer. If he catches that, he's under the sticks. It's 19-12. But as we so often say, 1 drop ball, 1 missed tackle, 1 bounce to the ball, and suddenly you might be out of the game. Like if Wellington go their length here, that's game over. So, but you've got a big Clifton. They may have a go at this scrum. They're pretty powerful.
Yeah, why not?
Clifton, yeah, give it your all. Try and get the ball back here.
Well, the scoreboard and the clock against Clifton here, but if they pinch one, and if they do pinch one, look how much space there is on the left-hand side.
Oh, 5's going in here, isn't he? If he gets it.
Penalty though.
Off he goes.
Oh, that is so good. Oh my goodness me. He'd leave you with twisted blood, wouldn't he?
I'm dizzy watching him.
Oh, that's a smart kick. Is he going to get the bounce? Oh, he is going to get the bounce. Sometimes you take the gamble and it comes off. Good turnover though. Now Clifton. Has he got the gas? He's got the pass. Oh, now there's no one there. Wellington over the ball, looking for the penalty, but conceding it instead.
Given a lot of penalties away this game, Wellington. Given a lot of penalties, and Clifton, apart from that try just before half-time, haven't really punished them. But I think there's a sin bin there because of the recurring penalties. So it's 7v6 now. Clifton have to score with this place.
Yeah, they do. Our clock ticking towards 14, but we don't know what the referee's saying. If it's last play, it's no good for Clifton. Oh, an end-over-end pass. I love to see those. End-over-end passes and spiral kicks. Right then, pins his ears back, gets in at the corner. Clifton have done well to stay in this game. They've got the ball down.
Yeah, nice finish. Good passes out wide, and he says, yeah, I always had the spiral in my locker, but not the end-over-end.
Oh, you're not an end-over-end guy, okay.
No, rugby league, isn't it?
Well, I played a bit of that, and that was some of my best rugby memories, and some of these young men's best rugby memories will come from today, and it's Wellington who get the opening victory. 3 tries, good for that win as well. 2 good sides getting their campaigns underway. Wellington 19, Clifton 10.
Yeah. Oh, it's a that's where the commentators were.
Brighton College versus Ysgol. Brighton in those maroon, navy and gold hoops. Ysgol in the black and green. Always fascinated by how the Welsh teams get on. I was speaking to the guys from Cardiff Met University yesterday, and when they speak to the Welsh schools, they're just absolutely astonished by the level of the English schools. So Ysgol the latest to come over the border and test themselves. Low driving kickoff. Don't see many of those, but it gives Brighton the chance to set their defence early. And they've had a pretty good season already, Sam.
Great season, winning the Surrey Sevens, which, because it's all in one day, is arguably tougher to win than this one, because you've got, I think, seven to win, all of which are really tough. Like, I know there's no tough ones now in this tournament, but it's just in one day. So anyone that wins that, you know, is going to be serious contenders here. And Brighton have been knocking on the door of this competition for probably about 10 years now, and maybe this is the year they're going to do it.
7 games in a day is wild. Oh.
Yeah, brutal. Surely a bit of cramp on the way home then.
Oh my goodness, any excuse for an ice cream. Here come Brighton then, attacking for the first time. Oh, if he's done that on purpose, it's one of the best offers I've ever seen in my life.
Was it a cross, was it a shot?
Yeah. It was a drop come pass. Either way, Brighton launching their first attack. Hopefully we'll get a team sheet before the end of the day, if anyone's listening. Oh, lovely pick up there though by Ysgol. Likewise, tell us the names of your players, boys. Oh, a tiny little knock on spotted there.
So just going back to that kickoff, the sort of the drilled one, you see a lot of teams will try and kick it long right and then back their D, and then hoping that the opposition have got to pass off their left hands, which, to be fair, I think used to work, whereas now these kids are all so skillful. But that's sort of a tactic that a lot of teams will look, kick it long right, back your D, and then try and put the opposition under pressure.
Scrum time penalty for Brighton.
I'm not a fan of scrum penalties in sevens.
No. You shouldn't be rewarded for having good scrummaging props in a game of sevens, should you? There's a great big hole here. Can Ysgol? I was going to say withstand the storm, but they very nearly got a score against the run of play themselves. Fingertip stuff. 2.5 minutes gone. Brighton with the territory. Attacking into the sun, the beautiful sun. Shorts and t-shirts weather. Oh, that's a missed tackle. Just left himself with a bit too much to do in defence. It's a good finish and Brighton lead.
Yeah, good finish, good play. As I said, we don't know the names, but he's just recognised there was a bit of a one-on-one with the third defender, which is often the case. You call it like the lazy third defender, doesn't think it's his man. And if anyone can step in this game, you've got to be covering the inside shoulder of your teammate. And no, he wasn't doing that, so in the end it looked quite easy, didn't it? Pretty soft defence, which is a shame because they defended well for the first 2 minutes, and that was a little bit soft.
Well, it was smart play from the attacker, wasn't it? Because even if you go at that defender, he's not going to be able to make a tackle that allows him to wrap the ball up, so the offload would have been available, but swerve and shimmy of the hips.
Yeah, look, it's a nice try. So we'll see what if he does off this kick-off.
Yeah, low and long again.
Obviously the tactic that they're employing, they're now happy just to chill out in defence, just going up, not really putting any pressure on the opposition, but not conceding any ground.
And they've got the sweeper really directing traffic in defence, but that's a missed tackle now. 2 on 1 either side, but he backs himself pace-wise. Really good tackle by the sweeper who earns his crust, and Brighton have turned the ball over. Or have they? No, little knock-on spotted. Oh, he had support runners either side. Surely it had to go.
Yeah, he, as you said, he had to play it inside and out. He's a big lad. Maybe he thought he was just going to run over the sweeper. But watch the work from the sweeper there. Makes the tackle, then gets up, then scraps. Typical Brighton player. They're always strong over the ball. Never make it easy for you, but they're in a great position here. And they've turned over the scrum. Fair play, Brighton.
Talked about the Welsh clubs coming here and testing their levels. They are in a serious test here. Until the ball's coughed up. Now, good good position. What can Ysgol do?
We actually have to come back.
Yeah, they've got to take their chances. As we said, I think in the previous game, the top teams take their chances. Brighton have had one chance, they've taken it. Like, that's a great line break. He had a support on the inside. They've got to take those tries. At this level of competition, teams punish you, and there's not long enough to make too many errors.
And when you do make a mistake, invariably, you literally do not have the time to rectify it.
The Brighton 9 is an typical 9, isn't he? Complete nose, but really good, all over the ball, nightmare to play against. But you don't want to keep going into this Brighton team. You've got to play away.
Yeah, he is a pain in whatever part of the body you least want a pain in. I'll tell you who I can see in the Brighton team. There's that Johnny Smith there wearing number 8. He was player of the tournament at St. Joe's. Another fabulous mullet.
Yeah, he's a proper player, isn't he? I saw a little bit from telly. I've seen him around. He's a really good player. As they do produce really good players over the years. Oh, there's a
here's a foot race. Here is a foot race, bouncing ball, and it's hacked on. It's going to be a 100-metre foot race, and I think Brighton might just win this. Oh, this would be a superb score. The referees awarded it. A kick from deep. A kick from under the posts, never gave up on it, and Brighton College double the lead. Keelan Farrell, the man with the wheels.
But there just shows sort of, you're under your post, you're under pressure. There's nothing wrong with sometimes just whacking it as far as you can, have a good chase, bounce to the ball, can do anything. He's chased it brilliantly. Let's just see, did he get this down, or did the defender get there? I think he got it down, didn't he? Always benefit out to the attack.
A 100-metre try, you benefit the attack. Smart kick as well, because he kicked it away from the sweeper, didn't he? Made him work. Really good play.
And Brighton are confident in their defence, so they're obviously not, they're happy to kick it long and go, right, what have you got? Because we back our defence, you're not going to score from probably 70, 80 yards. So, again, sensible play. It's sort of seen as not the trendy or not the fun thing to do in sevens, kick the ball. But if there's purpose behind it and it's not just a kick to nothing, there isn't anything wrong with it.
I'll be fascinated to see, as we move on in the tournament, so no doubt we'll see plenty of Brighton on pitch RE1, if and how their kick-off changes as the tournament develops, if they do go to a high contestable kick-off at any point.
Yeah, because it'd be interesting to see if they're that happy giving this much ball to the likes of maybe a Sedbergh, a Wellington, a Cranleigh. Like, maybe they will, but maybe it'd be like, right, we can't give a team of that much talent that much ball. So, as you said, maybe they play like horses for horses, horses for courses, sorry, and play different styles. If they do, then that's a sign of a really, really good 17.
Last attack of the half. 2 tries in it. Oh, another great ankle tap. Inside ball, it's got to go, surely. Ysgol. Well, if he goes all the way, this would be some finish, but if he doesn't, then he needs to take the blinkers off. Oh, Brighton have turned it over, and that is 2 opportunities butchered. Perhaps that, an even worse one. That's a knock-on. That should take us through to half-time. And it does. Brighton 12, Ysgol 0.
Brighton have had 2 chances, taken them both.
Not
the Welsh team, they made one from nothing. Welsh team have had, go on, Ysgol. Ysgol have had 2 chances, haven't taken either, and that's the difference here. You've got to take your chances.
Well, I think it was at 15, everyone had with this whole experience.
And rugby school, that's on RE3, your referee would be, that's it. Ysgol, Glantaf, College, Ipswich, Hurstpierpoint, and in the under-16 Colts tournament, Benedict, rugby, Sedbergh, a representative team of those teams, their referee. The game on RE3, now Untitled Chapter, College,
Hello there, how you doing? Nice to see you. You are? Okay. Yes.
Signing up people.
Most of us done by now, aren't they?
Yeah.
How's it? Ted, is it Ted Reed?
Ted, yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, he's good. He was probably get the
He did really well though, didn't he? From what I understand.
Away we go then. Second half, Brighton College claiming the restart. They lead Ysgol by 12 points to 0. Ysgol with their chances, just not clinical. They look like they've got some athletes, but the intensity of Brighton College. Whoa. 4 committed to the tackle for Ysgol as well. Eventually the winger steps out. Some battle for the ball, this.
You hardly ever win a breakdown battle against Brighton. They are the master of the dark arts. They always seem to get the decision. They must work tirelessly on it, and this is all age groups. They're so good in the breakdown.
Yeah, well, he came on our experience.
He really enjoyed it. He's a good ball.
You can hear how well they communicate as well, can't you? Particularly in defence, where they've got the sweeper back there, just marching them from left to right. Now it's Ysgol turn. Oh, little kick, trying to identify some space. It's well won by Ysgol. And again, creating that competition for the ball, Brighton up. Oh, forward pass.
I think it's important to say as well, sort of, as you said, Brighton and the top team, this would be probably their 5th tournament, and in that they would have been playing games of this level week in, week out. They're used to these games, and maybe the Welsh teams, as you said, they come up, they're probably not much difference, but they're not used to playing this level sort of regularly.
Well, there's certainly not a sevens competition of this level in Wales, and there is absolutely not one of the level of the Surrey Sevens either, and that is with all the respect in the world to those clubs and teams. It's just the level and the expectation every time you go on the pitch. Imagine going out knowing there's no such thing as a gimme. It's remarkable. It's a pressure of sorts, isn't it? Oh, and there's a gap. The Ysgol scrum half overcommits. The Brighton scrum half steals in, and they extend the lead.
Really good player, this Brighton scrum half. Lovely to watch. Such awareness in attack, sees the space, goes down the blind side, but in defence as a sweeper he's been outstanding. Very, very good rugby player, the Brighton number 9.
Short trip than Durham. Yeah, his dad was a real nice guy.
Typical good scrum half try, spots down the blind side of a scrum, and has got the pace to go all the way. Well played.
I can imagine he works in the city, but doesn't do much work.
He knows who to direct to do the work for him.
Tom Lockett's flying as well.
19-0.
And I didn't see that coming.
Oh, here we go, another missed tackle. They've got some very good ball carriers, Ysgol, haven't they?
Yeah, another line break, but then no one with him in support, so they have to have the breakdown, and now Brighton have realigned and look quite comfy again. But what might be quite sort of worrying for like Nick Boy, the Brighton head coach, they've been broken quite a few times, and against the top teams they will lead to tries, but they do work hard, they scramble, and even when they're line break they still seem quite comfy.
I think the line breaks have all come as well from Ysgol, just going direct, and then maybe a little bit of lazy tackle technique. You go up top and before you know it, it's been burst in their away. But
Strong rugby program.
if they do score a try, they'll be due it, Ysgol. 19-0, coming up to the 11th minute.
No, he's done well.
Again, the competition for the ball.
Yeah, look at this 3 wide men out there that are going crazy. The ball should have gone. The ball should have gone, and then they've knocked the ball on in the breakdown. Brighton have now got the ball.
Yeah, well, and it's free.
3 tries, 3 minutes to go.
What more can you ask
Oh,
for?
3-metre gap opening up.
We could have a tent saying,
Look at this, just cruising and waiting for support. Knows he's not got the gas to get there. It's just intelligent play, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe keeping a little bit in the gas tank.
And then we moan at him for...
Oh, another high tackle.
Only getting an 8 instead of a 9 or something.
Right, it is.
I was going to say an 8 rather than an 8 star.
Yeah.
Just say, surely get the subs on now. There's a few tired bodies out there for Brighton. Get the boys off.
But that's the first time I've seen that, because very often players will run themselves into a cul-de-sac, but about 50 metres out realised he wasn't going to make it, so just went down the gears.
He knew he wasn't going to get there, so he was almost buying time for his support. The bad thing was the guy he gave it to should have then just moved it again, moved it out wide, because he's done the hard work. Let's just keep the ball almost sort of like a bit of one-touch stuff in training. Let's not get tackled, let's just play with the ball until eventually we'll create space.
4th try goes in, great finish. Another great step. So difficult to make a tackle one-on-one with the try line begging. 26-0. That is Johnny Smith coming on. He did well for Quins in the under-18s academy, that team that we saw Josh Bellamy for Trinity yesterday, Connor Byrne as well.
Yeah, they're going to get promotion, which is always good, isn't it?
Again, long with the restart into the 22. Ysgol with about 90 seconds to get their first try of the tournament.
I'm finishing this year.
Are you?
Yeah.
Put your feet up.
Put feet up.
Just seems a reluctance to move the ball for Ysgol, doesn't it?
How many years is that?
Yeah, they sort of become, which is understandable when you're this match. A few of the boys are just sort of trying to force it, trying to take people on. But again, there's another line break.
This is
one-on-one missed tackle.
Oh, it's a great carry, and it's going to be a great try. Oh,
Superb individual skill. Done his own man, then done the sweep, who has already shown how quick and good he is in defence. And you know what? They deserve a try. The scoreline probably flatters Brighton a little bit, because the Welsh team have had their chances and they finally actually converted one of them.
well, that was a really smart finish, wasn't it? Because the sweeper offered him the outside. He said, yeah, all right, I'll take it.
Well,
Yeah, you can have that. All right then. See you later.
Great bit of strength. And then this one here, that change of direction, once then twice. All you've got to do is get the defender on his heels for a split second, and it is curtains.
Sounds unhealthy, really. Almost addicted. He's quite an addictive personality.
Restart doesn't go 10, but Brighton claim it, so play on. Now Smith. God, goodness me, that is superb. That is his first contribution to the game. Unfortunately, the ball's just gone forward, but
What I quite liked is then, like, the ball wasn't going to go 10, and everyone always says leave it, but sometimes the opposition hold off. So him coming onto that ball, taking it, didn't quite come off, but sometimes it's actually worth catching the ball because the opposition aren't expecting you to. And suddenly you're in behind this fence. But great start for Brighton, looked very comfortable, and again I would have thought would be one of the teams that will be hoping to challenge towards the end of tomorrow afternoon.
well, watch this space. 26-7. Brighton have beaten Ysgol.
There was the
Like my level was similar as the older, but Loughborough would be the place to go.
It was best,
Yeah,
but also, I think I know Ted quite well, but anyway. Right, come on, let's go.
Right, really nice to see you.
Find our
Best of
rugby
luck with
team.
everything
Yeah,
as well,
cheers,
right,
mate. I'll
mate.
see you around.
Cheers, nice to meet you, Wes.
Nice to meet you as well.
Cheers.
Right, take care.
Away we go. Simon Lilly's joining us. Pop the headset on, get rid of the Britney Spears mic, and pop that one next to your lips and say hello.
Hello, everybody.
Good to see you. Right then, here we have Coleg Gwent Crosskeys against the John Fisher School. This one in Group C, same group as Kirkham Grammar and Cranleigh. Crikey, there's not any easy games there, is there?
No, this cup competition is absolutely stacked. There isn't an easy game anywhere. You've just seen that with the game before there.
So where have you been this morning, Mr. Lilly?
I've been on the cheap seats, Dave, over on the Merton pitches. So I'm here with our under-14s today. I'm joking. There aren't any cheap seats here at Rosslyn, but yeah, it's great. Nice 2-hour break between games, so the boys can come and watch some of the action here on RE1.
Oh, lovely. So John Fisher in the white, yellow and black hoops. Coleg Gwent Crosskeys in the red and black, flying the flag for Wales. And the Welsh teams have had it tough here. I think they're finding out just how competitive English schoolboy rugby is, and we've seen it there. The turnover, the score, the pressure is relentless, and John Fisher take an early lead.
Yeah, always athletic, the John Fisher side, so you don't want to let them have the scraps. You want to keep it as structured as possible and just don't let them have the ball. So copying that up that easy isn't a good thing.
Conversion's good, of course it is, under the sticks. 7-0. Right, always great to hear from... What are you these days? Are you teachers or are you coaches?
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it pretty much is. But
mentor.
Icon. Sevens, and this tournament in particular. How much do these boys, your boys, the 14s, the 18s, look forward to coming here?
Right, now, if you put yourself in an 18s mindset, the last time they could have been here possibly would have been as a 15-year-old, 14, 15-year-old. And now the 14s, I said, put your hands up if you've been at Rosslyn before. And 2 of them have been here as 8-year-olds, kind of thing.
Oh.
So it's exciting, but that break's definitely been missed. So it's just kind of reignited it. We picked up where we left off in 2019.
It's been so good. The Vars competition was simply stunning, and I think this cup competition is going to be even better. Here we go, chip and chase into space. If they get the bounce, it is on here for John Fisher. Good cover defence there from Crosskeys, challenging for the ball as well. No turnover this time, but the netball pass inside. Wrestling defenders.
Great offload.
The physical competition is absolutely superb.
You see how much they fight to stay in field on the touchlines. I love seeing that, because obviously touchline never misses tackles.
How much work are you doing on the turnover, the jackal, as a team, in 7s, in 15s?
You get one opportunity probably per player per game, and you've got to make a decision if you're going to get on it or not. It's the lottery is that every referee seems to play it differently. So if you're an attacking minded referee, you don't want people to turn the ball over too much, because it's just twos and throws. And if you are someone who plays in one of those positions, you don't mind allowing the contest. So you've got to flex it, and you've got to get the kids to understand that it's different depending on what the referee wants.
Because the quality of them and the skill set, like 1 to 7, even in the under-13s on Monday, was bonkers.
Yeah, and then the other amazing thing about that, the other great thing about that is that even if you don't bounce, tackle, turn the ball over, then you're a real nuisance afterwards. It's like the post-tackle effort we all talk about. So basically tackle and do something, or arrive and do something.
Love to see it. Love to see this sunshine as well. Spoken about it pretty much every day, so if you've been watching the whole time, I apologise for the repetition, but if you're just tuning in, it's easy to cast your mind back to, what was it 2018 or 2019 when it was snow? Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of times when boys have nearly drowned on some of the pitches on the outside as well.
Oh, what about that for a step?
He's going to go, is he?
Oh, it's a foot race. He's checking over his shoulder. Don't look backwards, look forwards. Oh, that is a brilliant try, and Crosskeys draw level.
Some quality support from a couple of the Crosskeys boys on the halfway line.
Try score his name, boys. Harry Ford with the meat pie. I mean, what was it from? 60 metres? It'll be 80 by the time he gets on the bus home.
I think a couple of the lads in the middle are just grateful that he scored it and they didn't have to go down for a scrum. You do notice this with some of the teams. You've got some heavier teams that looking physically very strong and dominant.
Yeah.
Then you've got some whippets, and you've got to be able to go. And whether you can still go by the fourth game of the group compared to the first one is going to be a big indication as well. But for everyone on this pitch, it's their cup final, isn't it? So they're going to give it all.
And I don't know if you've had a walk on the pitch or had a look at it. Considering the amount of rugby that's been played on here over the last 4 days, it still looks in great condition.
Yeah, immaculate.
I mean, what are we on now? This is day 4, so what, 15 to... We're already looking at about 50, well, coming up to 60 games of sevens on it.
One of the great things about Rosslyn is that you came here a week ago and it's just a normal pitch in the middle of a council recreation field. So,
right, tap and go, Crosskeys.
Miss pass.
Oh, go on, put that. I love seeing a big man
Into
putting
out.
their hands on it.
Oh, what a finish!
Coleg Gwent Crosskeys taking the lead against the John Fisher School. Looping miss pass is a beauty. Still had some work to do though.
So big man from Fisher there thinks that he's going to stop and go or pull the ball out, and he just put the foot down on the outside. It's awful position when you're one-on-one on the outside. Got left and he's gone under. He's gone a bit closer, so we could do with a conversion here.
Yeah, in tight games like this, kicks are important. Referee says no. 10-7. I think one of the things in sevens as well, perhaps more so than 15s, is the realisation that throughout the day, throughout a tournament, throughout a match, you're going to concede tries. It happens, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. Same as if you're a tennis player or a volleyball player or a basketball player. It's all just part of the game. And particularly for young players, I think that might be a tough nut to crack. That must be quite a big part of the coaching.
Wildly offside from the restart there.
So offside, and that's gone forward.
Yeah, going back to what you said there about managing your expectations and energy throughout the day, you're going to have an awful half, you're going to have an awful game, but you've got to make sure when you have your awful game or half that it's not unsurmountable. So you've got to really manage that throughout, because we often also talk about a 3 score. If you can get 3 scores up, you're in a good position. But if those 3 scores are 15 points, as opposed to 17, 19, 21, that can make a difference as well. And the other thing you talk about is momentum. So, you want to manage like the players' energy levels, but you don't want them to lose their rhythm and not get your combinations right. Oh, here we go.
Oh, kick pass. Oh, I love this. Right in the bread basket.
Outside. He's done it again. Has he done it again?
Great cover tackle. Now, these are the kinds of wins that John Fisher can celebrate if they turn the ball over here.
There you go. The third man was too lazy to play at 9 there. He had to go. Now they're going to go the length here. Foot race. Get your fem clear.
It is a foot race. And do you know what? Sometimes the rugby does the talking for you, because John Fisher are back into the lead with a superb score.
If you're the winger here on the outside, you're gutted. He's caught across field, he's beaten a player, he set it up perfectly, but the third man's been too late to play at 9. If he got there early, he's probably going to scoot in the corner and go, but as it is, it's end to end, and it could be 14-10.
It's a good game though, isn't it? Right, 12-10, conversion to come. Conversion is good, and it is 14-10, right on the brink of half-time. And that was the one... I was literally, because we were talking about that, celebrate the small wins and whatever. If you can defend your own 22, that is a massive positive to take forward. Not only have John Fisher done that, they've turned the ball over, they've gone up the other end and got 7 points. What a momentum swing.
Yeah, and then the thing to note there is John Fisher went 7 flat in the 22s, so common for teams that play with a sweeper in defence. In your own 22 and the opposition 22, they tend to go 7 flat to apply extra pressure, so you fill more of the field and you get the opportunity to get defenders across. That was probably a little bit lazy in attack. If you get there early, you're putting them under pressure and it's game on. Just that third person arriving, because actually the second man did a really good job of sealing over, good shape over the ball, and it was there, but Fisher have got physical at the breakdown and got the ball back, and it's a possession game.
However, crossfield kick passes in sevens, you'd love to see it.
Yeah, kick to score, you see it obviously a lot of Premiership and International, and it hasn't filtered down as much. Look, honestly, for every 10 kicks you're going to see here, they're probably going to regather 1, but that was great. Into the space on the outside, And if they've just got there a little bit earlier, then happy days.
Well, some of John Fisher's more famous alumni are lining the touchlines here. Alex Dombrandt is currently there in a hoodie. That's got to come off, Dom, as it's melting here. Right, we're trying to put together an all-star Rosslyn Park 7 of 7 players that we've seen here, right? And does Dommers get into this? So far, who have I seen? I've seen Ant Watson, I've seen Topsy Ojo.
They're both in. Topsy, even though he's retired, he's still in.
Seen Lewis Liner.
Yeah.
Sam Warburton.
Yes. Though actually, where would you play him, at prop?
Wherever you wanted, mate. Sam Warburton.
He's apparently at schoolboy, he was a 13.
Yeah, well, so what's he? 6'3", isn't he? He's 6'3", and his natural body weight's probably 100 kilos.
Engine.
Yeah, great engine, great guns.
Never seen him pass a ball.
What would you want to pass a ball at 13 for? So yeah,
great restart. Oh, in front of the kicker. Well, look, to be fair, they were before. They clearly aren't wired into the comms here, otherwise they'd be getting them back on side.
Lewis Ludlow, he was here earlier.
Get him a hooker, he'd be everywhere.
Ollie Hassel-Collins.
He's your man on the outside, put a foot down.
Alex Dombrandt.
Yep.
Again, just play Dommers in the middle as a pivot, mate.
I think I'd play him for the final 3 minutes in each half. That's what I'd do. Run riot.
Yeah, so the great and the good. In fact, there we go. I thought he was through there, but that's a lovely offload. John Fisher straight back on his shirt tackle.
Second offload. That's why you track it in. So the third man who's passed the ball there is followed for the second offload, and he's got on the end of the easiest score he's ever going to do. And he'll remember that for the rest of his life. RE1, everyone's watching.
Second touches, absolutely massive, aren't they, if you can get your hands on them?
I wonder how many of the Fisher boys are sat streaming this in maths, chemistry, English, business studies right now. Well, the boys are doing you proud if you're watching.
Certainly are. And a warm welcome to you wherever you're watching around the world. We've got a global audience here.
Right now, let's talk about the dynamics on the pitch. It's now 19-10, so it's 2 scores. That's why those conversions are so different.
Yep, same number of tries. Well, speaking of Dombrandt, of course, famously went to Cardiff Met, who are here in the corner. They had a win against Cardiff Uni yesterday, 34-33, in front of 2,000 at Kincoid campus.
What a varsity game that is.
So they'll play in the semi-finals now. Oh, here we go. Oh, I hope this comes off. Go on, get a bounce and put the hammer down.
See, he's regathered that there, and a great defence here from, oh look, there's how many Fisher shirts around him? If they look after this, they're doing well.
It means there's space somewhere.
Not there. Go, let the ball go. Here we go. Let's see the boys on the outside. He's done it again, look.
Yeah, I like it, though. He's created space. He's got a lovely touch on that kick pass.
One. Right, so look now, the next person is so far away. Here we go. Right. Big man, have a trucker. Oh, he's done a triple miss again. Have a go.
Good fend.
Oh, Sonny Bill.
They can play a bit.
He hasn't. He has. Under the sticks. Outstanding finish. Right, so knock the conversion, all to play for.
Big time.
Got to get the ball back though, and they've got to start by being onside from the kick.
But it's interesting you talk about streaming it in maths or business or whatever. I had a message from a teacher friend of mine at Oakham yesterday. They were live streaming it on the big screen in the common room, which I think is absolutely brilliant. So if you are watching in the common room, maybe outside in some kind of quad or pitch in this glorious sunshine, great to have you on board.
I've heard a lot of colleagues who say that, you know, when you get onto this pitch, if you do, the all-staff email goes around and says, if you'd like to tune in to support, then do. You've got to keep it quiet though.
Oh, absolutely. Get your AirPods in.
So there's no rush whatsoever here, John Fisher, to get the ball back, because they're going to get it, they hope, look after it and play this game out. Now, what would you do? Would you carry on attacking, or would you try and just sit off and maintain possession?
Well, it depends how much work you've done on sitting off.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a lot easier in the 15-a-side game where you can, you know, kill a couple of phases, catch and go. I think you've got to keep playing, but
yep, that's why you do it. Right, who's going? Who's with him? Who's going?
He's got 2 men there. He hasn't looked at either of them.
Right, look after it now, and don't lose your head here, Fisher.
That's gone forward.
Yeah, well spotted, ref. Fair enough. Right, now what I like about that is they've gone after them, and you've got to. If you're doing well attacking, keep attacking, and that's what they've done.
Some hand off that.
Get out the road, they say.
Yes, they do.
But then, peripherals. I mean, it's tough when you're on this pitch with loads of people watching, but how much were those boys screaming on his inside? Cool head, like the Italian fullback, just drop it, drop him in.
Kappa Watson, well, the difference between him and Stuart Hogg in exactly the same position.
Truth hurts.
Goodness me, what a score that was. As a Welshman, I wasn't even mad.
No.
Rugby is art.
Oh, they've done it again. Right, are they going to recalibrate or have they kicked it away? So Sir John Kerwin, kicking is for karate. However, look, they kicked it away. They've kicked it away. Now that's just, again, work rate around the ball. That's forward, is it? No, in line. He's going to go here. He's going to go.
Too quick, too strong, too fast, and that could be the try that wins it for Fisher. Now Crosskeys have got to keep him from going under the sticks. They can't.
He's done it.
I wonder, as Crosskeys players are strewn across the turf, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they're on their feet a little bit here. I think, to be honest, it looks like a conditioning thing. If you look at the body language of a lot of them,
yeah,
a lot of them are asking to come off. I mean, it's a tough old game.
I also wonder, and this certainly isn't meant disrespectfully at all, because they all look like decent rugby players, how much sevens they play.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you look at, obviously, I mean, I wouldn't want to scrummage against them. They look like a strong group of lads. So
that's it.
26, yeah, that's the 2 score again.
Because there are just things that you've mentioned in the commentary, like the first person and the second person are doing their jobs, the third person isn't.
Well, how are you?
And as a result, that ball has been turned over. John Fisher, Crosskeys need to claim this kick, and they do, but the player isolated gets away from the tackler. Can they get another score to set up a grandstand finish? There's still just over a minute to go. Here's the gas man, 14, inside and out. He's got pace to burn, but players can. They sandwich him from either side, gets a great offload away. We might just have a grandstand finish. Needs to take the kick. This is some game, you know. He's missed the conversion, right. What does that mean for the scoreboard? 22-26.
Enough time for the restart. Now, is there? Here, look, there's one more play. Now get it back. You've got to get the ball back here. So, right, another one to throw into your team of the tournament. That's Will Homer, current England Sevens player. So, potentially your 9 and sweeper.
Is that so? He started the season with Richmond in the champ, didn't he?
Absolutely, yeah, on the wing. And then
he's knocked it on.
It's a free ball. It's a free ball, and they've got time for it. This is it.
I thought the ref was blowing for full time then because of the knock on.
Because if you allow the restart and it's a clean knock on from the restart, they play the next one. Had it been a couple of phases and then a knock on, it would have been game over.
22-16. Last throw of the dice here for Coleg Gwent Crosskeys.
Get this 14 on the ball. Get him on the ball and get him one-on-one. Right, now, if these Crosskeys boys get up on the tight head side, go. Just get him up and go. Free kick. It's the game. Tap it, bang it off. They're going to play. Show A. Here we go.
Well.
Here we go. Foot down.
Yeah, he's too quick. This will be a score. It will seal the game, and it'll make the scoreboard look a bit more flattering for John Fisher, but Crosskeys, huge credit. They picked themselves up off the canvas a couple of times.
You've got to find a way to win, and they've done that, haven't they? Well done, John Fisher. And fair play as well. Attacking instinct, free kick, get it to the outside. Let's see your wheels.
Well, you asked the question, didn't you? What do you do when you've got a 1-score lead and you're protecting it towards the end? Do you keep playing, or do you go easy?
When you're a bit older, you can find a way to manage it. But if you're doing well, you say, to especially youngsters, you say keep doing what you're doing. You don't want to confuse things, because I mean, who at 14, 15, 16 knows how to run down a game right really sensibly? You just go attack them and then see what they can do to deal with it.
33-22. Some scoreline here on pitch RE1. Fantastic opening to Group C. We stay in Group C next. Kirkham Grammar versus Cranleigh.
Yeehaw.
Oh my goodness.
Right, where's your big ball? Right.
This is one to look forward to. Kirkham Grammar versus Cranleigh. Cranleigh, previous victors in this tournament. Kirkham, fresh off the back.
Yeah, half the battle is you need a bit of history in the in sevens, and Cranleigh have certainly got that. They all know how to play, and that makes a difference. Obviously, until recently coached by Phil Burgess, the England sevens captain.
Not a bad coach, is it?
Not at all, especially during COVID when the only thing you can do is play house matches and run around with your year group. I hope he put the boots on sometimes.
Oh, could you imagine?
Right, yeah, take him on the outside, here we go.
Oh, there's a collision for you, once then twice.
He's released and he's got his hands on the ball. She might let him play. No, not. Oh, hands on the floor first, look.
Tell you what, he's unlucky there, isn't he? That was a heck of a contest.
Yeah. You see a lot of that now. So what they'll do is on the outside they'll run between defenders 1 and 2. Let it go. Oh,
is that deliberate?
I think that could be a yellow. Yep. Very good from her. Very good from the referee in the middle there. Absolutely. Brilliant call.
Tell you what, these Kirkham boys look like they are well conditioned, don't they? The shape on some of them.
That lovely switch away on the outside. That's something that other sides will do. So the 6th man puts his foot down and the 7th will drop back in, and it just means there's no contest on the outside. And a pull out can sometimes be a bit slow. So if you switch away on the outside, it can be quite sharp.
Good early start here from Kirkham. Good territory.
Here we go. Another.
Oh, the defence here from Cranleigh, exemplary, but they are hemorrhaging meters. Oh, it's the wrong line. Oh,
has she given it?
Well, the arm has gone up for the try.
Oh, now she's realised. Yep, bring it back. Good. Again. I'm really glad that common sense has prevailed there. They all thought it.
But if you're tuning in for the first time, then I need to explain the situation. There was an extra line painted there because in the under-13s on Monday, they were not supposed to be playing the full length of the field, and the line has remained on the pitch, and it has caused a little bit of confusion, and it was confusion there in the under-18s cup. Now Kirkham going at the blind side, not a great ball, but well dealt with the skimming stone. They're over that false line again and just short.
Someone's just gonna run it over here. In the corner, into out, fend, and the correct line. First score of the game.
That is the first score of the game. Finally it comes. Cranleigh down to 6 players, down 5 points, and yet to have a touch on the ball. And an important thing about that score as well is that's taken 3 minutes out of the game, and if you can spend 3 minutes preventing the opponents trying to score, that is massive.
A great strike there. I can imagine this restart's going to be right on the money. So they went short with the first one and didn't really contest it, and it was an easy ball for Cranleigh. Let's see what happens now.
Well, it might be a little while before we restart because he has drilled that drop goal, and it's pretty much ended up on pitch RE2. And there are live games available on RE2 as well. You don't get this calibre of commentary with Simon Lilly joining us. We had Sam Howard before. I've seen Alex Donbrandt knocking about. I'll try and get him up the steps at some stage. No doubt he will be absolutely furious, but, you know, man of few words. I'll make sure I get all of those few words out of him.
Right then, first opportunity to see Cranleigh attack now. They will be purists here. They'll take on the outside, but then they'll pull out and look after it. Great D from Kirkham. Show them the outside and get them to touch.
We're talking about the England Sevens. There's a boy at Quins who's been playing a few tournaments for them, Will Trenham. I think he was a Cranleigh boy.
Yep. 3 years ago.
Yeah, looks some player. Started the season on loan with London Scottish, decided that the Sevens route was the best way to get some rugby in. And to be fair, with all the love in the world to London Scottish, if it was getting thumped 60-0 in the Champ or going to Spain for some sunny Sevens, I think I'd make that choice as well.
Absolutely. Right, so nice line out there. They've looked at a pod and then they've gone short. Where are they going to? Into out.
Oh, Kirkham looks strong on the ball. Up over halfway again.
I call that the hammer tackle, where it looks like you're swinging them around like a hammer throw. Stay away from touchline, right? Go on then. Someone take him on now, Kirkham. Someone take him on, because they're looking quite organised here.
Yeah, better defensively. Just look at them all creeping up.
Someone's got to go. Yeah, this is it. Right now, look after the ball, and let's. I'd let them play, but they're off. Right, come on then. Foot down. They've got to go 10 back.
Too many penalties here for Cranleigh. Good tackle though.
It's gone sideways. The old bounce pass.
All the good coaches.
Flick it in the middle. Flick it in the middle. Oh.
This much better from Cranleigh.
Yeah, this could be a turnover here. Do you know what? He probably shouldn't have gone for the ball there and just fired the ruck, just gone straight over it. And they've switched it back away. They know what they're doing here, Kirkham, look. So you switch back to where you got numbers. But he's done well with the clear there, hasn't he, to keep his feet. Foot down, let's go. Oh, handful.
They are always so physical. 15s, 7s, 10s. No doubt they'll be up in Sedbergh at the weekend, causing headaches for everybody in all formats. Just we're seeing the full court players here, though, aren't we? Very, very physical in defence, securing the ball.
They're doing it. Oh, they'll let them in. Right, here we go then.
Just as we say how well they're playing, they go and do that. But what are we? Nearly 6 minutes into this, just the one score. This is a good contest.
Yeah, if I'm going to be a bit critical here of Kirkham, they've not gone to the width, have they? So they've gone on the far 5 a couple of times and switched back. But we haven't seen any play beyond this 15 on this side. So you've got to make use of every blade of grass, especially if you're going to defend as well as Cranleigh do. Because they won this in, what, 2017 maybe?
I think it was 2017. I think it was maybe the first year that I commentated on it. They did the Surrey Rosslyn Park double, I think.
That's it. Yeah. At the time, I was teaching at Brighton, and they beat them in the final, and then they got to replay it at the London Sevens.
Oh, very nice.
They got to play each other there.
So here they come. Oh,
no, good contest. So this is the other thing that some physical teams do. They'll attack you on the outside and go between your last two defenders. So between defenders 1 and 2, he's put his foot down. That's a good one-on-one in the middle of the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, no one committing to the turnover.
Now you got to go. First 2 passes a bit flatter. Second, third person, put your foot down.
Oh, another great tackle, recovery tackle, and Kirkham over the ball, and they've turned it over.
Right, who can go then? What are you going to do from here in your own 22? It's a long way. You see Cranleigh dropping a sweeper back, so if you kick it, you're going to kick the ball away.
Well, that was one of those defending your 22 wins that you can talk about. That could be worth a score in the grand scheme of things, but a player stayed down here for Kirkham, which I think will be welcome respite for everyone else on the pitch, because it is lung-burning stuff out there.
The other thing as well is it's the first game of the day. The first 7 minutes is savage. It doesn't matter how well you've warmed up or how much of a run around or shuttles or a blowout you've done. The first time you take contact and it goes to that kind of intensity, it is tough.
Well, these two are in the group with Crosskeys and John Fisher. We were talking last night and looking forward to the group stage of this cup competition, and I think in more than one group we're going to have teams go through on points difference who've lost a game, and that hasn't always been the case. It's super competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, in the same way that obviously South Africa have won the World Cup having not won the group.
Yeah,
you could easily see that kind of thing happening, because a game of sevens can swing either way, and it can be a bounce of a ball or winning a restart back or a penalty decision. So you could easily see that with the quality of the teams that you have here. But the second day is so much different to the first. Like, how do you manage yourself today when it's 18 degrees and you're running all the meters? So the teams hiding in the shade, the teams sat on their festival chairs, the teams with their caps on and their sun cream or squirreling away, they're the ones who are going to be full of running tomorrow, and that'll be very different to the teams that they're out with their vests on, sunning themselves.
Or the teams that are in the Perform Better tent on the Watt bikes.
Or doing max.
Yeah. And I can see some squat racks in there as well. I was with the Cardiff Met guys yesterday. They're obviously on the lookout for players, or just to sort of talk about their programme. Brunel University, one of the title sponsors, are here as well, on the scout for players to feed into the Trailfinders Academy. And we just saw Galley as well, James Gallagher, former Loughborough Students RFC chairman, now the programme manager. Oh, we've blown for half time here, just as the player goes down. I think
it's not looking great, is it, for the Kirkham number 11 there?
Tough beat in the first game for the rest of his teammates, but also for him, because we spoke about how much these players are looking forward to this. And 7 minutes in, looking like his tournament could be over.
Well, and what you're hoping is that they've got a travelling reserve up here who's just missed out, who's on the form of his life. There was a really tough conversation a couple of days ago going, unfortunately you're going to miss out, and they can get them in. I do remember in 2019, the Her side that I coached, we made the semi-final here, and we had two different players. Two different players on the second day to on the first, so this kind of thing does happen, so hopefully they manage it well. But here we go at half-time, 7-0 Kirkham, and let's see if Cranleigh can get the ball and they can attack it.
So when are your boys next on?
We're going to be on at 12:20.
Okay.
We're playing Ampleforth, the Yorkshire school.
Oh, very good.
Over on M2. Used to play them as a schoolboy.
So, tell me about your journey at Rosslyn Park when you were young.
Yeah, love it. So I was always over there on the A pitches, on the Richard Evans pitches over there. Great. I do remember in my upper sixth year we made it to the quarter-finals. We went to Rosslyn Park to play. So all the quarters, semi and final was up there. We lost to a strong RGS. It would be Gloucester. So it was a strong Gloucester side, and it was Jack Adams, the centre the England centre that unfortunately passed away recently. He scored 3. But yeah, it's a great tournament. Everyone loves coming there. Ampleforth I always remember because they kick off an hour. The first team kick off an hour later than the rest of the teams, so the whole school watches, and they all sing Jerusalem.
Superb.
Switch away on the outside, so similar to what we saw from Kirkham.
Kirkham are bang up for a midfield collision, aren't they?
He's the second man, so he can't do that.
Yes, they are bang up for a midfield collision, and it is great to see as well. But again, how much is that going to take out of them as the competition progresses and the fatigue sets in on the legs, on the limbs, on the lungs?
Have Cranleigh got enough firepower here in attack?
We're about to find out. They're into the 22, drifting across.
Oh, stepped in on the outside.
Lovely final ball, and Cranleigh are off the mark.
So tough on the outside there. Do you step in? Do you trust the man on the inside? And if you trust him, do they go outside him? Great execution from Cranleigh there.
But again, acceptance that you might concede the try. Just send them as far into the corner as you can.
And that could be the difference at the end of the game. So whether that's the 2 points now or they score another each.
Oh, it's a great nudge.
Hell of a strike. Right then, now win the ball back, Cranleigh. Let's see you go again.
7-7. In tight games like this, how important are kicks like that going to be?
Now, what we wouldn't have seen 3 years ago, Dave, is haircuts like the 15 here. There's a lot of this going on. I mean, I'm probably jealous because I can't pull that off anymore.
There are... Look, he's made a mistake from the restart.
He's just side-footed it, hasn't it? It's a spiral restart, so free kick in the middle. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I know... Look, it was the opposite of that. There were smaller mullets back when we were that sort of age. But we used to straighten our hair and highlight it and all sorts. So this is no different to that. But yeah. I look back at pictures now and I'm like, why didn't someone tell me?
Well, the only mullet in rugby when we were, at school at university was Shane Byrne, the Irish hooker. If anybody doesn't know, try googling him. He still plays some Ireland legend stuff.
But that was a legit.
Oh, off the chin. Just play on. Joey.
Crikey! Here we go. Let the children play. I really like it.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, here we go. There's no offside, so we can stand there, the Cranleigh man. Because when you offload, no breakdown, therefore no offside, and they're just marching them back at the moment.
Speaking of Shanes and mullets, Shane Williams used to have an absolutely dreadful one with all the highlights. It was front, it was back.
This Seven's a player, this Kirkham 7. He's played the whole game. He's been physical.
There's the offload inside. Where's the bounce of the ball going to go? It's going to go to Kirkham.
Under this post.
Going to score a second.
Right, I'm going to leave you there, Dave. Thank you very much. I'll see you later in the day.
I hope so. You're leaving me with 4 minutes of this one to go, but good to see you, mate. Good luck. We've got more co-commentators joining us. I think Will Stace is going to be joining us for the St Joe's versus CAVC. That's the Group H game. Kirkham Grammar wrestling the lead back. 14-7 they lead. 3.5 minutes to go. Oh, we knew this was going to be a good game. This has been really great so far this morning. Great to have Sam Howard here. Great to have Simon Lilly here. I'm going to be roping in pretty much anyone I can see. I tell you what, if Thomas walks by again, we're going to get him involved. Not renowned for his sevens. That is right on the money. Great restart. Really well gathered by Cranleigh. They have got 3 minutes to turn this game around. And they've won the penalty there. High tackle. Now up over halfway. And here is the flying mullet, forcing them left to right, and then Kirkham looking organised in defence as well. That's a really good tackle. They look one of the more physical sides. Kirkham competitive at every breakdown. Crashing into the tackles here, Cranleigh forcing the gap in the middle. Backs himself pace-wise. They're going under the posts here, or certainly just to the right of them. Very kickable conversion. Great second score. 2 minutes to go. This one in the balance. Oh, this is what HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens Cup competition is all about. The conversion's good. The scores are tied. We've got under 2 minutes to go. Game on. Competitive at the restart. It's gone backwards off Kirkham. So Kirkham Grammar attacking from deep. They've never trailed in this game. They've led 7-5 and 14-7. They're going straight from the breakdown. Scrappy ball. Everyone stacked to the left for Kirkham Grammar School. Cranleigh making them do it the hard way. Little slip there. Cranleigh over the ball, but they've reached forward and hands on the ground before they're over the ball. So Cranleigh letting Kirkham off the hook, making the exit a bit easier. Interesting for Kirkham there. They have the opportunity to kick up the field. Instead, they're looking to run it from deep, creating that space at the left-hand side. Has that gone forward? Oh, no, says the referee. Still with Kirkham Grammar, who switched the ball inside. Not able to create those 2-on-1s on the edge. Cranleigh again defending well, not looking rushed. Huge tackles coming in. Cranleigh can force a penalty here. Oh, instead they've conceded one. Now the clock's red. Goodness me, Kirkham have accepted the draw. Probably a fair result between two great sides. And should they win their remaining games, it is going to be down to points difference. Cranleigh 14, Kirkham 14. The first draw we've seen all week on pitch RE1. to have you here, Gally. For the benefit of this, you are former Harrow pupil, but you're former chairman of Loughborough Students RFC. Just started a new job there as well. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I started this Monday, gone back as rugby programme manager, and it was a great start with a win in the Bucks quarter-final last night.
On the scout as well, but it's a good early start here. Oh, what a lovely scoop up as well. Gold numbers. What do we think about gold numbers?
I think they're difficult for you and me to see, is the honest answer.
Yes, they are. So as a player, did you ever come here with Harrow?
I carried waters for them.
I tell you what, here's a good early clean break here from Harrow. That's George Hamblin, the number one. His first opportunity, his first try, and that is a great start for your old side.
Yeah, Harrow have a great history here. We got to the final when I was here in my upper sixth form. We unfortunately lost to a great Cranleigh side, but then got our own back at Twickenham.
Was that when you were involved?
Yeah, I ran 2 crates of water that day.
We're lining them up and knocking them down. Yeah, to be honest, I think water carrier is probably the best job, because you get all the fun of the fair without having to get absolutely booted over 2 days, because it is some effort for these lads, isn't it?
Yeah, and it'll be even more of an effort for a lad of my size. So, yeah, the boys actually, I think, this year compared to in previous years, boys are looking big.
Yeah, and incredibly athletic as well. Spent a lot of time working on their skills, working on their quality, and now Bishop one get away. It's Tom Long. Skips out of the tackle. And he's going to level the scores.
Yeah, that's really the difference in sevens, isn't it? One missed tackle, and the speed that a lot of these lads have got, they can just break through, and it's try time.
So in terms of Loughborough Students then, and the sevens game in particular, is there anything that some of those players, both men and women, are looking forward to this summer?
So we're looking at maybe sending a few boys down to places like the Bucks sevens and the girls as well. Potentially a team in the Bournemouth sevens. We actually had our men's 4s and 5s win a Bucks meet at Manchester Met University yesterday, and a few of them have been picked up for England student sevens off the back of that.
Oh, very nice. Speaking of former Loughborough players, I've seen Ferg Geary knocking about. He was here yesterday. Not sure he's here today.
I've actually seen Ferg today. Yeah, he works well with the UR7s Academy. Do great work, and Harrow looked like could be through again here.
Yeah, Charlie Cross, brilliant take up above his head from the restart. And makes 40 metres there, putting Harrow back on the front foot. Little switch inside. Has that gone forward? Yes, says the referee. Didn't quite go to hand. George Cutler couldn't quite make the killer pass. And in fact, he said play on there. Thought he'd gone for the forward pass. Alas, we continue.
That's another thing with sevens. I do not envy the referees. That is a tough job.
Well, the London Society do a fantastic job of refereeing this tournament. Over 330 referees will take the whistle over the week. Oh, there's a gap. I'm not sure if it was there before he made it. Walid Msouli, what a finish.
Yeah, it's really about half chances. You can be quickly turned into full chances in this game, and that's what we've seen from the first 3 tries.
12-7, still only halfway through the first half. 14-7, all the tries under the sticks as well. Both teams doing well to create the opportunities up the middle.
I think people really underestimate the value of that in sevens. As we saw in the last game, a misconversion could have been the decider.
And it was much earlier in the game, but it was a touchline conversion that meant the game finished level. Now, contestable restart. Bishop wand underneath it. Crunching hit from George Hamblin that results in a penalty. Where are you with these mullets? There's a young man, he must be playing in the 14s. He's had straighteners to that and everything. It looks like the back of a crow's head.
I've got to say, having returned to Loughborough this week, it's been a slight bugbear of mine about the haircuts that are on show, and it's not just Loughborough, it's absolutely everywhere.
It is, yeah, pretty grim. There's each, you know what? There's even one for Harrow there. Who's that? Archie Chatwin, number 10. I'm surprised he's allowed to get away with that.
Well, I was actually about to say exactly the same thing. Certainly back in my day, not to be one of the old boys.
Yeah.
We would not have got away with that back in my day.
There is a gamble of us just sounding like the oldest men in history. Oh, that is a beautiful seed off the left hand. Oh, it had to go, surely. They might still have the chance here. But that pass deserved a try. Didn't get one. Now Bishop Wand contesting for the ball.
It really did have to go, but that defence there was excellent.
Another chance on the left-hand side this time. Final tackle is missed, and it is a third try for Harrow.
Yeah, Harrow looking strong early on here. I think they could be dangerous throughout the tournament, as they have been in the past, but we've seen plenty of good sides already today here on pitch 1.
Oh, we have. It's really interesting sort of seeing good teams and making assumptions about how they're going to go, but then that game finishes and the next game starts and oh God, they could go well. The standard in this top division is absolutely sensational.
And you can't underestimate the importance of what happens this evening, the recovery going into day 2. I mean, places like Harrow, those boys probably have the advantage of they might go back to their regular beds tonight, so
do you know
that makes
what?
a difference.
That really does, actually. I was talking with that was me and Joe Burns yesterday, and we were trying to work out what the line is drawn before you. I'm just looking at that scrappy restart, but Bishop won. Oh, he's taken that with a long barrier. Old school cricket fielding, I love it. But yeah, how far away do you travel before you think, no, we're getting a hotel? Are we talking an hour and a half?
Yeah, it's difficult because you've got to get here early as well, so it's an early start for the boys, but I mean, these boys are used to being at school early doors, aren't they?
Of course they are. Oh, look at that! Dummies one way, dummies the other. Holds it like a loaf of bread, and Bishop Wand are going to level.
I have to say, instinct always tells me do not carry it in one hand, but if you've got skill like that, you can probably get away with it.
Yeah, Gibran Ogaretti has levelled, and as soon as he broke free, you just knew. So what's that? 19-14 at the break. Good game, very much in the balance. Bishop Wand spent a lot of time in their own 22. They've got themselves a couple of scores to keep themselves in contention. Harrow are going to have their wits about them in this second half.
Yeah, certainly. I think from most of the scores we've seen, they've come from distance. You've always got to be alive in the game of sevens. So
during the break then, let's talk about what you're going to be up to over the Are you here tomorrow or just today?
Just today. I've got to go back and start working hard in my first week, really. I've been having far too much fun in week 1.
The actual day job getting in the way of having a good time. But what's the deal with you today then? Are you talking to people? Are people talking to you? What kind of questions are you getting asked?
It's a bit of both, really. Certainly, like the advantage of me and my new role and coming here and being introduced to some of the lads that have already met some of the coaches is that obviously I was a player and they understand, and I understand what Bucks Super Rugby's like. There's plenty of conversations about Bucks Super Rugby, and really we all know I'm here to champion Loughborough. So.
Of course, as you've mentioned, speaking of which, Scott Snedden, new head coach, is down there taking photos of it. In fact, he's talking on one phone and taking photos on another. What kind of operation are you running up there in the East Midlands? But he's done a cracking job, hasn't he? Got Loughborough back up to the forefront of Bucks Super Rugby. He's gotten to a semi-final.
Yeah, and I mean, we were cut short in my final year due to the dreaded COVID, but it's certainly, the programme's in a really good place. I think Gerard and the team left it in a good place for Scott, but he's taken that step further, and these semi-finals coming up next week should be really exciting, and hopefully people at home will be able to catch some of them as well.
Well, talking about the quality of Gerard and Nathan. Gerard, of course, went on to Harlequins Women, won the Premier 15s. Nathan Hughes, goodness me, sorry Nate. He's now at Doncaster, isn't he? And they might win the champ. You know, these are boys who are doing a great job of coaching. Hello. And now, well, a great job of attacking the second half for Harrow.
Always got to go, surely.
And it does go out to Hugo Anderson. wrestling for the ball. Good early territory though. Thought about the backdoor offload, but kept hold.
I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I think it's a line that was on the under-13s.
Yes,
pitches. It's confusing me.
It's not just confusing you; it's confused some players as well. Yeah, there've been real problems. In fact, in one of the games already today, we've had a player dotted down. And again, if people have been watching this the whole time, they're probably fed up of me talking about it. But because, hang on, I think Harrow are going to score here. Good attempt at the final tackle. In fact, has he got there? No, he hasn't. It's been touched down, so Harrow extend their lead. Yes, so there are lines 5 metres in front of the try line. That's for the under-13s, as you rightly pointed out, Gally. And what's hilarious is the under-13s didn't even play to that line. They played to the try line anyway.
Oh, you are joking.
No. Because I obviously 300 and odd referees, I just don't think they were all briefed. And that's fair enough, you know, because it will have been painted on some pitches and not on the other. It's just one of those little quirks of the tournament, you know?
Yeah, well, this tournament's always had its own quirks. It's a historic day, great fun for all the lads, and it wouldn't be Rosslyn Park without a little bit something different, would it?
Exactly, bit of fun. 24-14 here. Harrow in the ascendancy, getting things underway. Here is a try scorer underneath it, Ocaretti.
I wouldn't have kicked it to him personally.
No, but he is on the ball. Just that little change of pace straight away. Looks an incredibly gifted ball carrier. Now Bishop Wand opting for the kick there.
Well, I was just about to say, it's interesting that we see a defensive line all up defending together rather than anyone sweeping in behind.
There is broken field to run at though. That is one of the dangers. Oh goodness me, got lined up. In fact, he actually got away with one there. I thought the rib cages were exposed, and
yeah, that had hospital pass written all over it, and again nearly, but they've managed to get away with it, Harrow, but they do need to gain control of this possession here.
Well, you've got to admire Harrow's attempts to move the ball inside the 22, but they have coughed it up there, and Bishop Wand go quickly, a score here, and it very much is game on. 24-14, 2-score lead for Harrow. Bishop Wand looking to half that, which they do. Oscar Grantham makes it 24-19.
Yeah, it's a really difficult balance between territory and maintaining possession of the ball, because possession is obviously key in sevens, but you don't want to be messing around in your own 22 there.
24-21. Give away the penalty. Don't waste any time in converting it to Bishop Wand. Oh, we've had some good games, haven't we?
Yeah, and this kick-off now will be absolutely vital. If Harrow spill it or Bishop Wand can win it back, then we're in for a pretty grandstand finish here. But there is plenty of time left for a couple of scores.
Oh, is that going to drop on the 10? What a restart. What a superb restart. And Bishop Wand win the ball back. Still time in this game. I think it's important for both teams to realise if you do concede, it is not the end. 10:45 on our clock. Bishop Wand gliding forward, trying to put some pace on the ball. Do put some pace on the ball now. Harrow need to keep the ball out wide. It's always the temptation to take the person on in the in-goal area, but I've seen a few lads come unstuck over the years.
Exactly the same for me. It terrifies me. It's another one of those things where certainly when you get over the trial and as few times as I do, and admittedly not in sevens, you are just putting the ball down wherever you can.
Good strike on that kick, but no, says the referee. 26-24, Bishop Wand have battled back. I do remember you scoring a pretty important meat pie against Exeter in Buck Super Rugby, actually.
I think it might have been a penalty try, actually, a little
scrum
penalty try, yeah.
Okay, I thought you'd dotted one down. Either way, man of the match that day, weren't you?
Yeah, well, I think it was initially given to someone else by someone uneducated, and then it was given to me. Scrum penalty tries are far the most important thing in the game, apart from sevens, of course.
I must admit that I am becoming a huge scrum fan the more I learn. I think it's just education, isn't it?
It really is, but interestingly, I'm going to curse this now, but I don't think we've seen a scrum in this game, have we?
No, I don't think we have. Right, Harrow inside their own 22 again, trying to play from deep. Bishop Wand putting the squeeze on, managed to wrestle themselves into the lead. It's a bit narrow to be playing this way inside the 22. I just hope if they kick it that it's not just a directionless boot.
Yeah, they could be going down a bit of a blind alley there. And yeah, there we see it, penalty.
90 seconds to go. Bishop Want have worked hard for the lead. They've worked hard for this little bit of territory as well.
Now, of course, this far out they'll be thinking try time, but if they can just hold on to this ball, then it's game over. They do look to have some space out wide here.
It's so hard to just hold on though, isn't it? Because every breakdown's so competitive, but moving it one way, then the other, looking for the edge, looking for the gap. Last pass doesn't quite put the winger into space.
Harrow need to be disciplined here with their attempts at the turnovers and not give away another penalty.
Now there's space here. Out wide, the winger goes to meet. Oh, massive monster carry.
But a great covering tackle from his teammate there.
Oh, and again. Well, this is so attritional. Is that a high tackle? No, says the referee. Still, Bishop Wand on the ball, 24-26. Bouncing ball.
Oh, that's so hard to defend, and he's done very well.
Oh, and that's a big finish. That should win the game. Number 8 touches down. Louis Kirkham. That should be enough to win the game for Bishop Wand.
It should, and I think speed is vital in sevens, but when you've got someone the size of Louis Kirkham finishing it off from a couple of metres out, then it makes a big difference as well.
When was the last time you packed down in a scrum?
Ooh, a good 18 months ago now, but I have to say we were doing a bit of scrum training on Tuesday night, and I was watching and I was getting that itching feeling.
Yeah.
I watched them then run around last night and I was like, nah, don't
fancy that, yeah. Don't fancy that at all.
The game's got so much quicker.
Full time, Harrow 24, Bishop Wand 31. Great comeback win for Bishop Wand. We'll leave you with some highlights, but Gally, I will leave you. Enjoy the sunshine, and hopefully we'll touch back in later on. Good luck, mate.
Thank you very much, and great to be here.
Group H with Harrow and Bishop 1. We've just seen those two teams go toe-to-toe. Seen a couple of draws already. I think the most important thing in this cup competition is to realise that if you lose your first game, it's not necessarily tournament over, because all the groups are so competitive. Who did you call over there on pitch RE2? Some of the teams that you've seen, who's impressed you?
Hampton have been really, really good.
Yep.
Obviously Sedbergh, I will keep talking about Sedbergh. They are ridiculous. The Harlem Globetrotters of Sevens rugby.
Did you watch them so we had them on the first game of the day, 41-0 they won, and it was, how do you even defend that?
I think it was something like 52 points in their second game.
Oh, have you seen them over there as well? Oh, goodness me. Right then, we are underway. St. Joe's against CAVC. 7 minutes each way in the groups, galloping forward already. And we're going to get the opening score. And that is evidence that sometimes you don't even have to make a mistake and you can concede early.
Very, very quick hands from the Cardiff team.
Well, I've got to admit, being a Welshman, of course neutral in this job, it is nice to see. Of course, knowing how incredible the facilities, the quality of coaching, the players, and of course the history of the English schools game is, it is nice to see Welsh teams come over. And of course the Scottish, Irish, Belgian, Swedish teams to just, go toe-to-toe with these great English teams as well.
It's obviously something they wouldn't usually have in their normal fixtures, so
yeah.
It's a great celebration of rugby, this festival, beyond, the talent that there is.
So I'm always intrigued to get to know the people who do the co-coms. I've had some old friends, some colleagues, some lads I used to play with, and they're ingrained in the school system now. But what about you at St. Joe's? Obviously, commentary and rugby or sports media is something you're interested in. Is there any opportunity to do that as a pupil at St. Joe's?
Obviously with the festival and the upcoming Sevens Festival, hopefully you might be back down at Ipswich for that one in May. But yeah, there's lots of opportunities when it comes to it with the Instagram account SJC Rugby that I run. There's been a lot of popularity with that every single week, putting team sheets out, score updates, getting different content out. It's great practice for the future. Hopefully in sports media there'll be a lot more of it.
I absolutely love it. I love the fact that these programmes now, whether it's schools, universities, it's not just the players who get the opportunities, it's people who want to be involved around the game as well. Oh, St. Joe's lining up some tackles, just slipping off them, but giving away 10 metres due to the fact that they were offside at the penalty. CAVC again, some lovely feet, trying to find space around the outside, but St. Joe's shut the door. And Cardiff can come again, whipping the ball away to the left-hand side. Is the final pass good enough? Oh my goodness, the pace on that finish. Serious gas for 12-0.
Great score there from the Cardiff team, putting it out wide, and great pace on the wing from that young man down there. Tough start for St. Joe's, just looking a bit weary at the back. Hopefully they can get the ball and try and move forwards just that little bit quicker.
Is it hard work for you to commentate on your school losing? Talk to me, be honest with me.
It's always difficult, but when I was at the St. Joe's Festival and I was on commentary, the emotion sort of leaves it and you're focusing on something else. So I think this is something I'll debrief after the game. But yeah, it is tough to watch, but yeah, I hope they've got something in them to come back into this game.
Well, the Crown Prince of South West London, Joe Burns, has just arrived. He'll be joining us on commentary a little bit later in the sunshine. And we are back underway. St. Joe's haven't really had a sniff yet. Cardiff and Vale College looking good for their 12-0 win. Good physicality there. Try and get that ball away, try and get some territory. That's the key. 3.5 minutes gone, halfway through the first half. Good defensive pressure. There are some big old units in this Cardiff team. Pack in the middle of the park. It's getting to that time of day where we're seeing players walking by with varying levels of lunch. We've got someone with pick and mix and someone with a hog roast. That's my kind of nutrition for sport. Penalty here for St. Joe's then. Taking the player without the ball was the call. 4 minutes gone.
Slightly building here now, St. Joe's. Obviously Ethan Thorne on the left-hand side of this pitch. Further close to your screen, goes out to him now.
Yeah, lovely pass. And another good physical battle and Cardiff and Vale College just able to steal in and turn the ball over and then use that footwork to set the defenders, but the pass is a loose one and it's back with St Joe's. Oh, and a missed tackle. Now the chance to put the hammer down and get away. The offload's a good one. The step is inside. And St Joe's gets some ink in the ledger.
That is exactly what you need. 2 tries down, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of resilience. That's what the school's motto is. Max Clark underneath the uprights puts it to 7 points for St Joe's. Josh Jones with a brilliant break there.
Well, patience and perseverance from St Joe's. Important as well. When you go 2 scores down, you find a lot about the character of the team, and there is plenty of character in this St Joe's side. Now, it's game on. Important 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes to go until the half. Again, contestable restart. And do you know what? I think the St Joe's player had a bit more time than he realised there. Knocked it on. There's some beautiful footwork from the Cardiff and Vale College players, especially in those central positions. Again, the hands good in close proximity to one another, St Joe's. To be some rogue boots there. What a huge gap. Eventually closed, but not closed well enough. Well, there was a gaping hole in the Cardiff and Vale College defence. The sweeper was just stood there wondering what was going on. By the time the 2 defenders closed that gap, another one opened up, and that's a great finish.
Yeah, incredible. Ethan Thorne, Riley Stybrands-Brown connecting on this left-hand side of the pitch. Move the ball inside. Dom Binns, head boy of the college, finds the space to get through under the uprights and put St Joe's into the lead. Great mindset to come back into this game after a poor start. Yeah, from 12-0 down to 14-12 up. Still 30 seconds of the half to go. Now watch this restart. The Cardiff and Vale College player in the scrum cap. He was the target last time. Well, goes over his head to another player in the scrum cap who again puts the footwork on, and the handoff leaves a player in the dirt as well. Oh, has he got the pace to go all the way? This would be a superb individual score. Catches the kickoff, goes 70 metres, and Cardiff and Vale College, well, I would say they'll lead into half time, but that was so quick we might even have time to restart. That was a ridiculous score. Incredible pace, finding the way through the middle of the pack, and he converts it himself.
Yes, he does. Cardiff and Vale College 19, St Joe's 14 at the interval. Real buzz about the place today. Rugby as far as the eye can see. Obviously a crowd around the main pitch here at RE1, but you know, we look left, there's rugby. We look right, there's rugby. There's plenty of options to get food and drink. The wafts are trying to fill my nostrils and tempt me into burger and chips. How old are you now?
17.
This must be exciting for you to come down here. It's exciting for me, and I'm more than twice your age.
Well, I mean, when I see the peers and my mates at this level, it's insane, and the quality of this is ridiculous. And to have this opportunity every year, teams from Wales, teams from England, teams that wouldn't usually make it into the sectors of festivals and stuff like that, it's incredible to see, and to play some teams that would never even come across.
You done some celeb spotting today? Seen anyone?
I haven't had time to do celeb spotting, but I sure will do when I do have the time.
Well, Dan Norton's here today. I think he's going to join us on co-coms at some point. I've seen Alex Dombrandt knocking about as well. Lewis Liner was here yesterday. Who else do we have? Ollie Hassel-Collins was here. They're all about, mate.
Yeah, it's big. It must be. Yeah. Must be quite a good event for them to watch. See the future of rugby in front of their eyes at such a great event.
Well, a lot of them have played here as well. You know, it's particularly for the English schoolboys. It's a bit of an anyone who's anyone has got a Rosslyn Park story. Right then, Ipswich is a trek from here, though, isn't it? You get to Essex, you think you've made it. You've got another hour and a half in the car.
Exactly how it feels.
In fact, so I'm in Walthamstow, which as the crow flies is about 14 miles, but I think I drove to St Joe's quicker than I drove to Rosslyn Park. Alas, we are where we are, and where we are is the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. It's a great pleasure to be here, great pleasure to have you here wherever you're watching around the world, and a great pleasure to have Will Stace alongside me as well. He's got his neutral co-commentary cap on, but every time St Joe's do something good, I wish we had a camera on him, because it's great to see his fist pump. But his team trail by 5 points. Very much still in this though. They showed great quality when they actually got some ball in the first half. Little dart up the blind side. Doesn't want to get beaten by the touchline. Eventually does though. Oh, is there a bit of afters there as well? I don't mind that, you know.
You know, it's always fun to watch. Whether it's something that should occur often in rugby, I'm not too sure. But it does, you know, it makes the game a lot more exciting, a lot more tense as well.
Well, it's been tense already. We're only on day one. Towards the end of the Vars competition yesterday, in between games or in between halves, it was almost deathly silent here because supporters were getting their breath back as much as the players. You know, the quality of the teams as they get much later in the competition is amazing, but right at the beginning of the competition in this cup, you see such great. So for St Joe's, on the 15 circuit, who are your local rivals? Who's on the circuit with you?
So there's many local rivals within the area. Ipswich School are the ones to mention when it comes to that.
Yeah.
They're also in this tournament. We'll be seeing them play later on RE1 and RE2 in their group, respectively.
Very good. There's a lot of rugby in that part of the world, you know. I think people don't necessarily think that because there's not a Premiership team over there. Good schools, good clubs.
St Joe's have a great connection to Northampton Saints, and a lot of schools in the East Anglian setup also do as well.
Which is mad, because, oh, what a tackle! But anyway, that's insane, because Ipswich is so far away from Northampton, alas. Means Northampton Saints get a great catchment area. St Joe's holding on to the ball here, but going backwards, but we've all watched enough sevens to know that's not necessarily a negative thing. Oh, there's the kick, and I tell you what. Oh, there's a player who's just been called for offside there. So Cardiff and Vale College can have another go. Slight mistime of a run. It's good to see the thinking, though.
Yeah, Sam Donnelly always looks for Ethan Thorne on the end of his kicks.
Well, Ethan Thorne makes a great defensive read there, because if he hasn't made that tackle, then Cardiff and Vale College are in. In fact, he's knocked the ball on in the tackle. And it is a penalty, but either way, I think he'd take a penalty there because it was 3-on-1. A very generous 10 metres being given away by Ipswich there as well. St Joe's, should I say. Cardiff and Vale again looking for the space up the outside. Suggestion of a late tackle. It was a massive collision, but it does mean St Joe's defender has got to jog back to the 10-metre line. Both teams very patient in this second half. Could be down to a number of factors. Firstly, the organisation of the defence. Secondly, just the fatigue that's already setting in.
This is only the second game for some people. Just because of the way the games are spaced out, it can go on for a longer amount of time. They're only playing 14 minutes at a time, but you know, you're waiting almost 2 hours in between some games. St Joe's will play their next game on RE2 in the next hour, so it's a quick turnover from this game. Got to use that mindset and get through it. But yeah, it is tough on these players. Yeah, get cool, get warm, go again. We had Simon Lilly from Hurstpierpoint College earlier on. Oh, that line-out's not straight, and he was saying that the key is there's so much stimulation for the players, so many things to do, people to see, things to eat and drink, activities to go on. It's trying to keep players in the shade, off their feet, hydrated. That's where the challenges come. I suppose shade has never really been an issue up until this year. Yeah, absolutely. Shelter more than shade in the past. Good tackle. Cardiff and Vale College probably making the wrong decision to go on the blind side there. St Joe's went quickly from the line out, didn't take the gamble of the set piece, just wanted to get going. There's still 2 minutes to go here. That's a really good pass. St Joe's will level.
And they'll go under the sticks, so they're favourites to take the lead as well. The fast play from the line out works, and St Joe's, with 2 minutes to go, put themselves in the ascendancy.
The idea to move it quickly, get it into Jack Badger-Watts, who connects with Lex Walls, back to Jack Badger-Watts, and then to Ethan Thorne. The man I mentioned at the beginning runs through the wing and puts it underneath the posts. Brilliant try.
It is a brilliant try, and it's a brilliant game as well. 3 tries apiece, and a conversion separates the teams. Right then, I'm not going to ask you next to me, Will, but you at home, who's your money on? Really good restart, trying to pin CAVC in, but then if you miss a tackle and you've got defenders committed upstream, then this could happen. Well, the second time in the match that Cardiff and Vale College... Oh, he spilt it! I was going to say the second time in the match that Cardiff and Vale College have scored directly from the restart, but what a cover tackle.
Riley Stybrins Brown, the captain of the squad, shows that mentality, gets back, uses all the tank to get there and causes the mistake. Brilliant.
Well, could that be the moment that St Joe's secure the game? They're not out of the woods yet, defending their own 5-metre line, albeit with the ball in hand. This one on a knife edge, and we love it. Oh, really good scrum. Really, really good scrum. And a beautiful step to back it up. Oh, we could go end to end here. There's a foot race on. Cardiff and Vale College chasing back. Really good blocking line being run by the initial ball carrier, and St Joe's go 100 metres to secure the victory. The 4th try, the pick of the bunch, and that is special.
That's the mindset. 2 tries down at the beginning and go all the way to this. Jack Badger-Watts moves it back inside, goes up the pitch, has Max Clark there to support, in and out, trying to get round the defenders. He does, and puts it underneath the post. Another great score from St Joseph's College, and to hold my bias away, a brilliant try.
You're allowed to be a bit biased. What I say, because regularly I'll commentate with somebody who's from a particular team. I'll say you can show a little bit of enthusiasm, but if the opponents do something brilliant, nobody's going to be upset with you if you tell people how good it is. Oh, now St Joe's win the penalty. I think this will give them the chance to kill the ball. Oh no, meat left on the bone. A couple more phases should do it. Either way, Cardiff and Vale College need 2 scores. And St Joe's just sensibly seeing out the clock here. No rush, conserve the energy, get the win. And that boot to touch will take us to the end of the match. St Joe's 12-0 down, 28-19 winners here on pitch RE1. Your final thoughts, Will?
19-10 loss to Harrow in the first game. Felt like a bit of a setback, but these groups, it's never over. That's a brilliant win, and we'll push the point difference up just a little bit with that final try. Hopefully a little bit of mentality going into their next game. I couldn't tell you who it would be, but they've got a big task on them if they want to see the second day of Rosslyn Park.
Well, great to have your company, and a great victory for your home team. Full-time Cardiff and Vale College 19, St Joe's 28. had the great pleasure of the company of Simon Lilly earlier, the under-14s coach of Hurstpierpoint. Action continuing thick and fast here. Already 1:45, playing nearly 3 hours of non-stop cup rugby, and it hasn't felt like that, has it? Glantaf pushing up in defence. Hurstpierpoint spotting that they pushed up a little bit too much. Oh, the stop and go is a good one, and again on comes the rushing attacker. First try to Hurst, first attack from Hurst. They lead 5-0. Conversion to come. Oh, the left peg. Oh no, shape for the left, went for the right. Oh, good strike. This might be good from the touchline. This is good from the touchline. Hurst have come to ball. They lead Glantaf 7 points to 0. So here come Glantaf for the first time, breaking tackles for the first time. Jack Davis is away for the first time. What a way to strike back. We've only had 2 attacks, we've had 2 meat pies. And the conversion is good. Sweet as a nut from under the poles, 7-7. Oh, they've reclaimed the restart as well. Glantaf are on one. Hurstpierpoint getting fingertips on that one, knocking it on. Scrum down for Glantaf. Everybody lined up on the open side until Jack Davis, the try scorer, Cardiff under 18 player, goes to the blinds. So they go open instead. Morgan Bowen. Another knock on, but it's not going to matter because it's back into the breadbasket of a welcoming Glantaf player. Ben Geraghty goes over. And after that lightning start from Hurstpierpoint, it's Glantaf who scored 2 unanswered tries.
Nice. How are you guys? Yeah, we just beat Brighton, so that's a big win.
And a conversion to boot. Morgan Bowen. Well, Morgan Bowen played a few games for Pontypridd RFC with his 2 teachers, Llywyc ap Myrddin and Kerry Morris. Tell you what, when Burnsy comes up, I'm going to try and get him to read Llywyc ap Myrddin. Apparently he does a Bronco in 4:31. No, he doesn't. No chance. I'm not having that, Morgan Bowen. As you can see, the Glantaf coaching staff have taken the team sheet a lot more seriously than some other clubs, including Hurstpierpoint, who haven't given us one. Alas, we are where we are. Very warm welcome to the viewers supporting Hurst and supporting Glantaf. Great to have you on board. Shame you couldn't get down to enjoy the rugby in the sun, but it's our great pleasure to bring it to you, watching on TVs, laptops, tablets, phones. This is the modern way, and Glantaf, oh, they look superb, but that is a try-saving ankle tap. Absolutely brilliant on Jack Davis, first man there. Here's Morgan Bowen. Been turned over by Hurst. On another knock on, they just can't catch a break at the moment, Hurstpierpoint. Defending well, this is energy sapping defence too. Cranleigh boys walking behind us, they're studs on the hard surface, they're marching like an army. They had a tough game against Kirkham, 14-14. This time it's Glantaf who knocked the ball on. And Hurst, as we approach half-time, with an opportunity from deep.
Would have lifted if they played here.
Glantaf in again. Jack Davis stealing through. He looks some player, doesn't he? 19-7, 21-7, just before half-time. Glantaf in charge. Glantaf, 3 converted tries against Hurstpierpoint, the Welsh team putting on a show here. As I said before, when Will Stace was up, it's nice to see it. The Welsh teams competing against these top English sides, and make no mistake, Hurstpierpoint are a top English side. Stopping and going again, and Hurst opened the scoring, 3 unanswered tries, the real standout players. Jack Davis looks fantastic, as does Morgan Bowen. Now Hurst into the Glantaf half. And doing well to get rid of the on-rushing Glantaf players as well. It's better from Hurst. That pace up the wing by the try scorer, gets away from the tackler, then steps in, out, in again. He's going to try and beat him on the inside, and does. His second try, and what a try it is. 12-21. Oh, we've got a game on our hands, and we love it. This is so good. Plenty of time being taken over the conversion. Hurst not letting the fact there's still a converted score behind affect them playing at their own tempo. 14-21. All right. Game on. Hurstpierpoint restarting. Watch the challenge for this ball. Can't imagine this one going too long. Two Hurst players come up, but that's a good take. Here is that man, Jack Davis, in the long red sleeves. Glantaf inside their own 22. Good pressure at the breakdown. Oh, he's just off his feet, so close to a brilliant turnover. Glantaf tapping and going. Not tempted by touch. Oh, Simon Lilly's back. Of course he is. He's got 4 minutes to turn this around for Hurstpierpoint. They're 14-21 behind. Your mic's already on.
Keep the ball.
And I tell you what you can do is name some of these players, because whoever's coaching hasn't given me a team sheet, but huge opportunity here for the third
Charlie
score.
Major, show and go. He's over, right. Now
Need the kick.
He's probably going to try and knock it himself there, so get your heart rate down, Charlie.
Tell you what, you've missed a good game here. These Glantaf boys can ball.
I've heard the renaissance of Glantaf. They used to be one of those names you got scared of when you saw them on a team sheet, and they're back.
Well, if they can get over the line against this Hurstpierpoint team, then maybe they might be a name that we start talking about again. It's a missed kick, but there's still time on the clock, 3.5 to go.
Right, he's going to probably hit the restart here. Go win it back. Go win it back.
How did the 14s go?
Yeah, we've just won 42-0 against Ampleforth.
Ah, very good.
From Tuck North. Then there'll be an RGS Guildford playoff in our group.
Oh, nice.
Here we go then. Come on, boys. Win it back. Hey, good drill here. Go on, get beyond it. Get beyond it. Someone hit him.
This is like...
Yes, here we go.
Do you remember Fan Cam on Sky Sports? That's what this is like, having you here for the rest of this Hurst game.
I'm excited. They had a good run around on Tuesday. They're in good shape. Right, go on, get connected here, Daniel.
This boy, Jack Davis, with the red sleeves, has scored 2 absolute beauties.
We're going to be seeing him. We're going to be seeing him light up the Anglo-Saxon. Oh, knock on, you got it. He can go.
Oh, here we go. Do you know what? That's a very important cover tackle there.
Right,
great
here we
recovery.
Go. He's going short side. Oh, right, look after it now. Great work, great clear out. Right, you got a chance now, fellas. You got a chance. I'll tell you what, for a second, number 17, Alex Leach, can go, so if he'd snuck away.
Look at the beard on Josh Lee, number 10. These are under 18s.
I believe he's been teaching history until yesterday. He's got 2 kids in the prep school at Glantaf. Right, here we go then. Solid scrum, get it out. Let's see what you can do. How long have you got on the clock there?
We've got 2 minutes. We did Kirkham. Oh, I was going to say we've seen one.
He's fed
draw.
that horribly, Alex Humphrey-Davies, but that's fine. He's got away with it.
You can't get away with it. Restart the game. I was with Gally after you. He's a former tight head prop, really good scrummager. And he disagrees with the fact that Sevens teams shouldn't be rewarded for having good scrummaging props.
Yeah, they should just do it like rugby league, just like there isn't such... Over the top is he? No, he's going to have a go. Zach Palmer. Look after him. Taking off his feet. Oh, that could have gone either way. That could have gone either way. Get back to your feet. Let's go again. 7 in a line.
And now there's 7 in a line, because there was a lazy man getting back and punching through. Louis Rochford Sugar
That's going to be a conversion as well, isn't it? And that's that 2-score buffer. It's getting back off the floor though, isn't it? If you just notice they've shaped to go left and they've caught someone out in the middle of the pitch.
But that's that awareness, isn't it? And what was the Welsh team we did before? Was it no, it wasn't Ysgol because you weren't on the Brighton College game. It was Crosskeys, and those are the kinds of things that they weren't able to identify with the sort of sevens knowledge that they bring in. Good rugby players, not good
Watching the
sevens
replay,
players.
ref, did that leave his hands on the quick tap? Just asking.
Balanced it on his boots. I did think it was unorthodox.
He's restarted. Well, that's a great restart take, to be fair, but he's dropped it. He's dropped it 4 metres beyond the line. Right, chop him out then, Alex. Come on, chop him out.
Oh, 2 tries in a minute. Glantaf disappearing out of sight.
He's been called back for liner. Put in touch. Good honesty, if that's the case. And there is enough time to play it.
Well, they still need 2 scores, so
good to see if that's the right call, obviously, and good from those people on the touchline watching to say it as well. So the game's probably going to be beyond them, but then always an opportunity to play.
What are you thinking for lunch?
Edwin Duran, always. There'll probably be some chickpea curry.
Oh, delicious. Vegan option.
They've gone back, they've gone forward, short side, 2 on 1. Right, get it moved, Alex. Here we go. Right, go to work. Let's go to work. The boy on the ball now can move if he gets on the outside. He can move. Here we go. Go on, Max Arnold.
Oh, he can move as well. He's done it.
Here we go. Go on then, foot down as he get. He stayed away from the touchline. Really good stuff. Offload. Who's following him in here? Head boy as well. Can move and his head boy. Oh. It's just that, again, that third person there to look after it. Well done, Glantaf. They're going to run the clock down and he's going to belt it off. Or he's going to take him on again. He's going to give it a go. There might be their one chance ever to get on a showpiece pitch like this, so make the most of it.
I tell you what, if you beat Hurst, then... Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah, well done. Over the ball. Yep. Oh. Tackle, turnover. Come on, Zach. Onto your feet, get round. It's a shame that Alex, number 13, didn't get it there. Humphrey Davies. Love it when a shorter guy gets over the top of the ball. Who's that on the outside? Right, come on, good shape in D.
God, there's some gas there. Goodness me. And this is a real foot race as well.
Oh, and they finished it.
Regan Price.
Valiant chase there from Alex Leach on the outside.
Described by his coaches as a wild card, raw but very quick, and I think we've just seen exactly that.
Absolutely. Leachy's no slouch himself, 400-metre runner, but yeah, no substitute for pace on a pitch like this, especially when it breaks up like that.
400s are brutal as well. Why would you want to be a 400 runner?
Because you're not quick enough for 200 and you're not fit enough for 8. Is that the game?
Yeah, full time. Great win for Glantaf. Hurst falls short. So difficult to keep the boys motivated after getting a defeat like that, but we know how close these groups are going to be, and obviously every time you get to strap the jersey on, I think something that you maybe forget as you get a little bit older is how much it means to these boys to play for Glantaf or play for Hurst or play for Brighton or Sedbergh or whoever you're representing.
Yeah, I heard some really nice quotes actually. Jeremy Smith, dad of Marcus, he says that everyone should grow up wanting to play for the first team at their club. So if you're if your local club is old Regations, get to the want to strap that shirt on first, and the same with the schools as well. There's definitely that idolisation of some of the boys up top.
St Benedict School versus St Ambrose College. We're underway with St Ambrose College kicking deep into the St Benedict's 22. A lot of people talking about this St Benedict side, and you can see right there as they ship it wide to the right, looking comfortable on the ball. And the first contact point, first battle at the breakdown. No, I tell a lie, popped off the floor. A wild offload going blatantly forward, but certainly plenty of ambition from St Benedict's Sam Howard early in the game.
Yeah, to start with, moving the ball nicely, just as we so often we see, just forcing that offload, didn't really need to. Take the contact. We've got so much pace in this St Benedict's team, just move the ball.
So St Ambrose launched their first attack of the match on a wraparound, drops it on the toe. Bit of chaos in the backfield from the kick. And Ambrose do well to retain possession. Happy to weave back towards the shorter side where there's plenty of green jerseys. Oh, and just the eye off the ball for a moment. Fly hacked through. No advantage coming, and we're back for a scrum. Bit cagey.
Yeah, cagey, scrappy. Just neither team has settled into it. I'm not sure how Ambrose have done in their first couple. Benny's looked very strong in their first game and then had an absolute belter of a match against Millfield, who came through strong in the end. But yeah, neither team have they need to just look after the ball, keep the ball until you find the space and then exploit it.
So Benedict's lose the scrum against the head. Very, very messy picture for the halfback, but he does well to drop on the ball and then find a way to ship it out to their playmaker in the 10 jersey. Asked a lot of his teammate there on the pass, but it goes backwards. And Ambrose, well, they find a shard of light down that left flank before being forced into touch off a green hand, and they go again. Quick play with St Ambrose College driving the tempo. They have the numbers, but the pass again errant. Takes them one step back. It's off a green hand and we play with the advantage. Good defence. Well, lacking a bit of accuracy in the pass at the moment, but the St Benedict's defence is good.
Yeah, they're defending with 7 up. Obviously, they're in their 22 and they're making their tackles. But Ambrose just need to. Sometimes 7s are just about pass, catch, tackle, work hard. And at the moment, the pass in and the catch is just letting them down. If they can move the ball here, they've got a bit of space out wide.
Well, was that the right option? I mean, St Ambrose have got rugby ball magnets on them at the moment because every break of play, it's going to them. And well, an acrobatic finish does the job. Good strength. Bit of a somersault into the corner, and St Ambrose finally get the job done.
Yeah, good finish from the winger there. Got it down whilst he was being thrown into touch, managed to get the ball down. But yeah, St Benedict's just need to get their hands on the ball and just relax a little bit and play with the ball. At Ambrose, when they've got the ball, like they've kicked it twice, to be fair, both of them, they've got the ball back, but I think that's more through a little bit of luck than skill. So they just need to be happy on the ball and not force it. As you said, it's just a bit scrappy at the moment.
And Sammy, from your intimate knowledge of these St Benedict's boys, who are the players that we're watching out for here on the field?
So Cahill Sheehan, who will probably be wearing number 8, crazy quick for a number 8, wearing the yellow scrum cap. Gribben, the winger as well, both really, really quick, powerful boys. If you give the ball to them in space, they will hurt you.
Well, taken in the air, almost a perfectly timed hit. Doesn't look like St Ambrose College are back 10, but they might just get away with it as St Benedict's go on the hunt for a bit of space, and they do find it through the middle. That's Joe Barrett, the scrum half, skating through. Very, very nicely opened up by St Benedict's.
Great play by Harty as the fly half. They've been 9 and 10 all year and have sort of got better week by week. Like you see at schoolboy level, sometimes the upper six boys, they just really develop. Those two have been outstanding, and all 7 seasons they've got better and better, got a real good understanding of each other, and that was a lovely try.
The one attack, one try. That's how St Benedict's ledger looks at the moment. St Ambrose College have had the lion's share of the possession. And goodness me, that is an awful kick to have to contend with, and that's why St Benedict's, with their chasers, have won it back. But a fumble on the pickup, and struck too sweet on the fly hack through. Sees the ball sail out over the touchline. And a line out to St Benedict's.
Yeah, great kick-off. Joe's got up and got the ball. You just got to make sure you've got someone on that tap back to sort of secure the ball. That bouncing ball could have gone anywhere. Luckily, it's a Benny's throw here. Let's see what they can do from this line-up.
So Barrett, hooker, turned, scrum half, and it's into the hands of the man with the yellow head guard who you identified. Wheels and power and an offloading game. Benny's going edge to edge right here, and the wraparound one-handed offload into the gleeful hands of Ben Adams. And Adams does the rest.
Really good play out there from Bruno Robinson getting the offload, Gribben getting the offload, and then Ben Adams there to support. Lovely rugby, but the difference between those offloads and the first one, 100%, they were going to hand, the hands were free, and great support lines. Really good play.
There's a good bit of variation off the set piece as well for the swivel from Sheehan, not using the scrum half wrapping round. Another fabulous kick-off, and St Ambrose College have done magnificently well to come away with that under a lot of pressure. St Ambrose College working the middle. They don't mind dropping it on the toe and giving their fast chasers an opportunity. Do you know what? That was so nearly still kept in. I think the St Benedict's chasers thought that had been managed into touch, but it nearly came a cropper. That's the last player of the first half. Interesting one.
Yeah, like Ambrose, they've kicked 3 times, and almost every one has led to something when it seemed like a poor decision, but the chasers have made the most of those kicks. The Bennies probably won't be happy with the restarts. The restarts have been on the money from the fly half, and the chasers have got to do a little bit better than that. But yeah, it's KG 14-5. Bennies will hopefully get their hands on the ball. When they've got it, they look good. They've got ball players, they've got pace. They just need to get their hands on the ball a bit more.
Get your telescopes out, because St Benedict's are kicking off again. And well, it hasn't gone as high as the previous ones, but it swerved over the 10-metre line, and it presented a golden opportunity for St Ambrose College to clutch it in the air and go the length, but dropped at the crucial moment.
How often do you see that though, from like the horrible kickoffs that aren't great, but they're so impossible to catch almost. So it'd be interesting to see if Benny can just move the ball here, space to give the ball to Gribben, see what he's got out wide. Very quick, very powerful.
St Benedict's attacking from set piece. They go right to the wing and they ask for the number 12, Alex Gibbon. to put the afterburners on, which he duly does. Weaves back inside, looking for an easier conversion. And he's put the ball down on the wrong line. Goodness me. Oh, it was an absolute walk-in for him. Slammed it down just beyond the 5-metre line instead of the try line, and that's why the game's alive and St Ambrose College are on the attack.
We saw it time and time again yesterday. There's a line just in front of the try line that was there for Monday, I think the under 11s or 13s, and you can still see it, and the amount of times boys have put the ball down over it. Like, amazing skill. He's handed off his wing, he's gone round him. Basically they need to give it back to him, let him do it again, and actually put it over the try line this time.
Take two, St Benedict's. Again, seeking to put it into the hands of Gibbon, but this time Lassoud in the midfield. More direct from Benny's going through the middle, but that counter-rucking's pretty fierce. Into the hands of the speedster who you identified, Sheehan. Opens it up and finally gets the try that Benny's, in all honesty, should have had 90 seconds ago.
Yeah, give Sheehan the ball, especially if he's marked up against one of the opposition forwards. He's nearly always going to be able to run around him. So yeah, Benny's just need to... I'd have loved to see Grimman go for the outside again then. He's gone inside, he's already done his winger once. Do him again, take him on the outside, but move the ball. Sheehan scores, as he often does when he's got the ball in his hands.
What would you do if you were a referee in that situation? He's clearly coasted to the line and it's a genuine error.
You know what I would do as he's going, because you can see what he's doing. He's like, I'd just scream at, that's not the line. That's not, like, once he's put it down, I don't think you can do anything, but you can help him, I think, say, that's not the line, because I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. There is a line there, which is making it a little bit confusing, but I think once he's put it down, there's not much else the ref can do there.
St Ambrose College come away with possession from the kickoff. First time we're seeing them attack in the second half. Stumbles through the tackle and a reckless placement means that St Ambrose College are fighting for clean ball. Look at that composure.
Yes, that's what they need, a little bit more of him. Just hold on to the ball, you don't have to force it. And again, they kicked it away.
Really, they identified a good opportunity to kick through St Benedict's because none of them have worked so far. Good turnover though. That's a heavy fall though in the tackle for the St Benedict's player. He's feeling that. Jared Braddock, I think that is.
Joe
Barrett.
Joe Barrett, who's a great player. But again, he did really well to get that ball. Just move it. Again, he's done the hard work. He'd actually beat the first two chasers. Then again, he just got to calm down, move the ball and try not to take contact. We've seen throughout the week how good teams are at jackling the ball. So just move it. Just play away. They've got so many good players. And how many times do you see this as well? People take contact and then end up going off injured. Like I was speaking to Rob Wood from Dulwich. He was fuming over that side. Two of his players injured, both not their own fault, but he's like, if both of them just move the ball, don't take contact, you don't get injured. And unfortunately, it's a sad sight seeing Joe go off the pitch there. He's had a really good competition so far.
St Ambrose College again on the toe. They back their chasers, and right they might, because the number 13 is darting through before a fumble means St Benedict's again are back in possession. They're forced into the contact. St Ambrose College very competitive over the ball, but Sheehan's on the ball and Sheehan's loose. He stumbles, he keeps his feet, and he's in full stride like a racehorse, galloping down the final furlongs of the St Ambrose College 22. In for a meat pie, and opens up the healthiest of leads to St Benedict's with 2 minutes to go.
Again, give that boy the ball in space, he's going to score. I think what's it like, I think quite a few of the teams that finished second in their group today go through tomorrow. So amount of tries scored, points difference, all comes into play. So I know Benny's will be trying to rack up the scores, not let Ambrose get any. Obviously the one defeat Millfield, but if they win the rest of the group games today, they can still go through to tomorrow, which is where everyone wants to be.
The big show. The big show tomorrow right here at the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park.
Will they kick it again here? What do you reckon?
They must have kicked it 6 or 7 times already, so maybe they're going for the perfect 10 in 14 minutes of play. But this time they put a bit of air on it, and that's lovely stuff. Fabulous offload from the 7 out of the tackle. They tried desperately to wrap his arms up and constrict the offload. Squeezed away, and St Ambrose College, you never guess what, keep it in the hands, and the tries come.
It's not rocket science. Yeah, and he did really well, as you said, got his hands through. Support runner was there, lovely offload, lovely try. And I thought, oh, he's nailed that conversion.
Oh, that was beautiful to watch, wasn't it? Outside swerve. Here's the offload. Great strength here. Look, so he gets wrapped up high, just on his way down. Still, must have been a great call. Hard on your left. Good play, good try. And they're still fighting this match for St Ambrose College. Brilliant kickoff. Who's going to come away with it? The men in red. An evident momentum shift in these last 90 seconds. The clock isn't their friend, but if they can get a score here... Oh, this time the kick is just, because there's 2 men, unattended out on the flank. The awkward bounce delays the collection, but St Ambrose retain it. Good pick up off the bootstraps, bit of footwork. Needs his winger to stay wide. The show, great tackle. 5 metres shy, and St Benedict's are on that. But a high tackle earlier in the play means we come back, penalty advantage. St Ambrose College need to shift. They need this score now.
That was a good kick though, wasn't it? The men were on here, 2 men wide, bounced the ball, just hurt them a little bit, but that was a very good kick that worked out for them. Can they use it? They need a score pretty quick, don't they?
Wow, they go route 1 off the penalty.
More than one way to skin a cat.
Everyone look at their seller thinking, are they going to attack the short side? Are they going to shift it right? No, they're just going to give it to the big 7 running at pace on the pop.
You know what? All that matters is you get 5 points on the line. If you're that close and you've got a big, powerful boy, give it to him, let him run over someone.
Well, they need this kick. Again. Oh, looks to curl it in, but it just sneaks to the left of the upright. Real entertaining game here between St Benedict School and St Ambrose College. It's St Benedict School who come out on top.
Great game by Benny. They'll be very pleased to that, and I'll let you deal with the superstar coming up the stairs right now.
Thank you, Sammy. Rugby Sevens royalty has just arrived in the commentary box, and I'm not talking about myself in the third person. It is the all-time try-scoring world record holder in international sevens, Dan Norton, England and Great Britain's finest. Good to have you here at the HSBC National School Sevens, Dan.
Good afternoon. That's a nice little intro there. That's probably the nice thing you've ever said to me before.
But don't get used to it, don't get used to it. It's a nice start. We've got 40 minutes to really descend into being pretty mean to each other. But we're here to talk about sevens because we've got Whitgift against the City of Oxford College. City of Oxford College in the hoops against The pretty notorious blue of Whitgift with the white shoulders. And a scrappy start to the match. A couple of dead feet out there from a fly hack. But Dan, have you enjoyed yourself at the Sevens?
Yeah, it's nice. I've been here a few times since I played last. I played here probably 2004, so it's changed drastically since I was here last playing. But no, again, seeing the sun shining, seeing so many young budding stars putting their first foot forward playing Sevens is always going to be an amazing couple of days for them.
So here we go, first attack from City of Oxford College off the set piece, seeking the edges, some dancing feet out wide. But really the tackling from Whitgift, very aggressive, a lot of men on the ball carrier. A good contest at the breakdown, but it's Whitgift who come away with the penalty. They themselves seek the flanks, but a shard of light exists in the centre of the defence of City of Oxford College. Good ball retention from Whitgift, great scrambling from City of Oxford College. Whitgift comfortable to bring play back to the halfway line before the dancing feet leaves the defence clutching at ghosts. And it's Whitgift across for the first try of the match.
Nice little try there. I think the pressure from defence giving him opportunity then to obviously get the hands on the ball. And then, yeah, working the ball, finding a few phases, and then going over there with a lot nice through the turn shoulder.
You like the style of the Sevens you've been seeing out here, Norts?
Of course, most of these under-18 boys are probably bigger than me. Most under-14s are bigger than me as well. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to be playing out there and even having to think about making a tackle. But, no, it's great to see the talent on show today. And again, like I said, the sun's shining, so Sevens in the sun is always going to be beneficial and exciting.
You didn't make many of those on the World Series, though, did you? So I don't know why they'd be in your thoughts.
Still a few more than you have, plenty boy.
A competitive kickoff means that Whitgift come away with it. On rushing defence forces Whitgift to sell the dummy. Very, very competitive at that breakdown. And City of Oxford College come away with big long loop over the top. Oh, it stretched the fingertips of the winger, but if he caught that, he could have been away. It's the kind of play you like, Dan.
Yeah, definitely. The ball in space is always what a winger wants there. They identified whether the opportunity was there. Just the pass was probably a little bit too high, kind of like getting a pass of Tom Mitchell over the years. But no, they're moving the ball really well now, and hopefully they get the hands on the ball and again, show some wonderful play.
Whitgift on the attack. They've looked dangerous. They found good purchase through the middle, but not on that occasion. Popped off the floor, a hitch kick. Again, strong defence, and the ball breaks. But it's penalty advantage. Whitgift don't hang around. Oh, a mix-up on who was taking that. Was it short? Was it a dummy? Well, it's a knock-on. And City of Oxford College go on the break. Good support. The covers across. Great tackle. But how about this from the City of Oxford College? Keeping the ball like they've gone the wrong way. Whitgift have to come away with it. It's snaffled. Oh, but too much ambition on the offload means that Whitgift are on the retreat again. They're fighting to get numbers behind the ball. But they regain that composure, and as is their way, they go to the edge, recycling the ball quickly. Long passage of play this. There's going to be some fatigued bodies out there, some lungs puffing. It's about good decision making as well as good execution out here now. Whitgift comfortable in their 22. A chasm opens up in the midfield. You can look at how laboured the track back is from City of Oxford College. Oh, what a tackle, what a tackle. But the offload there. Oh, and how about that? That is all owed to the number 10 for fighting, for staying in that fight, chasing back, making that crucial tackle. And then Whitgift knocking on with with the line begging. They need to hang around though. Whitgift are off again. Not a moment's rest for City of Oxford College, and Whitgift register their second of the match.
I think that shows there the pain of sevens. You can go practically one end of the score, get turned over, then have to get work all the way back. Incredible cover and tackle there from the City of Oxford. But at the same time, to be able to keep the ball alive there and score in the corner is probably what the game's about, end-to-end stuff.
No conversion added, so it's Whitgift leading 12 points nil. And look, Nort, a lot of these boys out here this week in this cup competition, the Vars yesterday, they're going to have dreams of playing for England, for Great Britain, like you are. How far away can you be when you're 18 years old? Because you can get a young start in sevens, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. The old pathway with England, which has changed drastically over the last couple of months, but we had an academy, we had guys in there 18, 19 making the debut for England. So yeah, there's an opportunity I don't think an age is really that important in the sport. It's more about how good you are at what you can do really well. And I think I was 18 playing here, and again, like I said, it's changed drastically, but this is an amazing opportunity for these guys and getting their first opportunity at playing elite level sevens.
Well, this is elite level work rate from both these sides at the moment. And are they going to get there? Yes, they are. Whitgift across for their third. Both sides looking exhausted. The ball in play so much and very, very few breaks. And from that fatigue creates opportunity, and it's Whitgift who are capitalising on it.
Yeah, I think again with the game being end-to-end and a bit of a sticky start, the ball turning over quite a bit of time, the replacements are obviously going to have a big impact in this as well, and it's nice to see the changes coming on and scoring tries and quick tries at that as well.
How old were you when you made your debut for England?
I was 21 at Twickenham, 2009.
2009. Bit of an iconic moment, wasn't it, Norts?
Yeah, it was a last-minute try to get us into the extra time against New Zealand. Again, I played about 2 minutes of the tournament, came on last play, came on and scored. So yeah, it was a pretty exciting, incredible moment that I could never probably replicate ever again, and the start of my rugby sevens career, really.
And do you feel that tournaments like this stood you in good stead for those? I guess you can never be prepared for being thrown on against New Zealand in extra time at Twickenham on the World Series, but relatively at this stage in your career when you're playing on the big stage at Rosslyn Park, do you think that these experiences helped you cope with those big moments?
Well, yeah, I think you have to have the stepping stones there. So for me, I was at Harrow College from 16 to 18. This was a big part of the end of our season. So to be able to play in this and be exposed to this from that age, and then be able to play for the Middlesex Sevens for Gloucester, these are the kind of the stepping stones to getting to that next level. And again, some of these 800,000 odd boys who are playing this over this week will have a chance of playing for England Sevens, England 15s, and this is why something like this is so iconic and so amazing to be a part of and to see.
Have you seen any of the England selectors or anyone from England out here today? Must be a few scouts knocking about.
You never
or
know.
Are you a secret agent?
Are you the secret agent?
No.
You played a bit of sevens, haven't you?
Oh, I've played, boy. You know, a very unheralded career, but I did play.
Like some of us England sevens boys, then.
Feel like I didn't really get my shot. I felt very political.
Don't start now, Bertie. Don't start. We haven't got time.
Here we go. Well, a skyscraper of a kick sent up by Whitgift, and it is supremely taken by City of Oxford College. Brilliant offload play. Here they come. About to break the whitewash. No, they won't. What a chase back. It's been a match been typified by hard work rates. And once again, we see those efforts rewarded in defence.
City of Oxford have just brought on an absolute mute for them at prop. I would not want to be playing against him. He's a big old boy, hell of a catch there from the restart. Unlucky there, great defence as ever from Whitgift, working hard, working back together as a unit.
You've spoken about the physicality and the frames of these boys quite a lot. Are there lads out here who are significantly bigger than the characters you see on the World Series?
Well, no, my thought process is when I was 18 playing in this level, I was not that big. And again, I know I'm not very big, but I wasn't playing against guys that big either. So it was all relative. But yeah, it seems as though the boys are getting bigger and stronger and faster. And it's amazing to see. So that's kind of why I'm retiring.
All right then, big. No, you still got a bit more in you, haven't you, Noughts?
Never say never, right?
You got more tries in those heels. I know that.
Oh, thank you. Don't wait.
City of Oxford College give away a penalty. Oh, was that the right option? Whitgift have got a lot of men out here wide right. Again, they step back inside. They're really finding good purchase through the middle of the field. Oh, the winger avoids a massive shot from the big number 2 who came on at the half-time break. Goodness me, you don't want to get lined up and smacked by him, do you? Whitgift, cool as you like, plenty of composure on the ball, just taking the sting out of proceedings. Very comfortable to move things around, manipulating the defence with their passing game. And that manipulation means that they're 4-on-2 out here, make that 1-on-1, and now in behind the defence of City of Oxford College. He's lost his support but finds a mercurial offload. I mean, that is a quality try.
Very nice try. You can see that Whitgift have changed up the way they're trying to play now. They're trying to play a bit more offloads, trying to tire out the City of Oxford College team, moving the ball, get them working, put a bit of tempo on there. And yeah, again, going 90 metres there and scoring a very nice try there.
They just look utterly unflustered on the ball, don't they?
Yeah, I think they felt that they've got a few extra gears in them, and just being able to keep the ball alive means the defence work a bit harder. You keep the ball, it's a lot easier. You get a chance of scoring tries and winning games, and everybody likes scoring tries, am I right?
Oh, I love to score tries. Not as much as you. How many was it on the World Series?
3-5-4.
3-5-4. How many? What's the most you scored in a match?
Sevens match, I think 5.
Just 5?
It's not about me, though, Burnsy. It's not about me.
Wow, I don't know. Judging by your celebrations, it looks like that. Only 5 in one match. I think the Premiership record for tries in a Premiership match in 15s is 6.
What's your point?
There's less players on the field.
So it should be easier.
Yeah, exactly. And you're the fastest one there. And they always give you the ball.
2 + 2 = 5, right?
Correct.
Right, back to the match, yeah?
Yeah, Whitgift in the driving seat here, but City of Oxford College have fought hard, and you can guarantee that they'll be fighting to the end here. 3 minutes remaining of the match. Doing well to take these steepling kickoffs from Whitgift. And here's the big fella that you picked out, Noughts. Well, he's got a turn of pace and he's got a pump action fend on him too. Fabulous breakdown work though. You got to forgive him, you know. He went on a fantastic break, stayed on his feet a long time, but just the tiring defence. Oh, welcome to Rosslyn Park. Whacked in the middle, but God, did he do well to stay on his feet. And still Whitgift come. It's an all-court performance from them at the moment. Offloads, physicality, breakdown work, and a quick recycle. This one is going to the edge. Not sure that pass was intended for him, but he's going to get to pick his spot through the middle or out wide. He dances back inside, leaves the defender for dead. And Whitgift are finding these tries all too easy now.
Solid play that. Keeping the ball, getting the defence working hard. Easy.
Oh, hello, Wesley. That's what Noughts told me he was by being up here. Just today. A minute remaining of a match where Whitgift have really shown their class. They've come up against a committed City of Oxford College who've had their moments. They've made their breaks. Goodness me. The fight remains in both these sides. And that's probably something that we've underplayed from Whitgift, is their work at the breakdown. Another penalty there, but in their attempt to go quickly, they've knocked it on. No, I haven't knocked it on.
He needs to be behind the mark when you take a penalty quick.
Well, I actually thought that he tapped it and then knocked it on, which I would say supersedes not taking it from behind the mark. But
there's some big hits out there today, Bertie.
There are some big shots out here. It's hard ground as well. Hard ground. They know the cameras are out here on pitch RE1 and they're looking for highlight reel hits, aren't they?
Trying to get ready for the Instagram, aren't they? Yeah.
All for the gram, baby.
Now, Whitgift look strong today. I think they've controlled the ball really well, they've defended well, and they've worked hard in defence. So
which
is sevens.
Which other teams have caught your eye, Noughts?
Oh, I think I'm a Hartbury fan, so I've been watching them earlier, and they look pretty sharp. Clanderbury are 2 from 2 as well so far, so be interesting to see how they perform against the latest standards. But again, the same teams are always there or thereabouts. But yeah, for me, I think Hartbury. I want to see Hartbury do well.
Well, tell you what, Whitgift are going to know that they played a game of rugby after this. The scoreboard may be very, very positive for them, but the hits are raining in from the City of Oxford College. They win a penalty, and do you know what? The boys in hoops deserve a try. They've been going and going, they've been hitting, they had their breaks, but they just haven't found a way to finish yet.
No, they got some big ball carriers, they defended really well. Oh, lucky bit of magic there. Penalty for that.
Nice, mixing it up, no sweeper in for Whitgift. Taken down late, and that's going to be a yellow card brandish to Whitgift. They'll finish with 6.
Hopefully an opportunity to finish with a try, as you said, Bursey boy.
Ooh.
Very close.
Big man on the edge. Drops it on the toe. He's got to turn a pace as well, but the bobble of the ball beats both players. And that signals the end of a commanding performance from Whitgift against the City of Oxford College. They run out 33-0 winners. Great to have the England and Great Britain sevens great Dan Norton up in the commentary box. As is his way, he's had to speed off. But the good news is that we've got Warwick against Ipswich here. Ipswich in black, Warwick in a very stylish blue and white sort of wave crest themed jersey. We're just in time for the first scrum of the match. Well, free kick here, Warwick. A victory over Dulwich College, but a loss. 40-29 to open up proceedings against Naughty's alma mater, Hartpury College. While for Ipswich, it was victory over Hartpury, and this is their second game. So, Warwick's last of the day, Ipswich's second, and Ipswich searching for a second victory to maintain a perfect record here at the HSBC National Schools Sevens.
Win the game, come and chat.
Brief injury pause
We can definitely get
for one of the Ipswich players, and you know, listening to Dan Norton there, you heard there 354 World Series tries, all in English colours. No one, literally no one, has ever scored more tries than him in the game of international sevens, and his journey started here at the HSBC National Schools Sevens, Hartpury College, and you heard going on to bigger things with Hartpury University, Gloucester, and then making his debut at the age of 21. But also he was telling stories of players making their debuts for England at the age of 18 and 19. Oh, huge shot. And Warwick just showing their physicality. In fact, a Warwick alumni, John Ainsley, former England Sevens player, he got in there young. And Warwick, a rich rugby heritage, in possession courtesy of a bone-crunching tackle from Alex Fatatau. Here come Warwick, smart hands before fast feet. Open up an opportunity for Kian Gerber, who fires through all the way to under the poles. Warwick with the first try of the match. But while Warwick have tasted defeat today to Hartpury, they know that a victory here over Ipswich would blow things wide open after Ipswich defeated Hartpury in their first match. So very, very interesting game. What a pass. The tightest spiral all the way to the middle of the 22. And that's brilliant footwork. And more footwork, physical out there though. Ollie Saddleton in the 15 jersey is being held up, but grapples his way to the floor. Tough call, not rolling away for Callum Davies. Here come Ipswich, plenty of numbers left and right. They choose the inside track. Beautiful sevens from the men in black.
thinking about it. That was quite important.
Seven apiece between Ipswich School and Warwick. A line out to Warwick. They climb highest. And a gulf of space opens up in the midfield. Out to their flyer on the left. Weaves back inside into a throng of black jerseys. Really, oh my goodness. So elusive. The man in the number 12 jersey, Kian Gerber, who opened the scoring for the boys in blue. Another handling error means another scrum. A couple of nice tries so far, but a lack of fluidity to the match so far. Warwick with possibly the last attack of the half. They spot acres of space, and goodness me, look at the chasing runner shift. Ipswich do well to stay composed, and now they begin to bang left and right off the feet. A searching pass out wide, and a determined face. Oh, the call was for a switch from Max Rayfield. But a miscommunication and a ball into touch means we end the half evens, 7-all. Group J in a game in the balance, 7-all between Ipswich School, who have just received the ball in black, and Warwick School in blue and white. Replacements brought on for Ipswich, and a first glimpse up close here on our near touchline. Number 17 for Ipswich, good turn of pace, so does this man. Kian Gerber in the number 12 jersey. Ipswich being forced to fight for every metre in attempting to escape their 22. No sweeper in for Warwick. Kick ricochets back. And Ipswich build again. Strong hit. A dart through the gap and finding the support run of Harry Hall. Lucas Hadaway to his flyer in 17, but a brilliant cover tackle. Well, that's the man that Ipswich wants to get the ball to. The scrum-hatted individual on the left-hand side, but he was up against Callum Davies there. It was a match for him on both occasions. Brilliant defence. Harry, go. That's the call from the touchline, but he's fouled round the ankles. A good defence from Ipswich School, who then win the turnover. They're tap and they're off. This half very much been Ipswich's thus far. So their bigger player in the 15 channel. Again, more good, strong defence, low tackles. Siding runners down, but it does open up out the back door. Not dragged down, and he kept a hold of it. We're a metre shy. Ipswich, the line begging. They need to make the right decision, and they do. A key try in the tightest of games. Ipswich take the lead. Well, the kickoff was absolutely exquisitely positioned, and it was begging to be caught by an Ipswich player, but as it is, it's a knock-on, but the advantage been played. And Warwick with a lot of work to do from depth. Oh, but they managed to squirm away. The no-look offload is gobbled up by the covering Ipswich player, Ollie Saddleton. Joe Mallock gets us underway. He seeks space to the right. They switch back left. In with Harry Simpson. Now with Saddleton. Oh, they got it to their flyer again. He wriggles away. And Saddleton is short. But again offloading, and that's a big try.
Yeah. Let's see work.
Why do you want ice cream? We're not going all the way back down there.
No conversion added. So the gap is 10. Still 2 scores. not quite as terminal as it could have been for Warwick. Starved of possession, shackled territorially in their 22, and another big high kickoff is taken well by Warwick. They're going to have to go the length, and they're going to have to go quickly to give themselves a chance of winning this match. They need the win to stay in the hunt in this group. Bit more rhythm to the way they're playing now. Teddy Chalice is the one breaking through the middle. Again, the offload play. It's off of Black hands. To be yellow card. He's already taking his scrum hat off. He knows the drill. So Ipswich will finish with 6. Was that a shrewd bit of gamesmanship to knock that down, to deny the try? Or will Ipswich pay by being numerically disadvantaged for too long? Knock on from Warwick. Referee says play on, and it is try time. Kean Gerber gets his second of the match. Warwick are right back in this. And by our clock, there is still time for a kickoff. The conversion no good, but the score 17-12. Take another look. Yeah, looks like it was off an Ipswich player or Warwick shin. So the team right to play on, and they get their second opportunity. Long kickoff. Probably wished it to be a bit more contestable, because now Ipswich are in control of the possession. They're in control of the field as well. It is a foot race, and it's one that Ipswich are winning, and it's one that will win them the match. A fabulous match comes to a close. Committed from both sides, but the class of Ipswich in all facets of the game proving decisive. They win this one, 22 points to 12. Here we go, Barnard Castle against Glantaf. It's Barnard Castle in the brown shorts and the white and blue detailed jerseys against the blue and white hoops of Glantaf that you saw on this pitch earlier today. Barnard Castle, a rich rugby heritage, and Glantaf giving as good as they get in every match that they compete in. Brilliant footwork through the middle, a hop and a skip, and that's try number 1 for Barnard Castle. Glantaf coming into this off the back of that 35-19 win over Hurstpierpoint College. They got a win against Beech and Cliff early in the day, a handsome one as well. And it was an absolute nail-biter against Llandovery College that they just missed out on 17-19, so they need this win against a Barnard Castle team who defeated Beech and Cliff, again squeaked by Llandovery College, and with Hurstpierpoint to come. So this match, it is a significant one in just how Group B will shake down at the end of the day. Glantaf in possession. And Glantaf off and away. No one's chasing because Jack Davies is gone. The man with the monster engine with a Bronco score of 4 minutes 31 shows that he's not just endurance, he's got out and out gas. Finishes that one off for Glantaf, gets him back into the game. The 7 apiece. The Harry Rickard try of Barnard Castle cancelled out by that score that we just saw from Jack Davies. Oh, not taken from the mark, and Glantaf denied the opportunity to go quickly. They will still shift it left. Dewey Hobbs taking it into contact before being pincered over by Will Gibbons. Gibbons in a little bit of pointless afters from both forwards. We're back underway. Barnard Castle. Flash left, dance inside. Offload on the shoulder, but dropped at the crucial moment. Glantaf will counter. Beautiful show and go to get in behind the defence initially, but the avenues are shut off. Davies, the danger man. You can see him trying to get his hands free, just to squeeze an offload to the men who were supporting on the shoulder. A wicked step before getting himself into a tangle. Lewis Rochford Sugar. He's done himself a bit of a mischief as well in the process. He was very, very well watched. The step was horizontal in the first instance, and then looked to get round the big frame of the Barnard Castle edgeman, who's going to be sent up for this line out. That's nicely taken by Oscar Usher. And that sets up this attack down the left-hand side. Well, the try scorer, they're all calling his name. Harry Rickard. He's a flighty one, and the man who started it in the skies from the line out comes flying into the line before finding the offload. And that looks like Harry Williams. Across for Barnard Castle second. A real classy try. East to west. And back to the east before finishing up right through the heart of the Glantaf defence. Conversion missed by Barnard Castle. Try scorer sends one very, very high. 3 Barnard Castle forwards chasing it, but Glantaf do well to drop themselves to the floor. Big gap opens up. Glantaf looking to respond immediately. Again, the defence is dogged from Barnard Castle in their distinctive strip. Jack Davies is off and away through the middle. He's got a man on his shoulder who has a juggle, but reels it in. Glantaf, just as they did before, have responded immediately. And with the addition of the conversion, the side that has trailed for the entirety of that first half go into the half-time break leading by 2. It's Glantaf 14 and Barnard Castle 12. Glantaf get us underway, the team in the lead, who've soaked up a lot of Barnard Castle pressure. But when soaking it up, they have conceded, but they've also replied instantly. These are the 2 standout players wrestling with each other right here. Harry Rickard in the 10 jersey for Barnard Castle and Jack Davies in the distinctive red skins underneath his 15 numbered Glantaf blue and white jersey. A few new faces on the field. Glantaf have found a bit of room on the right. cover is good, so Glantaf weave back in. That is a big shot coming across low. One of those that stops a powerful man in his track, Jack Davies. Here he comes. They won't want to let him get free. The 2 times he has, Glantaf have ended up with 7 points. Turnover opportunity for Glantaf. It's clear and it's obvious. And it is the Welshman's ball. They tap and they go. Big hole there if he can go through it. Right through it. Harry Rickard just about recovers in time. Doesn't roll away though. Again a quick tap. Jack Davies will look for the next hole. A feint of the eyes and a wiggle of the hips. More turnover action. It's fast and it's furious and it's greedy. At that ruck breakdown, brilliant tackle, low, chopping down. Harry Williams in the 6 jersey, but here come Barnard Castle flashing to the right. What strength, what leg drive to stay up and fight for those extra meters. The ball's available to be taken. This one's fast and loose right here, folks. Tired bodies, fatigued minds. Who's got the killer instincts? Jack Davies looks like he might have done. Ooh, awkwardly fell to the floor. And ripped by Barnard Castle. The forward pass just when Will Gibbons thought that he was going to be tearing away. Gives this commentator and the players a bit of a chance to suck in some oxygen. It's ugly in the scrum and Barnard Castle will come away with it. Rickard fixing defenders with his feet. Harry Williams, try scorer in the first half. Williams in at first receiver. The pass asks a little too much of the outside backs. Line out Glantaf. Glantaf go short on the line out and come away with possession. Oh, but picked off in a dangerous area in the hands of Barnard Castle. They fight for more meters in the maul and they get the ball to the floor. Almost they go the wrong way. Rickard, too much for even him to do. It's close quarter contact from both sides. Where did Barnard Castle go here? Williams was lurking on the support line on the left, but Barnard Castle didn't use it. Must be a try, simply must, and it is. Jacob Oliver finishes off the fine work of his team. A big score in a fiercely contested match coming for the boys in the Barnard Castle jerseys, and they win the kickoff as well. They're in the lead. They've battled it back from Glantaf, who have led 14-12 for all of this second half up until that score. It's been all-out attack really from Barnard Castle, and Glantaf are finding chinks in their defensive armour difficult to come by. But the one thing we've learned is they can strike in an instant through the likes of Jack Davies. A penalty to Barnard Castle. I think a few people thought that might be a high shot for a moment. It's the key try scorer, Oliver. Glantaf not back 10. And Barnard Castle looking for the killer try. Oh, picked off. Attack turns to defence, and Barnard Castle have to see out this passage. A minute left, a show, a pirouette, support, but still they find themselves in their 22.
There's going to be a
Oh! A loose pass at a vital moment to finish the game. Glantaf bodies strewn across RE1. They've given it their all, but it wasn't enough to defeat this Barnard Castle side. They win this one 17 points to 14. The action, as ever, at the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park is coming thick and fast. St Benedict's back on RE1. We saw them do a number earlier today, and they've got Ivybridge Community College on here, who are looking to emulate their under-15 girls who won their cup competition on Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. So much rugby has been consumed. 850 schools here, countless thousands and thousands of people passing through the site. So many awesome games, so many magic moments. They kind of all meld into one, but certainly Ivybridge Community College having a fine week with their under-15s girls, kicking it off with victory in that cup competition, an inaugural cup competition, I'll add. And I'm joined by Will Stace up here to add a bit of colour to the situation. He's here as part of St Joseph College, and you've been up on the mic as well already, I understand, Will?
Yeah, it's been a good day. I've been pretty much at RE2 for the whole day. Watched St Joe's get a nice win here earlier on in the day. But yeah, it's been fun to do commentary. Big opportunity for myself. So yeah, really enjoyed it, and it's a great event. And my first time being here, so I absolutely love it.
So what do you make of it? First time here, exciting times, the Rosslyn Park Sevens. It's one you look forward to always as a schoolboy.
It's such a big atmosphere, and for every single person across every school, these teams wouldn't normally play each other, so it's such a great event, and the atmosphere here is different level to anything I've ever seen before.
Yeah, I mean, you have a very famous tournament at yours, St Joe's. How does it compare? Obviously, a little bit of a grander scale here, but there's definitely some similarities in terms of the quality of team and also the kind of atmosphere that exists at both.
The quality of rugby is pretty much the same. Obviously, there's a sevens tournament coming up for St Joe's, but yeah, the competition is unreal. But the fact there's only 16 teams, you don't get to see much array of talent. But here, you see so many teams, so many different walks of life, different countries, different backgrounds. Such a great event. Cannot wait to see the rest of it throughout the week.
Yeah, exactly. Can you believe it? We've still got more today, and we've got plenty more for you tomorrow, going right the way through to the end of the week. It has been a full 5-day affair. And if this weather keeps on coming, then I say roll on the competition for another week or so, because I think everyone's enjoying themselves here, and we've enjoyed seeing St Benedict so far as they look to free up one of their flyers, and they do so with a basketball style one-handed alley-oop pass, and that means that St Benedict's are on the scoreboard first.
Great try there from St Benedict's, taking full points with the conversion. Good start to the game, had a little bit of pressure early on, but they found a way to get back in there. St Benedict's get it back underway. Ivybridge collect nicely.
Didn't have my mic on there for a moment. So Ivybridge, as you say, in possession. We're deep in the St Benedict's half, as deep as you can be, forcing Benedict's to play from their dead ball area. They look pretty comfortable though, didn't they, in going the length? Some footwork required. Oh, and it's in the hands of the big number 8, Sheehan. He may be a forward, but he shifts like a wing. Ivybridge too eager to get on the ball that time. That's Tom Webber in the 6 jersey. Just losing control of his body weight. Oh, and Robert Jeffries punishes them. Jeffries makes it a double for Benedict's in just over 2.5 minutes.
Painful for Ivybridge, 2 attacks and countered twice. Brilliant work on the counter from St Benedict's. Great finish there.
The extras added, and just like that, Ivybridge are 14 down. Benedict's in a good spot here. I mentioned before, a lot of people talking about this Benedict's team. It did go down to Millfield, but it's a game that they were in front of. They were 12-10 up, but ended up going down 31-12. They put on a good show against St Ambrose College here on RE1 earlier in the day, while Ivybridge Community College are searching for their maiden victory of the competition. So difficult. It is one of the greatest days as a schoolboy rugby player, a true festival of rugby to pit yourself against the best, but therein is the clue, that word best, because you can be a very, very good team but endure very, very tough days here from game to game, even at the group stages.
even when they're playing just short amounts of time of rugby, the long days waiting for another game, just getting yourself warm and then cooling down, it's quite a lot for these young players. So when you see a team do well, it's a big effort, a big push. They have to take a lot out of the tank, especially on day one. These lot, if they do well, they've got to come back and do it all again. So it is very, very tough on them.
Well, Benny's decline, passing to Sheehan, who was lurking on the right. He's got the ball now, he's hunted it down. He just hasn't been able to escape the clutches of the wide defenders of Ivybridge so far. His attempted handoff is clamped hold of and he's dragged down to the turf. Ball spills. We're going to have a line out to restart us. Well, that's half time. Benedict's leading 14 points to 0. Ivybridge have had their possession. They've had a bit of territory. They just haven't been able to penetrate the Benedict's defence, who have been absolutely ruthless in attack as well. When turning it over, blink and you miss him. Especially that lad there, Alex Gribben, going coast to coast to open the scoring. Another one came, and that's why Benedict's lead 14 points to 0. Back underway, and Benedict's in possession. They're leading 14 points to 0. They have a defensive set to go through because it's penalty to the Ivybridge Community College, who are going to need to strike early to bring their confidence back up after a difficult first half where they found the going tough in attack. Patient play from Ivybridge Community College. They ship it to the left. They back the speed of their man in the number 1 jersey, Brandon Whitford. Heavy collision to bring him down. And a knock-on in all the skirmishes means it's a scrum to the men in blue.
It just feels whenever Ivybridge are trying to go forward, St Benedict's are there and they can find a way to just stop them. Ivybridge hold the ball quite well. They have good patience, but they need to try and find a way, make a difference and get through that back line.
So Will, you spent a lot of time on RE2 today. You've seen many of the teams. Who are the ones standing out?
Obviously Sedbergh, we'll keep talking about Sedbergh, and they're just incredible. Every single time they get the ball, even in defence, you know, they can for 5 minutes be defending for a laugh, you know. They are absolutely incredible. Hampton have put in a couple good performances today, so they're one to watch, but I think Sedbergh are going to be clear winners of this weekend.
Clear winners, wow. It takes a brave man to say the word clear winners when you're talking about 7, such are the variables in the game. This team in green are looking good at the moment against Ivybridge Community College. They're on the attack. The try scorer, Gribbons, too high on the hit. It was well timed, well read. Just slightly inaccurate in terms of his altitude on his opposite number. Now, Ivybridge, the handling is secure, but they're just lacking that X factor, and a lapse in concentration sees possession to Benedict's.
No way through is the answer, and St Benedict can have the ball now and look to make the lead bigger.
Well, Benedict's make their own error. Advantage had been played. Pass a little too much of a stretch, and not the fluid half of rugby that we were hoping for so far. So you mentioned Sedbergh, you mentioned Hampton. What about one of the big names in schoolboy sevens, winners of the St Joe's Festival, in fact, in the 15-a-side format, and they're in this group with St Benedict's and Ivybridge Community College. Millfield, what about the great Millfield? How are they shaping up?
They're going to be big competitors in tomorrow's competition. They'll get through this group, I think, quite well. They've still got a game to go, I believe. But yeah, Millfield are always going to be there.
Well, a remarkable bit of play down the left-hand side. Sheehan looked all wrapped up and on a one-way ticket to the touchline, but somehow he whirled himself out of the tackle, reorientated himself and moved through the gears. And Benedict's have their third try of the match under the sticks. And you wouldn't bet against them being 21-0 up in a moment.
Great try from Sheehan. Runs away, takes his time on the finish, just to ensure that clock is being run down. Charles Hart takes the extras.
All right. Good buddy.
Benedict's to restart us, no doubt high in the sky. Their kick-off game has been excellent in the two matches that we've seen on RE1 against St Ambrose College, now Ivybridge Community College. Nice and high, plenty of pressure exerted, but too much exuberance and a penalty given up. Ivybridge go in search of that elusive first try. Gribbons looked a little high again on the seatbelt, but the referee happy for play to continue. Nice bit of footwork and ball manipulation, but the risk of going one-handed means he can be ripped, and that one came from Robert Jeffries, a try scorer in the first half. And Sheehan is on the edge, and Sheehan is striding out those big long legs of his. Benedict's in full control.
This Benedict's defence is unreal. Every single time Ivybridge have gone forwards, there's a man there waiting just to collect that ball and play on the counter. A serious team, and maybe one to watch for this competition.
Yep, safe to say the St Benedict's have fully avenged their loss earlier in the day to Millfield. Well, they haven't avenged it over Millfield, but they've certainly put it towards the back of their mind. Two strong performances now. St Ambrose College put away, and now Ivybridge Community College looking like there'll be another statistic when reading out the wins in assembly on Monday morning. Or probably more accurately chapel for St Benedict's School, but they'll want a fifth, and Ivybridge will want just the one. They're deserving of it as well. Off the feed on the clear out. Penalties killing Ivybridge now, but that's a testament to the pressure that St Benedict's School have put them under.
Ivybridge, they haven't had a bad game in any way, but this St Benedict's defence is next level, and the way they're able to move the ball quickly through the passes, through the phases, it's incredible, and no wonder they're going to be a team to watch tomorrow.
Well, Gribbons, you saw him on the right in the first half. Well, he does it on the left too. Afterburners deployed. Try number 6. Benedict's having a good time out there.
Great performance, countering every single chance Ivybridge have had. The quick hands, moving the ball out wide, using their pacey men, and finding their way through. A successful game for St Benedict's, and definitely a one to watch.
There we go, final whistle. Ivybridge Community College certainly had their moments, they had their possession, but they just could not find a way to pierce the impenetrable defence of St Benedict's School. They run out great victors, handsome victors here, and they look odds on to be heading into the main action tomorrow at the HSBC National Schools Sevens.
Woodhouse Grove against Whitgift as the action continues thick and fast here at the HSBC Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens. Time coming up to 20 to 3, in fact just past 20 to 3, so you should have finished whatever delicious lunch you've had and be settled in for the final session of the day in the cup competition. We've got the Colts latter stages to come. Absolute clattering on the blocking line there of the Whitgift player, but they're going to get the first touch in this group game. Everyone's had the chance to get some turf under their feet and get a feel for this competition, and there has been some pretty hefty competition as well. Had some great games on RE1 and RE2, and I'd imagine this is going to be no different.
Well, this is the big match of the group. Whitgift and Woodhouse Grove undefeated. Two schools of rich rugby heritage, and we saw Whitgift earlier on this pitch against City of Oxford College. God, it wasn't that long ago, in fact. It was 1:20 kickoff, so a quick turnaround for these Whitgift boys. They came away 31-0 victors, which kind of says to you, oh, it was a bit of a walk in the park, but City of Oxford College played really, really well, and it was a testament to the physicality and the doggedness of Whitgift. They just would not allow their line to be breached, and they were deadly in attack too.
Scrum here on the 10 then for Woodhouse Grove. Plenty of competition at it. Just look how deep the attacking lines are. Here's that wrap around and then sensing the gap and nearly getting through it. The offload goes to hand, but a good cover tackle. Pass whipped a little bit quickly, but penalty advantage coming. Real statement of intent there in terms of pace on the ball from Woodhouse Grove.
Yeah, Ben Turpin on the wraparound, the 18-year-old fly half, showing a nice turn of pace on the arc, and wow, that's as direct as it comes. I told you that Whitgift cherish their whitewash, but no respect shown by Woodhouse Grove, who bully their way through the defence and across the line for the first try.
Well, Ned McCormack, I don't think he could believe that nobody came to tackle him there. The conversion's good off the left peg, of course it is. That's gone into the Edwin Doran tent. Couple of teachers eating lunch. You pointed a fact out to me there, Burnsy, and I'm not having it. It sounds like a wind-up.
Apparently Ned McCormack's brother plays for Man United.
I mean, we've all got a brother or a cousin or someone we know who knows someone who plays for Man United.
Well, Woodhouse Grove have scored a lot more points than United will this season, and that's very much thanks to the work of Ned McCormack, who's opened things up. But dangerous tackle.
He's gone into the bin. 0-0. Ned McCormack really frustrated with himself. You can see in his body language there, but the leg went too high. Dangerous tackle, and now Whitgift straight on the march, up over halfway. Look at that for an in and out and in and out again. And now they've got some numbers on the far side. Really good recovery and defence there from Woodhouse Grove. Not to get too flustered. Would have been easy to concede the try. They've conceded the penalty instead.
Penalty try, in fact, and it's a second yellow card. High tackle round the neck when the try line beckoned, and Woodhouse Grove are going to play, what do you reckon, the next 90 seconds with 5 players?
Wowzers. Well, if they can go in after this 90 seconds at 14-7, then they'll have done very well.
There's one of those, he's gone too high initially, and I don't know if he ever made it to the neck, but he's close enough and round the shoulder, and it's just got to be lower, especially with a player darting for the line like that. The only option's a penalty try.
Oh, Whitgift have batted the ball back. This is a real challenge for Woodhouse Grove now.
Interesting psychology when you're playing against less men. You want to score as quickly as you can so you can have as many bites at the cherry as you can, and that is exactly what Whitgift would want. They get to play against 5 again for another passage.
And it was super easy, wasn't it? 14-7. It was interesting watching Woodhouse Grove defend then, because they started with a sweeper, a 4+1 or whatever you call it, 1+4, but then he came up. In fact, it was him rejoining the defensive line that added to the uncertainty and allowed Whitgift to stride on through. Now Woodhouse need to get the ball here. Who's that gone backward or forward off? In fact, it has gone forward off a Whitgift hand. God, imagine if Woodhouse Grove could score here. Just time on the ball will be incredibly helpful though, but it could be a bit of space on the outside here. What a handoff and a fend. He's managed to stay in field as well.
Goodness me, uncompromising stuff from the captain, George Worthington.
Strong boy.
Strong boy. Absolute grit and will and determination to get round there. And
Ben Turpin's going now as well. Oh, so close to getting away. Handful of shirt is all that stops him. And another penalty. This will suit Woodhouse Grove.
Well, the try scorer, Ned McCormack, is back in the mix.
So now 7v6 as opposed to 7v5. Woodhouse Grove, great territory. Some slippery studs there. Maybe they're a bit long for this hard ground. Harry Willard. Oh, gets away. Woodhouse Grove are going to score. They might draw level, and there's still a player down.
Well, Whitgift will be furious with themselves. Looks a real soft try there, going high on one of Woodhouse Grove's biggest players. Not that many of them are that small, actually. Just looking at the profiles of them. And right there, look, 14 apiece. They've been down to 5, they're back to 6. Hopefully they'll be back to 7 soon if you're of Woodhouse Grove disposition. But that passage could not have worked out any better for the boys in green.
Yeah, Ben Turpin converts it. Surprised he didn't take a little bit longer, actually, to see if he could eke out some more time on the clock. Keep your eye on the captain, George Worthington, here, because he's part of the play, but he's coming from outside the touchline to give himself a bit more of an arc.
Yeah, it's a tactic employed on the chase. I actually thought that it was outlawed. I'm not sure that you're allowed to do it anymore, but it's such a nuance of the game, not everyone's going to spot it.
Oh, another big collision there. It's a good tackle by Ben Turpin. No sweeper in place here for Grove. And now Whitgift. Oh, there was no one on the outside. That's where he wanted the offload to go, and they're over the ball here, but illegally, says the referee. George Worthington trying to pinch one. Go on, George.
That's the classic. You pretend that you know that it's your penalty, and you go, and it slows up the play for the opposition. A good bit of ringcraft from Worthington. But, oh, and a desperate tackle round the ankles. He had to make it. He had to make it. And he makes another one. Can he get over the ball and win it? No. Blasted out of the way by the Whitgift forwards. Oh, a little show and a slippery one through the chink in the defensive armour of Woodhouse, Grove, and Whitgift back in front.
Tell you what, this second yellow card has been long.
Very true. Very true, but I don't know if there was a break in play.
Well, there was a break in play just before that penalty, wasn't there, when the referee awarded the penalty. That takes us to half-time. This one in the balance. The conversion good, 21-14. Sets up the second half beautifully. Woodhouse Grove have done well to stay in the game despite being down to 5 and then 6 for a long period. In fact, the Grove coaches are going over to have a word with the referee about that. All friendly and in good spirits, I'm sure.
I think so. I think so. The whole competition, the whole week has been conducted in the finest of spirits.
So I left you at about, what, 1 o'clock, just after 1 o'clock? Who have you seen that really impressed you in that time? Who's been good?
Well, not Dan Norton on commentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that would probably be my low light of the HSBC National School Sevens. You know, he's all right at scoring tries. Not much crack on the comms.
Okay.
But, you know, room to improve their Norts. No, it was great to have someone of, I mean, literally a legend of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get anyone better than Dan Norton.
So the celebrity or professional rugby Rosslyn Park 7 that we're putting together based on people that we've seen here, you think he gets the nod?
I think he gets the nod. We'll put him on the edge and maybe use and we use Ollie Hassel-Collins as like a forward winger. So we play Ollie Hassel-Collins at prop and we have him on the other edge off the set piece. So you got Norts as the flyer and then Hassel-Collins on the other side.
So someone's missing out.
I don't know, is Topsy on the bench?
Maybe.
Or maybe Hassel-Collins goes centre and Topsy, you know, a lot of permutations. But one thing's for sure, we've got a pretty decent team.
Yeah, we have. I mean, I've just seen Alex Dombrand. He's not making the cut.
Is he not?
Is he?
Do you not cycle him on for just
that's true.
2 minutes per time?
Couple of phases. He could do some damage, couldn't he?
I think I'd have Sam. Yeah, I'd have Sam Warburton,
yes.
Don Brandt. We'll put Ollie Hassel-Collins in. Dan Norton. Find a place for Topsy. Oh, Anthony Watson.
Yeah, Anthony Watson.
Anthony
yeah.
Watson. We need a playmaker. We're lacking a playmaker and a halfback. So
have you got Warburton at hooker?
Yes. let's get back into the action on the field because this is a tight one between these two.
Yeah, Whitgift with the line. Oh, it's not straight. Goodness me.
So both sides back to the full complement of players. I say both sides. Woodhouse Grove, the school in question that we're talking about, reduced to 6, then to 5. They didn't get back up to 7 before the end of the first half, but now back with all of their weapons at their disposal. Just trailing by 7. They've done remarkably well, in fact, considering those yellow cards.
Yeah, just a converted score behind, and now with no sweeper in, they've kicked that into space. Oh, it's just gone through the fingertips of the try scorer Ned McCormack. And now Whitgift on the march. Inside pass is a good one. Oh, they have been so close, Grove, but now Whitgift with a real opportunity to extend the lead. It's not been as many as 2 scores for the entire match. A missed tackle, a step inside, and a 4th try for Whitgift. Could have maybe taken it even closer to the sticks, but that is some score.
And that's how quick the complexion of the match changes. It was a slightly more favourable bounce away from seeing Woodhouse Grove stream under the sticks for an easy converted try. And as it is, ooh, just to the left of the upright, they now trail by 12. They need 2 scores.
That keeps it interesting, doesn't it? Missing that conversion.
Does keep it interesting. It was absolutely the right option from Freddie Ziegler to drop it on the toe and put it in behind Whitgift. You mentioned not operating with a sweeper. Then Ned McCormack, he'd won the foot race, but just a wicked bounce up over his head, and now Woodhouse Grove looking to win back possession, but knocking on from the kickoff.
Well, just a reminder, this is the decider to see who tops the group as well, isn't it? Huge implications on this game, and Whitgift have got themselves in the box seat. If they can pinch another score here, then they are all but home and ho. Still 4 minutes to go, but good defence from Grove to win the penalty in their own 22. Now going up the middle again, that fend to keep the hand free.
Very, very strong, aren't they, through the middle? And looking for that one-handed offload game.
Oh, what a turnover.
Great strip. Oh, needs one more pass, but it was so well read by the Whitgift defender. He knew that if that pass got away, he'd get picked off. Penalty to Grove. Let's go, let's go. That's the call from the Grove coach down on our near touchline. Show, go.
What a fend! And he's got rid of the final defender as well. What a brilliant try.
Here he goes. Over, here we go, game on. Big final few moments in this match, 5 points to deficit.
Well, Ben Turpin, goodness me, had a defender to beat. We've not seen many fens that strong in the entire competition. Still had a lot of work to do. It was a great chase. That's one thing I've been really impressed with all of the teams. They've not given up on the chase. Maybe that's because it's day 1, might be a bit different on day 2. Hang on, spiral bomb restart, yes please, and a battle for the ball.
The pass takes a ricochet off the back of his own player and fortuitously pops into the breadbasket of his own teammate. Woodhouse Grove need the ball back. They need that ball.
Still got time on their side though, just not the ball. The field position is good. They could do with turning it over here, giving us a grandstand finish.
God, there's loads of time. I thought that we were in the final moments. There's been so much action in the game.
Yeah, that's 7 tries in this table-topping clash.
Oh, that is slinky.
Oh, great chase. Now get over the ball. Oh, it's spilled out forward as well. Well, that is exactly what I was just talking about. It is so easy to give up on the chase in 7s. It's hard graft for the sweeper, but he's done a good job to turn him back inside, allow the chasing defender to get close enough and make the tackle. Right then, scrum time. Just over a minute to go. Woodhouse Grove still in touching distance of this one, but it's been pinched at the scrum. Oh, Whitgift bumping the man off. Oh, the scrum half. Sensational power. Is that the match-winning try? It must be.
Oh, I don't know if you've gone too early there, Dave. We have seen some epic comebacks on this pitch on RE1. Yesterday Stow's come back against Seaford College that resulted in Stowe making it to the final and lifting the vase. And this contest has shades of that one. Two high-class sides going at it hammer and tong. Woodhouse Grove are going to have to do something special to come back.
Watch this though. Watch the power from the base here. They've turned it over and he goes against his opposite number.
Well, the props hooked that. It hasn't gone in and the props put his leg across and hooked it. So Whitgift have got away with that.
Okay, our clock has gone red. We don't know what that means for the referee. Oh, that's a kick out of desperation.
Well, you feel that kick means it's the game now. Woodhouse Grove chasing shadows a bit. That was a bit of jouet, Croydon style.
Jouet Croydon. I love that. We'll be saying that at Fairfield Halls later.
That feeling of inevitability is beginning to wash over Woodhouse Grove, pinned in their own dead ball area. They need to go the length. Whoa, that is a step and a half.
Oh, has he got the
Go
cap?
on, go on.
Someone go with him. Come on, give him something.
Well, the defender, who he just made a mockery of, has done so well to get back. He wanted to regather the honour of his name after being left for dead with the footwork.
Which he did, to be fair. God, there are some ankle breakers, especially on this pitch. Goodness me. Right, another chip through. Are we going to get a bounce? Oh, he's same guy again, isn't it? Ned McCormack. He's had no luck. But Whitgift have played a quality second half, despite the brave effort of the Woodhouse Grove boys, who had 5 players on the park for much of the first half. They will finish second in the group. Whitgift will finish top. Young Rugby's own Will Roberts, how are you?
I'm very well, Dave, and I'm delighted to be joining you for what should be a cracking game.
Not as delighted as I am, because it'll be nice to have someone who knows what he's talking about. We just had some of the boys down there who just played, nearly going through the advertising hoardings. But it is a sun-drenched RE1 Whitbread are going to kick us off. Oh, it's going to be a contestable one to start with as well. And it's come back Whitbread's way. No knock on, says the referee. And the first assault on the 22 will come from the team in black. Oh, what an offload! That is absolutely superb. Scooped round the midriff, and Whitbread open the scoring.
Will Dorasami doing what he does best and playing conduit, and then when you get the ball in the hands of Jody Devine, who's been absolutely tearing it up for Northampton Saints under 18s this season, there is only one answer, and that is try time. Great work from Sam Witt, catching Warwick off guard.
It's a miss-hit conversion, but I'm quite into that because it keeps the game interesting. But less than a minute gone. Let's take a look at this offload here. Oh,
sublime.
And he's taken 3 defenders out with that one finger-rolled pass. And then Jody Devine finishes the job. Same kick-off again. Same chase coming up. Same challenge and great take. Oh my goodness, Sam Witt are flying. Hans could do it here, but no, the step inside will.
Yes.
That is 2 tries in less than 2 minutes. Stenson touching down this time, but what about the work by Big Ben Radner?
Ben Radner, who usually is playing sort of out in that wing position, is primed to be catching the ball and doing oh so well there. There's a lovely take, Dorasami holding it up into the London sky, and then it's a quick offload game from the likes of Wilmot as well as Stenson, who got on the end of that. Lovely stuff.
Conversion. In fact, I'm too busy looking at the replays. Couldn't tell you. We'll say 12-0. Yeah, the step inside. So much momentum with the Warwick defenders, expecting the drift. Here we go then. Ben Radner can't get there this time. Kick off a bit deeper, and finally Warwick get their hands on the ball, having already conceded 2 tries. It's a brutal game, this, isn't it? You can have all the attacking quality in the world, but if you can't get your hands on the ball. Now there's a bit of space out wide. Big whip pass off the right hand, and not quite on the same wavelength. It goes forward off Alex Fakatau.
Jody.
Yeah, he's filth, isn't he? So Garwood nudge in behind. Here comes some of that pace. Really good cover tackle as well. That is Radner. Warwick having to do it from inside their own 22 if they're going to do it at all. That's a good start. Quick ball though. Again out there, Fakatau. Going to live off scraps, but that is some carry from him. Oh, lovely pickup. And that's gone forward off the shoulder, and we'll reset with a scrum. Good defensive organisation from Warwick high up the pitch.
I was going to say it's Sam Witt's aggressiveness in the line and being confident enough to take man and ball and trusting that they can get there before what seems like Warwick's strong skill set sort of gets them out of jail. But at the moment, Sam Witt's sort of holding strong.
I'm going to whisper it because I don't want them to hear. But Sedbergh stood just below us.
Yeah.
They look very good, don't they?
Look very good, and they look very relaxed.
Yes.
And they're very composed, and they're a team that have seen that their predecessors have walked this path many a time, and I'm in no doubt that this team will want to do the same.
Well, if they're not there or thereabouts, then it'll be some pretty good teams that have beaten them. Lots to look forward to in the next, day and a bit now of this Under-18s Cup competition. Warwick 12-0 down here in the first half. Has that gone out on the far side? No. Play continues. Warwick get to have any ball in the Sam Witt half. They get to have any ball really outside their own 22 as they're forced backwards again. Another heavy carry to the line over the top of that Sam Garwood, but illegally. Game just settling into a bit of a rhythm now though. 4.5 minutes of the first half gone. That mid-afternoon buzz has set in now. That initial energy of the morning, everyone excited to be here, is worn off, and now the serious rugby business starts to take precedent. Oh, interesting pass, but it's set Fakatau away up the wing. It's not a clean offload, and Sam Witt can scoop it up. Dorasami. First venture behind enemy lines there for Warwick. Yields no points, but now Sam Witt are going to stroll away again, or are they? That is some cover tackle. And then they slow it down. Oh, crikey. Collisions absolutely enormous, but the offload game for Sam Witt really is something else. Dorasami finds Radner, try number 3.
Radner's 4th of the competition as a whole. He scored a brace in their first game. Pretty sure I was against Dulwich, but this Sam Witt side are absolutely formidable. They're just going to keep on going. They've brought on the likes of Archie Barrett, a heavy hitter, wearing 13, and Richard Sinclair is going to continue to recycle this team. Jacob Appleyard's also on, and Sam Valpy, the cavalry have been appointed, and it'll be interesting to see what Warwick can do, because that little glimmer of attacking intent showed promise, but you need to put scores on the doors if you want to go far at Rosslyn Park.
Just looking at the scores here, so Sam Witt lost to Dulwich 1926, but then beat Hartbury, but then Dulwich beat Sam Witt but lost to Warwick, and Warwick lost to Hartbury, then beat Dulwich, then lost to Ipswich. Oh, this group is chaos.
Yeah, it is the tightest group, and it was labelled out to be as so. This is Group J, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a group of death, and all teams seem to be beating each other. My GCSE maths is failing me, and I wouldn't be able to tell you who's winning or who's losing, but all I know is that we're having some cracking rugby on our hands.
Certainly are. Well, at the moment, Ipswich had a tight win over Hartbury 24-19, and they beat Warwick 22-12. They're currently playing Dulwich, so it's in Ipswich's hands at the moment. But either way, for Sam Witt, they need to win this game. Well, in fact, for Warwick as well, they need to win this game to keep their hopes of qualification alive. You lose this one, and you're done. There's a little nudge inside, and Chase isn't quite on the same wavelength, and Jacob Appleyard, the diminutive figure, gets a good touch, gets a good offload away as well. Oh, and that pass round the back is a beauty.
Oh, just that last one to Radnor not sticking, but it's great work from Jacob Appleyard, sort of picking up the pieces, linking up with Harrison Riley, and then Ben Radnor, who's been on the end of all those passes so far in this fixture, just not being able to get on the end of that one.
Well, our clocks continued to tick. There was that brief injury intermission, let's call it. So we are coming towards the end of this half. Warwick, well, feeding off scraps really. Had a lot of ball, but it's all been inside their own 22, and the discipline of the Sam Witt defence has stifled them. They've looked really good for their 19-point lead. We'll reset this scrum. That'll suit Sam Witt.
Yeah, they brought on Barrett wearing 13, who brings on a hefty presence in the forwards. Big scrum for him to be able to show his dominance, usually playing at number 8. Look at this from Warwick, breaking away down the touchline.
Seems a strange kick.
It's just, I think Warwick is slightly panicking. I think they're looking at the scoreline, 19 points down. They feel as though they have to force a score, but the nature of sevens, the game can turn on its head, and you can score 14 points in a matter of moments. So they just need to be patient. They need to wait for their time and sort of not invite Sam Whitbread into making those decisions for them.
Well, when I spoke to Simon Lilly from Hurstpierpoint earlier, he talked about trying to get the comfort of a 3-score lead. That's what Sam Witt have at half-time. They're 19-0 to the good. Let's park that for a second and talk young rugby, because we've got a global audience here watching, obviously with a great interest in this great sport at this level. So tell us what you're up to across Instagram, Twitter and more.
Yeah, so Young Rugby is a brand over social media, on Instagram predominantly, but also on Twitter and also TikTok, usually under the same handle at Young Rugby. We look at all sorts of age grade rugby, covering from under 18 schools, academies, bucks, under 20s internationals. We try to cover as much as we can and really just put young players in the spotlight. So if you want to hear about the next players to be coming through the ranks, then do please drop us a follow. It would be greatly appreciated at Young Rugby.
Feels like it's going well though. You've got decent numbers in terms of the followers, but also a high calibre of followers as well, and really good engagement. People seem to be enjoying what you're doing.
Yeah, we're really lucky in that we've got a great group of young rugby ambassadors that help lead the way.
Name them, come on. You can drop your names.
So Lewis Liner, Alfie Barbary, Fraser Dingwall, Josh Bassett, Caden Murley, Harvey Skinner, Rafi Quirk. So those are just a few, but it's really great to have those players to so that these young boys can really feed off them, ask them questions, learn more about the professional game, and really pull back that curtain on professional rugby.
Of course, some all right players then.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Right, Warwick getting us underway in the second half, or they will be at some point, because the referees called them back. One of your ambassadors was here yesterday, Lewis Liner. He's come, he's obviously spent some of that England camp money on a very nice new North Face jacket that he must have carried round for the rest of the day, because it was melting yesterday. He, I think he gave his brother a lift because he was playing yesterday, an under 15, playing a year up. Another on the line of production line.
Coming thick and fast.
Now Whitbread with the first attack, or the first possession at least, of the second half. Another penalty conceded at the breakdown. Now Warwick need to be pretty much perfect for 6 minutes here, or 6 or so minutes. Of course, our clock not linked in with the referee's watch. First score needs to come quick, and then they need to get some ball and turn the screw. It's a nice ball there, and a lovely line run as well. Jody Devine, then Sam Garwood. Again, the offloading game of Sam Whitbread, absolutely sensational. Jody Devine is going to score again, but this team working in perfect synergy.
It's a team that play with each other pretty much week in, week out. These boys not only play for school level, but Devine, Riley and Garwood also play for Ampthill Academy. So these boys really know each other, which plays into their offloading game, always know who's on their shoulder, and it's a perfect sort of balance of power, precision, pace in this Sam Whit team, which makes them probably the perfect underdog.
Tell you what, I might go and watch Ampthill Academy if they're playing like this.
Well, you'll never guess who their fly half is.
Do I know?
Yeah, you're looking at him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I get the pleasure of putting Jody Devine through gaps and then standing, holding my hips, going, yeah, he can do the rest. So that's pretty much all I do on a Sunday afternoon.
Oh, there was me thinking you were Bedford Blues through and through.
Oh, yeah, we might not mention that.
No, we don't. We don't, either way. So Warwick really up against it now. Sam Whitbread looking the business here on pitch RE1. Who coaches you with Ampthill then?
Paul Allen.
Okay.
Who was actually another former Bedford Blues player, but he's there at Ampthill. Great setup there. Goes all the way through. They've got a few of their academy boys who are playing for their second team with all their champ players. It's a real good mix.
Oh, I can imagine. Right, Warwick just about around halfway. This kind of territory has been a rarity, and Sam Whitbread have looked pretty comfortable in the defence. They drift across now. They don't look rushed, do they? No. Oh, but you missed tackles, and that can happen. Max Blinkham will go in on his own. One missed tackle, one explosion of pace, and 1 5-pointer for Warwick.
Yeah, I think this is just a slight bit of defensive tardiness from Valpy and Stenson out wide. Potentially probably should have jammed up, but playing soft, sort of allowing Warwick to come onto them, which meant that Blinkham had time to pause, step and burst through, and once he'd gone on the outside shoulder there was no stopping him. So potentially just, yeah, that slight bit of defensive tardiness from Valpy, struggling to get over and put any pressure on, which means that Warwick can come at Sam Whitbread and really make them pay.
Yeah, credit to Blinkham. Just attack the soft shoulder, beat the tackle. Still had to go in from 50 metres. Great score. 26-7. Well, deep with the restart. Making Samuel Whitbread go from deep. Which they are particularly happy to do. I was going to say great clear out, if anything. It's a little bit too much on it. And then going quickly, here's the gas man, Radner. Oh, lovely pick up off the toes there, Sam Garwood. Oh, last ditch ankle tap. Stops him in his tracks, and then Radner comes cannoning through. The ball's so fluid through the hands.
Stop it, Sam Valpy.
Valpy to Radner. Do you know what? I've seen faster teams with better individuals, but in terms of the movement of the ball and the synergy of the teammates, Sam Whitbread are one of the best teams I've seen today.
I think you've put it perfectly there, Dave. This is a side that work with each other. They know each other inside out. There's no egos. There's no sort of selfishness about them. They're always looking for the offload, always prepared, and that sort of team mentality is what's going to get you through, especially considering this is a marathon, not a sprint, Rosslyn Park, and you need to be able to work as a team, because if you start going one-out runners and tiring out your best players, that's when injuries come, and then teams get deflated, and that's when you're in all sorts of trouble in latter stages of competitions.
And of course, day two is exhausting. If you can make the ball do the work as opposed to the individuals, then you might be onto something. But the main task here for Sam Whitt is to get to day two, because especially in this cup competition, that's not guaranteed. Be fascinated to see the score in that Ipswich game. God, if you can go through a group like this undefeated, crikey, some achievement.
Exactly that. As we mentioned, group of death. So it'll be a real statement point for Sam Whitt if they can make something of it.
Well, we're into the final minute. And again, if it's going to go to points difference, because Warwick had that 10-point win, didn't they? And they've been a rarity. If they could get another 7-pointer here, that might even be the difference for them as well. Still plenty of maths to do, plenty of rugby to be played.
Definitely prefer the rugby to the maths, that's for sure.
Crikey, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, what a shot! Flying through there,
Barrett.
Archie Barrett. He's given away the penalty, but he has absolutely nailed him. Oh, Warwick. Oh, attacking the short side. Oh, the ball just going loose as he was lining up the offload, and maybe Sam Whitt fancies some more here. Attacking the middle. Oh, bumping off as well. Great strength from Valpy. Gets wrapped up in the end, but gets the ball away. Of course he does. Decent chop tackle. Ball still with Sam Whitt, though. Our clock's gone red now. I believe this to be the last attack of the match. Kick through, knock on. Will that draw an end to it? Yes, it will. 26-7 full time, and a real statement victory there for Sam Whitt.
Yeah, I think Sam Whitt showing their coherence as a group, that their offloading game, the difference between them and Warwick, a real attacking intent in the first period, pushing Warwick back into their 22, who seemed to be chasing the game thereon, and Sam Whitt held their heads high going into the latter stages of the group.
It's a fish which is literally like 200 Tracy! See?
Into the Colts we go, and it is knockout footy time. Eton against St Ambrose. St Ambrose in the red and blue hoops, Eton in the sky blue. One of these teams' tournaments ends here. It is a brutal way to go, but it's also a fantastic way to win. Playing for a place in the final at 5 p.m. That'll be against either Harrow or Trinity. Will Roberts joining us for this one again. Gets exciting now, doesn't it?
It does, and Eton have not only the rest of their under-16 boys, their under-14s boys, and their under-18s boys all supporting them. A good 30-odd on the far-hand side of this touchline. It'd be really exciting to see how they play.
Well, St Ambrose with the ball in their hands first up. Plenty of pace on this. Just a reminder, if you've been watching all day, that we've been watching the Under-18s Cup. We now drop down an age group, but the quality doesn't drop off too much. Serious players at this level in the Colts competition. And Eton with some defending to do. St Ambrose moving the ball beautifully. And avoiding contact whilst they're doing it. There's a 3-on-2 here. I think that could have possibly done with being moved out. But Eton win the ball back. No advantage coming, and finally after 50 seconds we can draw breath.
And there'll be some concern for Eton. They seem really disconnected in the middle. Lots of players, it's the most difficult place to play in sevens is in the middle defensively, because you're being drawn this way and that, and if you're going to be there, then you have to make sure that you stay connected with the people either side of you, and Eton not doing that, and St Ambrose really punishing them for it, just their hands letting them down towards the end.
Well, they've got the put in at the scrum here. Nobody on the blind side, but the first receiver stood directly behind the scrum, so there is a blind side option if they want it, but they do go open to Eton. Now it's their turn to move the ball well. Going backwards to go forwards. Not scared of playing deep in their own 22. Oh, now we've got a foot race. Eton at the blind side. Make 50 metres and a good 50 metres as well. Loads of support for both. And St Ambrose forced the turnover.
I mentioned the Eton faithful that you saw over there, but St Ambrose have packed out in full as well. It's like Sharks versus the Jets over either side of the pitch. Both sides, both under-18s teams respectively, cheering on their Colts teams.
It's really great to see. It's been great all day actually. Since the very first game we've had a really good crowd watching this main showpiece pitch. There have been live games, well, live streamed all day. You've been watching on RE1, but the RE2 pitch has been live today. It will be live tomorrow as well. Have you been doing a lot of comms for that?
Yeah, sadly they've been hearing a lot more of me on RE2, but no, it's been very good there. The quality likewise has just been impeccable.
Well, the kick downfield, I'm not going to say touch has been missed, because I'm not sure he was ever going for it. Didn't have a lot of touchline to play with, but Eton... Oh, they've dropped the ball there. Is that going to be dotted down? Oh, do you know what? I saw a similar thing happen last week in one of the games at Saracens in the Schools Cup, and it changed the game. And it might have been in the Stowe game. I'll remember the teams, but the outcome was the same. The team with the ball were completely in charge of the game. The outside half was looking to clear the ball from around about his own dead ball line. He's kicked it. It's hit the underside of the crossbar, bounced straight back down into the hands of the opposing tight head prop, who's touched down, and it's changed the game.
Really?
Yeah. Such a rarity. I've never seen it in my life before, and I've just seen it twice
in a week.
Twice in a week, yeah.
There you go. No, it's those swings of fate, but it's one that Eton threw upon themselves. Panicking in your own 22 is something you definitely can't do, especially you got to remember, this is their second day, this is their penultimate game that they would play a maximum. So tired bodies, which means tired minds.
Well, they survived there, Eton, and they've won the penalty from the scrum, and there's no way that St Ambrose are 10 metres and they're going to be down to 6 players.
Oh, that is brutal. That is the last thing you want to do. Such an unforced card to give away, and defending with 7 men is hard enough. Defending with 6, nigh on impossible.
Well, what can Eton do with this man advantage? It's not a great field position for them, but it is a great opportunity to stretch their opponents.
Great reload.
Oh, there's a 3-on-1 here, but they've gone for the miss pass. Obviously, they back the gas outside, and that is why. Serious wheels. And Eton do manage to make the one-man advantage pay, and they take a 5-0 lead.
Great work from Eton. Just really impressed at their reload to be able to get the numbers out wide. It's something that is absolutely paramount if you want to do well in sevens, is when you move it across to the other wing, you've got to make sure that you're working back to create the space if you want to switch up direction, and Eton did just that. Saw nothing on the far touchline, was able to move it, and in a perfectly timed missed pass meant that the winger didn't have to break his stride and he could canter home from halfway. Great score from Eton.
So this is the 8th game that these teams have played.
Ooh.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? So Eton yesterday, they drew with Newcastle under Lyme, then beat Hampton, beat Grey Court, beat St Peter's, all by 30 or 40 points. Massive wins. 26-17 against St Paul's. They stuffed Clifton College 47-0. Then beat Rugby School 21-14.
Rugby at Colts level are quite formidable. So that is one hell of a victory there.
And they are 7-0 to the good against St Ambrose here.
Another example of how vital kickoffs are. Eton put up a horrible, almost spiral drop kick, which is fairly new, and St Ambrose knock it on, and then it becomes Eton ball in a profitable position when they have the numbers advantage. I mean, this is a prime opportunity for Eton to try and make something of it.
Well, our clock is ticking towards 7 minutes. It's breaking play here, and imagine that time is off. In fact, St Ambrose thought they were back up to 7. Alas, they will not be. There'll probably be another phase of play before they're up to their full contingent. Just look at the buzz behind here, just as far as you can see, people enjoying themselves, whether it's making their way to the next game. Of course, all the pitches still full at this time of day. All of the concession stands doing a roaring trade. That's a great ball. That is a really good ball. A desperate tackle to cover it.
Oh, perfect decision.
2 tries in quick succession, all with the opponents down to 6 players. 12-0, conversion to come.
Yeah, this is a lovely score for Eton, and it's all about the decision making. We mentioned just how tired these boys will be physically, but you've got to remember how much of a mental toll that tiredness and fatigue takes, and the presence of mind to be able to give that offload and then decide to step outside rather than back in field where the oncoming St Ambrose players were coming from right to left. So it's a really well taken score by Eton, who double their advantage.
Well, 14-0. We will have time to restart. Count the bodies. There are 7 in St Ambrose colours to end the half. A costly, particularly because it was so unnecessary, yellow card. You've got to think that was after a really bright start from St Ambrose as well, when they were knocking on the door in the Eton 22. Now they're 2 scores behind. Now we're going to see some of this offloading game, this fast passing that did them so well in the opening couple of minutes before it was all eaten. If they can get a score before half-time, very much game on, especially if they can keep 7 on the park. Loose pass.
Going lateral at the moment, St Ambrose, and no one's straightening up, no one's going back on the inside to try and...
high?
Got out of the jail there, but they're just playing so laterally, meaning that Eton can just shuffle across and smother out attacks.
Tackling well, Eton. St Ambrose wondering what to do with it. I mean, breaking tackles like that helps, but not when there's an Eton player sniffing around the turnover. Now there's a gap. A handful of shirt is a very helpful one. Oh, but there's an Eton player just strolling back, ambling back into position. Finds a ball in his bread basket. Then there's a missed tackle. Alarm bells ringing for St Ambrose again. Oh, they're attempting the rip of the ball here.
Space wide, give it.
Oh, he dummies instead. Goes inside, looks for the offload. Nobody there. St Ambrose sniffing around the turnover again. Oh, an infringement could be killer. We're still playing in this half. Some ankle breaking steps, and here's another one, and the handoff as well. Eton fully in control. They're 19-0 ahead. We played nearly 10 minutes of the first half.
Yeah, if these boys aren't tired enough, they definitely will be now, but it's great patience from Eton. That's a quality that you normally see maturing into the under-18s game. Still probably not fully fledged at that level, but the fact that we're getting that at Colts level is really impressive to see, and Eton very much in the driving seat.
Yes, they are. 19-0. They lead at half-time. The St Ambrose boys on the bench. They trot in with water bottles and words of encouragement, and they're going to need them as well, because after a bright start, that yellow card changed the game. But huge credit to Eton. They have been clinical when they've had the opportunity to be.
Just making the right decisions at the right times, and they knew that they had the space out wide. This is the difference between these two sides at the moment. St Ambrose lacking that attacking intent, and when they make that initial break, doesn't seem to be anyone on the shoulders, whereas Eton is frankly the opposite. They're straightening up, hitting those hard lines, making space out wide, which is being executed very well by their wingers respectively. So they do deserve that 19-point lead.
So to win this Colts competition, you need to win 9 games in 2 days.
Yeah, that is mad. It is absolutely mad, and it requires for a team to be consistently strong, and it then comes down to squad depth.
Yeah.
These sides usually don't bring in that many scholars, so it's normally all boys who have come through from either year all the way to the prep school or year 9 or anything in between. So it requires for squad depth up and down the school. Lots of boys rolling up their sleeves and getting involved.
Okay, 1 half to go. 1 half for St Ambrose to save their tournament. Just to get to the semi-final, I think, is a remarkable achievement for any team. But having played as well as they've played, they'll want to go hammer and tongs for 7 minutes here and give themselves the best opportunity. We've seen that they've got plenty of quality. If they can get a little bit of luck, oh, that is such a good... There's almost like a volleyball set, isn't it? How often do we see players just throw hands at the ball and it goes anywhere? But that was so well directed. That pass was a little bit too fizzy. Penalties like that aren't going to help the cause for St Ambrose. Oh, has that come back St Ambrose way? Yes, it has. Knocked on, says the referee. Now an opportunity.
locals on the Eton bench to jam them. They want to try and put pressure on them defensively, go all out, but it might not work.
Oh, the offload has gone to ground. Thought that might have gone forward. An Eton defender rushes, makes a really good read, and then forces the mistake. It's one of those instinctual calls, isn't it? It's almost fight or flight in defence. Do you slot into the line, or do you rush up? And when you rush up and make a read like that, it can be try-saving.
You've got to do it as a unit. If you're going to put on the pressure defensively, you've got to do it coherently.
It's been all St Ambrose at the start of the second half. A mazy run. Oh, that's going to be a yellow card. And it's going to be a penalty try. Oh, goodness me, huge decision. The player already knows that he's being given his marching orders. That's a 7-point swing. And the reaction on the St Ambrose bench tells us that they can sniff a sea change.
That is the type of thing that changes games, and it's a really, really costly error.
Oh, his reaction, his hands on his head, he knows as soon as he'd done it. $7-19. Now game management for Eton is absolutely huge. Hey, some collisions, eh?
Big heavy hits.
Now a penalty to Eton, that'll help, that'll eat some time up. Look how narrow they're keeping it comparatively. Oh, but kick the ball away, but have they got the gas to get there? Oh, if that kick goes to hand. He spotted a knock on there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Meeson. I think they just needed to keep ball in hand, and that was definitely the call from the bench. Eton players obviously spotting the space and thinking otherwise, but this will be really promising for St Ambrose, and they'll see an opportunity to get through.
Full disclosure, I didn't see the knock on there.
Neither.
We've got time off here. Referee telling the blood-soaked boy that he needs to get clean. Goodness me. And he's washed his face with it, the animal. Tell you what, these boys are up for it, aren't they? For this time that they've got their school jerseys on, this means the world, and it's so good to see how competitive they are. Great work by the Eton scrum half to stifle that blindside attack. Now St Ambrose with some space to run into. There's no one on the outside, but they switch it back inside instead.
Lovely.
This is so good. He has to put the brakes on, sends a defender flying, but Eton get back. Look how narrow they are defensively. It's got to come. But it's too slow for St Ambrose, and Eton can reset, but will the reset be enough?
Jam defence.
Well, they're forcing the mistakes from St Ambrose here, who still need 2 scores. Eton still down to 6.
They've got to back themselves.
Oh, they forced the knock on. But he's just hoiked that clear and then kicked away the knock-on advantage. Take the stoppage in play and get your man back on instead of potentially conceding a second score. It's another knock on. This is absolutely insane, and I love it. Oh, Eton break free! It's a foot race for a potentially match-winning score. St Ambrose chase to the death, but they're not going to get there. And with empty lungs, Eton get a 4th try, surely the try that sends them to the Colts final.
Oh, I feel tired just watching that. You could see the pain that the Eton winger had to go through to break the barrier. Sevens coaches talk about going to that dark place, and I think that all the Eton boys and St Ambrose boys for that matter have certainly reached there, but they're coming out the other side. They see the light, that light being a place in the final. Not long to go now.
Not long to go. Well, that's probably the moment, isn't it? Bearing in mind that was with 6 on the park too, and that's how quickly this brilliant and beautiful game can change. St Ambrose, they had opportunities there. Both teams were panicking. It was going to end in a try, that period of play. It was just a case of who was going to score it.
Exactly that, and Eton just need to focus on their game management, which has been poor, giving away the kick and the nudges when they have ball in hand.
Right, how's your throw, Will? Oh God, I've seen better.
Yeah, no, that was off the left. I probably should have put Mike down and then gone for it, but I decided that I'd go for pace. I tell you what, my left hand, I probably could have hit the trees at the back there, but it was it was a tricep issue that I had, so yeah, no, that's why, definitely why.
Well, there's another player bleeding for St Ambrose.
What it means to play to wear the school shirt.
Of course.
I think just at 16s level, it has that little bit more to it.
Yeah.
And it's your first proper taste at senior rugby. And it really means something. We don't have an under 15s level at Rosslyn Park, so it means that most of these boys, this is their first real stab on the big stage of the HSBC National School Sevens tournament, and you can see what it means to them. They want to stay here. They want to play as much as possible.
Yes, they do. It is St Ambrose 7, Eton 26. Eton booking their place in the final. Ian Kench being a great bloke and handing me a team sheet, which I've got to admit I'm a huge fan of. Final few phases then. Tell you what, 7:26 is the score, but it is a much closer game than the scoreline suggests. Eton have been good for the win, but St Ambrose have been gutsy and a little bit more finesse to back up the passion. May well have seen them book their place in the final.
I think it's that sort of northern grit that possesses St Ambrose. They're not going to roll over, no matter the scoreline, and you can see that through the intent that they're playing with, right up until the last final whistle. Oh, that's not the first time I've seen that happen, but an Eton player has scored on the 5-metre line, which obviously does not give you 5 points. That is very frustrating for Eton. St Ambrose is breaking away as well, going for the nudge. This could work out.
Oh, beaten by the touchline. The man who never misses a tackle. Full time, and Eton will be in the final. Who will it be against, Harrow or Trinity? We'll find out next.
How about that for a semi-final? Well, guess what? We've got another barnstormer ahead. We've got Harrow versus Trinity, and Harrow kicking off into the arms. Well, prematurely call the arms of the Trinity players.
Two superb teams going here. I'm not sure Trinity have lost a sevens game all season. I think they've won everything. They're superb. They've got a lot of players involved with Quins, but then Harrow always strong, looking big and physical out there, and they got a great scrummage here in a great position.
There is a palpable fervour from the fans around RE1, really energised by that cracker between Eton and St Ambrose. What a game that was, so keenly contested, and what a great story as well for those two schools to be meeting.
Superb game, and the two sin bins, Ambrose were in the fight. Oh, there we go. Friday, just like his dad, right nose as a scrum half, all over the Harrow player, but he's got that offload away.
Well, the tackle was low, but it wasn't enough. And Harrow, it's first blood in this semi-final between the two heavyweights of the tournament.
Excellent try, really good offload. Winger showed a lot of pace, handed off, scored really well. Good try there. This game, all you hear around, like, there's such a buzz around this tournament, as you like, and all you're hearing is Trinity are looking really good, Harrow looking really good. This should be a superb semi-final, and you know what? These conversions, I think they might be crucial in it. I think this game's going to be really, really tight. Trinity just need to keep this kick-off when they get the ball, because they've got so much pace, they've got good playmakers. With the ball, they can look really dangerous. They need to just secure this ball, and let's see what they can do with attack, because from what I've seen so far, they're very, very dangerous with the ball in hand.
Well, the opening 2 minutes of this match played exclusively in the Trinity half of the field, and a steepling kick sent skywards, and enough confusion created to force a knock-on. It's advantage to Trinity. Massive amounts of pressure being exerted from that press defence that Harrow are employing, so Trinity forced into the contact, and first time to see them flash it wide with a few hands, but for the might of a tackle in the middle. Good ball retention from Trinity, some dancing feet. That's Lucas Friday trying to manipulate the defence. Oh, and he did so well to get beyond his defender. But a bit too much fizz on the backdoor pass, straight into touch. And Trinity just shackled in their half at the moment.
Yeah, Harrow's defence is really physical, isn't it? And maybe that Trinity have not been used to a team that's really getting in their face. They're giving them no time, and they've just seen them Fridays just force that offload. If it had gone to hand, he was probably away. But sometimes you just got to hold on and not force it, and Harrow have done exactly the same. Trinity could be away here. This kid's got serious wheels.
Oh, what a tackle, what timing on the tackle. But the support from Omar Leon brings Trinity up until the 10-metre line. More disruption, more nosing from the Harrow side, forces a knock-on. Just for a moment, people were getting very excited about the prospect of seeing the Trinity flyer streak down the wing.
Again, how many times have we seen it? A tap tackle, a last-ditch tackle. Everyone thought that he was away. Everyone thought that that was try time. Harrow are not giving up here.
100%, can't wait. Wow, look at that. Fearsome at the scrum as well. Goodness me, it is a battle for each possession between these two. Snouts down, burrowing for the ball, but Harrow get the penalty and they're away left. Into the sunshine here at the HSBC National School Sevens on RE1. Well, that is precision jackling, isn't it?
Wasn't that awesome? Low tackle, on his feet, over the ball. And again, just Trinity, they've got a lot of ball players, but they're so physical as well. They get over the ball. Height, oh, could be a yellow. Just don't like seeing yellows in schoolboy rugby.
Yeah.
I think it's brutal.
Well, do you know what? People don't like seeing high tackles though, Sammy, in schoolboy rugby.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Fair enough.
Only 2 minutes though. Could be a long 2 minutes for the hoop jerseys of Harrow as Trinity go on the attack. Risky offload, just manages to find its intended recipient. So many numbers left. They are so on Trinity. Oh, and eventually they get it to the man in the number 12 jersey, Omar Leon. And Trinity, their first entry into the Harrow half, and they're going to come away with points.
Yeah, great play. overlap, kept it simple. That's where Trinity are really good. When they're given a bit of time, given a bit of space, they've got players throughout the pitch that will exploit. Important conversion here.
Well, you said it, Sam. Conversions could be crucial. You can't imagine that this one is going to be decided by anything more than one, maybe two tries. So those kicks are going to count. 5 apiece we are. Oh. So 5-all, no conversions slotted on either of the tries. That is a difficult ball to be under, and Harrow really actually do excellently to not just come away with it, but then to find the space to go roaming in the Trinity backfield. What wizardry with the feet! Harrow bite back in an instant.
How many times you see that? The kickoff was absolutely on the money, but it bounced, fell into the Harrow's boy, but then how well did he do to finish that? He had so much work to do. The Trinity guy got back, but he stepped him inside, outside, and then he's gone close to the sticks. Another miss.
Goodness me, you can feel the tension around the pitch when the kick doesn't go over, because I think everyone's thinking what we're thinking is, you've got to try and get these kicks. They could be absolutely crucial.
Just sort of on a point of that, like, he took it from the 22. Like, just take it as close as you can to the post, which gives you less room for error in terms of left and right. But this has been a superb game, and it's interesting. Trinity are matching them, but they probably haven't had such a tough game as this. So it'll be interesting how they respond. This is, as you can say, you can feel an air of sort of tension around the pitch. It's brilliant.
Well, this is the kind of energy that is brought at the HSBC National School Sevens. The next big names in the game at semi-final time in the Colts competition. And look at that pick-up and backdoor boogie from the big man from Harrow.
What a tackle. That was a try for all money, and he's held him up. That could be the game there.
Well, Max Farrell in the 13 jersey looked like he was the man who gets under. Let's take a look here. This is the angle, isn't it? We're going to know. Charging through, blue jerseys, converging. Wow.
The ref's always right.
You couldn't see definitively there. The ref's called it. The ref's always right. Max Farrell, well, even if he doesn't score a try this match, he's worth 7 points already as far as I'm concerned. Desperate stuff, critical stuff. What a game we've got on our hands.
Like, as you said, that's 17-5 for all. Like, everyone in the ground thinks that's 17-5, and it's a different game. It's a totally different game. But Harrow, very physical, but they've got pace, and I think they're just ruffling Trinity a little bit. They're probably not used to this physicality. It's a shame we haven't got the numbers on the back. Like, we can't actually say who's who. So, but they're all out. There's a fella on the left wing. He's just all out. The guy that stole the ball at the breakdown. He's got offloads, a lot of skill. But Friday's going to try and put the ball on the money, which he's been doing all day. Trinity need to get the ball back, get the score. First score here, crucial.
A hush descends. Right on the money, and this time Trinity come away with it. No spill into the hands of a hoop jersey. Big long pass. Asks a lot of Omar Leon, but gives him the room that he desires to attack. And the corridor opens up on the left flank, and that's all Max Farrell needs. He scores one under the same post that he denied Harrow just moments ago. A one-man 14-point swing, Sammy.
He saved the tackle, he scored the try, but again, as I said, Lucas Friday's put the ball on the money from that kickoff, but not just that, they've chased it, they've got it back, they've moved the ball, and I'd say Farrell, what a player. As you said, with the ball, outstanding, and he's got the conversion. So this is, again, and he'll probably put the ball on the money. Harrow need to secure this kickoff, But this Farrell, he's something special.
Not bad at all, Mr. Farrell. That's the replay of the try that he was responsible for saving. That was his first 7-pointer. Little bit longer, easier for Harrow to take, but still the chase is hot.
They're very hot on it. Even if you're slightly in the air, they're going to give the penalty.
Well-timed tackle, almost read it perfectly, but Harrow are away and across the halfway line. First attacking possession that they've enjoyed, and they're picked up and put down. See you later. Here come Trinity, but a loose one out the back, and now Harrow. Well, they coughed up possession, they're on the back foot, but a loose pass gives them an opportunity to get right back into this one. Regain the lead. What a semi-final.
This is outstanding, but what both teams have done brilliantly, and you still got to remember, these are 15-year-old kids, so when there's a knock-on, they're not sort of stopping and thinking, oh, it's a knock-on. The team that get the ball, they're off, they're playing. Trinity were away, look like they have the overlap, they drop it. Harrow sees the opportunity. Get the kick?
Got the kick.
Got the kick. So, again, every restart from both teams has been on the money today, and it's crucial, because when either team have got the ball, they look like they're going to score. So this kickoff, crucial. Oh, he's done well to pick that up. And then the wherewithal, give it to the big fella. You ain't stopping him.
Slightly more central kickoff. The try scorer chases down the Trinity receiver. Go on, Elliot, the cry from the touchline. Brilliant counter-rucking, spoiled on the floor. Well spotted by the referee, knew what he was doing.
Really good decision-making from Harrow. They went for the jackal, didn't get it, so then just smashed it, fired through, and won the turnover.
Well, this is a man who's impressed so far. Haven't seen him with the ball in hand in the second half, and he takes a big carry up to the threshold of the 22. That's why we now see Harrow attacking down that right flank, picked up, put down, but the offload was made and the flight of foot, and Harrow are in.
Fair play to Harrow. As you said, the big fellas sucked in the Trinity defence. They've won the breakdown, and then they've just moved the ball wide. They've got a lot of pace, they've got a lot of power. A good 2-on-1, and he's gone in the corner. Like, these are two outstanding teams going literally toe-to-toe here. This is fantastic to see.
Well, you mentioned that you think that Trinity may not have lost the sevens match this season. Well, this is the ultimate test of their mettle. They trail by 10. They do have time. This is the thing. 3 minutes is an eon in sevens. We've seen it time after time over the years. We've seen it on RE1 this week. Harrow are not home and hosed yet. This Trinity team have certainly got a sting in this game's tail that they'll look to strike with.
Oh, it's definitely not over. They can score in a heartbeat, this Trinity team. And one try, and suddenly he's away up the touchline.
Well, look at that. Look at that. There he goes, galloping away. Ollie Wilcox brought down, and that's brilliant play by Samson Goldstein. Out to the left flank. Trinity with the wheels. Oh, a tap tackle. A tap tackle at the very last moment. He must have caught a shoelace.
How many of them have we seen these tap? I think they've seen 2 by Harrow in this game. You think that Trinity are away, a tap tackle, and he's just lost the ball in contact. But as we said, you give Trinity the ball, they can score. Watch this for a tap tackle.
Remarkable stuff. Remarkable. I think that RE1 would have officially exploded had he coasted in for that, because it would have brought Trinity back to within a score with 90 seconds left. As it is, they're still banging on the door of Harrow's line, and that'll help. The scrum half smothered, but then not released.
Yeah. I nearly said Mike Friday. Lucas Friday all over the 9, but he's got to release. He can't just keep trying to go for the ball. And fair play, the ref got the right call there.
Harrow stuck deep. No sweeper from Trinity. Will Harrow choose to go to the boot? Or will they play out? You're standing here next to you saying, whack
Keep it in hand and run it!
Well, he's not going to get there, is he? Has he got enough support? This man's been fantastic, but what a tackle. Physical to the very end. Harrow at 6s and 7s. They don't know what to do with the time they have. But they're in the box seat. They have possession. They have the clock on their side. The scoreboard's in their favour. But Trinity poach instinctively at the breakdown.
Trinity need a score now. They've got to get a score. If they score now, it could be game on. Have they got time to get 2?
The space is here on the right-hand side. New man on the field. Just caught round the hips. That's going to be a pressure ball to pick up. A Harrow going to charge through and finish this one with a flourish. That's the big don't argue from the big fella.
He has had a great game today. An absolutely outstanding game. But the ball's gone loose.
Lost.
Trinity have got to go.
Oh, wow. We've just been treated to a classic from 2 of the finest School 7 sides in the land. Harrow take down Trinity. It's Harrow off to the final. Wow, what a game.
It was outstanding. And you forget that these kids are just 15 or 16. The skills that they're showing, the commitment they're showing. And you have to say, Harrow deserved that win. They tracked back. Whenever they had an opportunity, they took their scores and they deprived Trinity of possession, which you've got to do, because Trinity with the ball are very good, but Harrow just dominated the ball and were a lot more physical than maybe Trinity have come up against so far. What a game.
And do you know what
Harrow Eton
do you know what final that sets up? Wow, you could
poshest final you've ever seen.
Charge your glasses full of swan's blood. It's Harrow versus Eton in the Colts final. But we're off back into the cup now. Group F, Bishop Stortford High School versus Eton College. Eton, oh no, sorry, I beg your pardon, there's been a change in the schedule and it is Woodhouse Grove against City of Oxford College, if I'm not mistaken.
I've got to go and watch my under-14s. We're playing Brighton College.
Sammy, a pleasure to have you up here for that absolute barnstormer. Wow. Goodness me. It just gets better and better, doesn't it, at the HSBC National School Sevens. Well, while I try to find the team sheets for these sides after the high-octane encounter that we've just been treated to, and I really do mean treated to. We have Woodhouse Grove receiving in the deep green against the City of Oxford College in the hoops, who've played so well earlier today against Whitgift. But boy, Whitgift are a good side, aren't they? They managed to defeat Woodhouse Grove, who were undefeated when they met the boys in blue. They came away with a loss, but it so could have been Woodhouse Grove's game. 2 yellow cards really stung them. But you look at the scores and you look at the wins and the losses and you think, well, this is one for the men from the north. But I'm telling you, City of Oxford College have got a bit of magic in their boots too.
Oh, speaking of magic in your boots, goodness me.
Here we go, Dave Rogers back with us, and that is, well, the hero and the villain for Woodhouse Grove in that match against Whitgift. Number 15, Ned McCormack, an early try, but a yellow card as well that put his team under pressure. He's dotting down early.
There's no, oh, that's a that drop kick has nearly gone out over the touchline, let alone the goal line. There is no respite in this competition, is there? It is just barnstormer after barnstormer. You and Sam called that semi-final. I was pitch side. It was so tense. Loved it as well. We had the Trinity fans over the one side and the Harrow fans over the other side, banging the boards when the scores went in. Sensational buzz around here in this. Feels like early evening sunshine, even though it's only 4:10. Warmth of the sun. An absolute joy here. The players are responding in kind. City of Oxford with their hands on the ball. They're 5-0 down after that great try and the unsuccessful conversion. First time I've seen City of Oxford in person in this competition. In this incredibly competitive pool, in this incredibly competitive competition. Grove were unlucky last time, weren't they? Got those 2 yellow cards, got themselves back into contention. The second yellow card seemed to take an eternity to get back on. In that time they conceded another try, but they look pretty organised in defence here, and they've managed to pinch one.
Well, they'll want to come back strong after that encounter with Whitgift. We mentioned the yellow cards, but they're also just a couple of awkward bounces away from getting the try they needed. Goodness me, that is a heavy collision on the outskirts of the 22, and it's in the hands of the captain. He's big and he's strong and he's rangy, and it's George Worthington getting across for the second try of the match.
What I've noticed in the last hour or so, as players are getting a bit more tired, it's been a long day, a lot of rugby in the legs. We've had a few more boys who were maybe stepping this morning thinking, not anymore, it's going up the jumper, don't mess. Yeah, big collisions, 2 unsuccessful conversions, 2 tries, Grove 10-0.
Well, you mentioned that variety in attack. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to come up against one of these break-dancing sidesteppers that seem to be in abundance at Rosslyn Park Sevens. But equally, late in the day, final game, done a lot of running, a lot of tackling. You don't want to get railroaded by one of the tanks in the midfield, so there's really nowhere to hide out on these pitches. Ooh. The risky offload comes off and lost in the contact. There was a bit of advantage being played from the knock-on, so
right, Joe, I've got to go and give a fair play award to St Ambrose College. They're down there, they've had a great competition today, they lost in the semi-final, they're getting a trophy for being brilliant. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Travel well, Dave, and give my best to St Ambrose College, who are richly deserving that fair play award. Very exciting semi-final against Eton College and the Colts. Quite a story, quite a week for St Ambrose College. New names, new institutions coming to the fore. Exactly what the HSBC National School Sevens is all about. Sure, there are some famous old heritage names in the hat looking to go deep into the competition, but it's the new faces that we love to see just as much. Woodhouse Grove are one of those teams with a lot of heritage, and George Worthington's a man with a lot of desire to get to the try line and dive and catch that ball like he's in the slip cordon. Penalty infringement at the breakdown, good defence, and 10 metres for Chatback, and a yellow card as well for the captain. Woodhouse Grove and their disciplinary issues rear their heads once more, and it's double trouble as well, because one of the Grove boys, I think Ben Turpin, who is a key playmaker for them, is hobbling off very, very awkwardly just down on our near touchline.
No, lost.
So Captain George Worthington off, fly half Ben Turpin off, and a potential change in the complexion of the match. That is if City of Oxford College can do something with it. They can't, and it's in the hands of Raphael Marcus, offloading to Freddie Ziegler. Oh, stepping, difficult to lasso in that midfield. Smart hands, beautiful pass for Lewis Worrell to charge onto. And the Yorkshireman stretches Woodhouse Grove's lead coming into the half-time. No extras added. 3 tries to Woodhouse Grove, but all just 5 pointers, so they lead 15 points to 0. Got a brief pause in the match here. Referee having a chat with the Grove boys. And it's gone high, but it hasn't gone the 10. Last chance of the half for City of Oxford College to try and do something in attack. Try and penetrate this forest of green jerseys that have kept them pinned in their own half. Lovely little pot play round the back of the would-be defender, and now the weaving run. Pass isn't to hand, footwork required, good scrambling recovery. The man who fashioned the opportunity with the smart hands takes it to the line. Lots of runners, lots of options, there go the hoops. And City of Oxford College finished this half with a try to narrow the gap. Bang through the middle, half-time here. It is Woodhouse Grove 15, City of Oxford College 7. Plenty of sevens left in this match, and 7 minutes of it to be precise. Woodhouse Grove leading by 8 and kicking off and winning that battle in the air. Worthington, the captain, yellow carded in the first half, back onto the field, and Woodhouse Grove back to 7. They saw out the final moments of that half at 6, and Worthington making amends immediately. Oh, I thought he'd been snagged, but he is one determined man, leading by example with a big left arm, keeping the defender at bay. back on the field, back in the points. And Woodhouse Grove back with a bigger cushion. Oof, lovely conversion as well. Really pleasing sound ringing round pitch RE1. Just looking out across the rest of the Rosslyn Park Sevens kingdom, all the pitches still, plenty of action, so much rugby going on everywhere. These are only the pitches that I can see. There's more on the other side of RE1. There's the pitches out towards the Richard Evans Memorial Ground off the A3. It is just a feast of schoolboy rugby. And let's not forget what these boys are playing for. Yes, they might take the crown of Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens champions, but there is an even bigger prize awaiting the winners. The two teams that make the final will play at Twickenham. They will play at the London Sevens, the final stop on the HSBC World Sevens Series. That's the international series. That's where you have England, South Africa, Fiji, you name it. The biggest sevens nations in the world are there. The winners of this under-18 cup competition will play as well. They'll have a repeat of the final. And Woodhouse Grove are one of those sides trying to make their way to HQ. Worthington loses in contact. A hazard of the one-handed carry. City of Oxford College, well, they're looking tired. They're struggling to get men back behind the ball. The one-footed hop to try So Woodhouse Grove in possession, dropping it on the toe. Ben Turpin back on the field. Key playmaker for the boys in green. Well, there's three of them trying to hunt down the retreating fullback. Oh, those steps. Oh, you put so much effort to chase a man down and then he leaves you like that. It is exhausting work, and this is breathtaking stuff from the hoops of City of Oxford College. They're in for another try. They are well in this game. This one's going to sail over the upright. We're going to be 14-22, an 8-point game. And boy, what a conversion. Struck it sweet. All the way up to the 10-metre line. Didn't have much opportunity to clear the bar, but when it did, it went into the stratosphere. Some tired Woodhouse Grove boys making their way to the touchline, using that bench. This is where squad depth gets tested at these hours in the day. Oh, the kickoff was eminently contestable, but coming off a City of Oxford College hand, and Woodhouse Grove, well, they'll be delighted to have that possession back. City of Oxford College targeting one of the Woodhouse Grove boys' shorter players, Seb Denson. He'll bring plenty more around the park though, the loose head prop. Bit of a dance and a skip from Ned McCormack, and Ned McCormack, is he going to go all the way in and out, tying the last defender in knots? Wow, that is brilliant defence to cling on to an arm Worthington's on the scene, but he's still short. City of Oxford College off their feet though in the attempt to win the ball back. Brilliant cover defence. McCormack did his very best to get the last defender into a real tangle, but he stayed in the fight. He clung onto a wrist and dragged him down. But that is a much more direct manner in which to score a try. Give it to Seb Denson, the 16-year-old loose head prop, and he'll just bullock his way through to the line. Yeah, not too much artistry to that one, but definitely playing to the strengths. Simple hands to a strong runner who wasn't going to be stopped from that range. City of Oxford College. In the shadows of RE1, in the shadows of the penultimate day of the HSBC National School Sevens. Can you believe it's Thursday? It has just been endless, high-class, committed rugby from all these young men and girls out here on the pitches. Seb Denson sticks his head down and barrels through a tackle, goes for another crawl. That's good counter-rucking, really good counter-rucking, making a real nuisance of themselves. But continuity, the ability to keep the ball up off the floor, brilliant from Woodhouse Grove. Not too many options available. Oh, that is cute. Flick of the wrist. But it does put the men in those dark and yellow hoops under pressure, and Woodhouse Grove are going to have another chance to strike. Final play of the match on the boot, in behind, Worthington on the chase, but it's Seb Denson who's the man who gobbles it up. Quite an impact from the young man. 2 tries in only a handful of second half minutes. Woodhouse Grove are going to wrap this one up, although it's been a much tighter affair than the scoreline would suggest. No extras added, but Woodhouse Grove School have got the job done against City of Oxford College.
Do you understand how quick that
Exeter College against Henley College. Right here, the penultimate game on pitch RE1 at the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. It is the Rugby Sevens Jamboree that the country have been missing oh so much due to COVID, but it is back, and boy is it back with a bang. We're in the cup, and we've got two great colleges going toe to toe. That's Exeter in the light blue, and the Devonians are on the score sheet within the first minute.
Oh, today has absolutely flown by as that beautiful strike dissects the uprights to add the extras. 7-0 to Exeter College, playing in a Chiefs jersey with all the sponsors and everything, which I absolutely love. What are we... So, look, I've broken the fourth wall a few times, Burnsy, and I've said that we're reliant on coaches and teachers to fill out team sheets for us. Some of the handwriting genuinely looks more like hieroglyphics.
It doesn't speak volumes for the handwriting skills of some of the institutions, I'll give you that, in the sports department, but they're not there to be calligraphy experts, they're here to be running rugby inspirers, and that is just what Henley College are doing. Oh, brilliant cover tackle coming in from Charlie Groves. He fought hard to get back, and from that work, oh, I thought we were going to have a peach on our hands.
He just stepped on the paint. Well, if he stepped on the paint, surely we go back for the knock-on. No, line out it is.
Rather optimistic of Henley College to think they can take the quick one when the line out is formed and the referee is there waiting. So unfortunately no team sheet for Henley College, but certainly we'll be celebrating the class that they are capable of producing out here today.
No team sheet for the Colts final as well, which is still to come today. And that is going to be an absolute cracker. Make sure you stick with us for that one. Another piece of silverware to be awarded here at the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, as Exeter think they've spotted a little gap up the blind side, and they have. Clean pair of heels. No touchline is going to stop them this time, and Morgan Stone has the audacity to put a final step in before dotting down.
To the delight of the touchline here as well. Cheeky from the Welshman, the one that the crowd liked.
Yeah, great finish, great conversion as well. Hayden Gosling with the conversion. Great branding on Hayden Gosling. Another look at that Morgan Stone try. If you leave the hint of a gap, if the defending scrum half gets trapped behind the scrum, it is very often curtains.
Well, Henley College couldn't have wished for a tougher group, really. They face Brighton College, Hampton School, and then I'm going to leave the pronunciation of this one up to you, Dave.
Ysgol Gynraeg Ystalyfera, which means Ystalyfera Welsh-speaking school.
Ystalyfera, well, they said hasta la vista to Henley College 24-17, and it looks like Exeter College, goodness me, are going to zigzag like a typewriter through the defensive line and across for another try.
Stepped so well, it's like he had 3 feet.
Well, Exeter College drew with
Ystalyfera.
Hasta la vista. They went down to Brighton College and they ran Hampton pretty close, 26-12. So two sides can play pretty nifty rugby, as we can see, but up against some behemoths.
Watch these
of the tournament.
Finish.
Oh, I'm going right. Nope, I'm going left. Oh, no, I'm going even more right. Yep, okay.
Contestable restart. I've enjoyed these all day.
Hayden Gosling puts a mischievous kick up high and into the sun. Nice feet there. Good pop from the floor. Nice communication. Hitch kick. Oh, shaped to go out the back, and boy did he pay for it.
Davis, serious hit. That was probably about a centimetre away from being a high tackle and a yellow card.
No, remarkable, some of the shuddering hits. And boys just getting up, dusting themselves down and going again. We like the feet of this man. Good offload, one-handedly spun from the fingertips. Oh, he doesn't need the support because he's got the strength to go it all alone. Henley College skipping to the line and under the post.
Yeah, that was a little NFL touchdown style celebration before he dotted down. Tell you, Burnsy, I'm here for it.
Maybe a bit of payback for the step and the Morgan Stone tribe earlier in the half.
3 beers, 3 beers.
Henley College's first points of the match. It is a maximum 21-7 the score.
We're coming towards the end of the first half. Interesting phase now. Do Henley try and get this ball back, try and force another score to take them to within, well, 7 or 9 before half time, or will they be happy to see the half out? Likewise, Exeter look dangerous whenever they've been on the ball. Another score here could bury Henley.
Exeter College, incredibly elusive. 2 hands to 1 hand, dancing left, dancing right, really posing some questions for the Henley College defence, and that's why Exeter are finding the meters so easy. From the mark, so we're going to bring that one back. Here we go again. Brilliant from Ruben Brinkley. But he gets soaked up by 2. No release. Henley frustrated at the moment, then march back another 10.
Oh, serious wheels.
Serious wheels. Destination try line for Max Ferguson, who, it says here in my notes, as provided by Exeter College, I'll add, that he burns easily. Max, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. We've been up on this commentary plinth for many, many hours, and if you're of a fair complexion like me,
and me,
you're suffering. Half time here, and it is Henley College who are suffering on the scoreboard at the moment. They trail Exeter College 26 points to 7.
Les gars, arrête! Tu vas les mettre ton sac là-bas? La voiture! Ah Théo! Le sac dans la voiture!
Henley College get us underway. Really good contestable kick-off, and they get hands on it and win it back. A new lease of life in the men in green and white for this second 7 minutes. Beautiful show and go. The crowd like it, but Ruben Brinkley wraps him up. Loose pass just sets them back a little bit. The man in the 6 jersey's been prominent in these opening exchanges. A kick-off win, bit of distribution, and some fresh energy. Probing down the right-hand side onto the toe. Brinkley scoops it up and then swats the would-be attacker away. It's a real melee of bodies in there, and he just knew that probably a few too many green and white jerseys had tumbled in there.
The neutrals are after a Henley score here, aren't they?
Crossing in the midfield, absolutely. Charlie Groves, pretty big frame on the lad. You're not going to fool the ref, are you, by ghosting in front of the player in possession?
Oh, that's so close to being brilliant.
So close to being brilliant. Just that press defence from Exeter College, putting enough pressure on the Henley skills. He had a split second to receive and shift it along, and just not quite finding the extra man on the edge. Well, this Exeter College side in these very fetching light blue jerseys are very closely tied in that sort of Devonian rugby mafia.
Yeah.
Them and Ivybridge, and feeding into the Chiefs, and there's Exeter Uni thrown in there, so there'll be high expectations on a number of these boys among themselves, among the county of Devon, to be going on to greater things further down the line with the professional sides down there. So many other great clubs down that way as well. Launceston, obviously, so kind of on the Devon-Cornwall border. Here come Henley, they've wrestled their way across, and that is a well-deserved try by them. Back in the game in a big way, plenty of time on the clock.
Really good finish, and it had to be as well, because there were men outside him. There were still players to beat. Exeter fanned out well in defence. They were marking up man for man. If you take it on from there, you need to score. Took a couple of bodies over the line with him. Oh, he shanked the kick. Yeah.
Frustrating. He's running a little bit awkwardly. You wonder whether he was necessarily the right man to take the conversion, especially after all the energy he'd expended in wrestling his way across the line.
I'm not surprised the boys are limping around though. This pitch is rock hard. The standard is outrageous, and it's been a brutal day of rugby. They put on a heck of a show for us.
They have put on a show, each and every team, and that is exactly it, a show. We are lucky, you and I, to be up here calling these games and having the best vantage point on the whole of RE1. But you should go anywhere across these pitches, across the whole massive footprint of the Rosslyn Park Sevens, and there's quality and commitment left, right and centre. And one thing I think I mentioned earlier, but I think I might have had a bit of a mic issue, that this Under-18 Cup competition, the finalists, not only will they get to play for one of the most vaunted cups in the schoolboy game, but they will also play at the London Sevens on the HSBC World Series at Twickenham in May, the weekend of May the 27th, 8th and 9th. So in the middle of Fiji, South Africa, England, Australia, the 2 cup finalists are going to play on the grandest stage. They're going to be at HQ.
Oh my God.
And it's not just a curtain raise, it's right in the middle of the day. Right in the middle of the day. You know, potential for 80,000 fans there.
That's unspeakably cool.
So that's kind of what's at stake. You've got the cup to win, but also, I mean, imagine that. Imagine that at this age.
Oh!
goodness me! His ancestors are going to feel that one. Smoked by Seth Finley.
That's the biggest hit of the tournament. That is the biggest hit of the tournament. I've seen pretty much every game on pitch RE1 for 4 days of HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, and that is the biggest rib rearranger we've seen.
Play's back underway, so we can't bring in replay just yet, but we are begging our director. Here it comes. Where's he going to go? Where's he going to go? Where's he going to go? Oh! Goodness me, Seth Finley lined him up and slotted him. Fair play though, the lad got straight back up. He's in the line out lifting now. Oh, tired legs, chasing this ball optimistically. A brutal bounce for all involved. But offside from Henley College, it was advantage played. And Exeter College retain possession as they bring on a number of replacements. Hayden Gosling back into the fray.
Oh, you're going to ask me how to read that, aren't you? I haven't got a clue, Joe. I mean,
Ollie Willis is on, I know that.
I think, there comes to a point where we've just got to be honest with the viewers, and that doesn't say anything. That just doesn't say anything.
Some very difficult handwriting to read, but look, some very, very easy on the eye rugby to enjoy, though.
Does that say Owen Le Provence? I don't know.
Something like that. Something like that.
Final few seconds then, game management here for Exeter as they empty the bench. Again, rotation again. Tired bodies, everyone's going to be tired. They should see this game out now. We'll have to do a bit more defending in this second half as well, when they've been up to the challenge. Switch inside, gets a bit of gain line, then a pick and go, wrestling to get away. Still full of strength.
One last attack for Henley College. Hands, big step as well. Lovely play from the college in green. Some urgency about them as well, because if they've got time, they can level this one up, but the kick is very, very important here.
Well, are we going to get to go again? Referee's checked his watch. Henley lining up as if to kick off. Oh, it's close, it's close, it's not good.
Oh, just leaks to the right of the post, but there wasn't time anyway. A thoroughly entertaining match wraps up our cup action for the day. And you know what's coming next? It is the Colts final, the eagerly anticipated final of the under-16s of Eton against Harrow. There it is. That's the prize. The blue-blooded Colt final between Harrow School and Eton.
When you look at the team sheet, or when you look at the list of teams and schools and colleges who enter competitions, and you see the draw, whether it's at the start of the day or the end of the day, you think, oh, that is a tasty fixture, that's a rivalry. Whether it's a group game, whether it's a knockout game, it's special. But when it's a final against two of the most well-known teams, not just in England, but in the world, people all over the planet know about Harrow and they know about Eton. They've been playing against each other in various sports for centuries, but still in a Colts game for a trophy here at the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. This is special and I can't wait.
Neither of these sides have tasted defeat on their HSBC National School Sevens journeys. Eton are on the attack early, trying to penetrate the hoops of Harrow. Slam to the floor, that looked like an awfully painful collision. They'll want to check him, and the temperature is bubbling over 100 degrees from both sides already. Advantage to Harrow, penalty advantage at that as well, taking the scrum half.
Well, electrifying start, Joe, as we expected.
Enough disruption in the tackle to make it an awkward pick-up for Harrow. Harrow in the hoops, Eton in the light blue. Eton looking a little bit narrow. They know that that man who just distributed wide is the danger man, the distributor, the carrier, the linchpin of this Harrow side. Look at him, 3 men grappling to bring him down. Simplicity required from Harrow. An overlap. But the delay on the pass offering an opportunity for Eton to initially extinguish the threat. But the flame is kept alive by the offload, and it's Harrow who draw first blood in this Colts final.
Just look at the awareness of the ball carrier when we see the replay. Who's on the outside? It's 2 Eton tacklers come across. The first makes the tackle. The second's kind of in no man's land, not really offer anything, because the first, well, it would have been his job to wrap the ball up. As a result, there's a gap in behind. The eventual try scorer times his run beautifully. Have a look now, this little bit of footwork here. Great handoff, leaves a player in the dirt. Then they shift it out to the edge. Tries to knock the fend down, but then that second defender comes in that leaves the hole. Holds his line, finishes under the sticks. Of course, that defender overcommitting leaves that space in between the poles. And in a final like this, those conversions could end up being super important. 7-0, 2 minutes gone. Great start for Harrow.
And a brilliant kickoff that they will win back as well. They win that set-piece battle, and their playmaker in the middle shows the footwork and a turn of gas. A breeze block of a man, but the feet of a ballerina. Harrow in for a double.
2 tries in 30 seconds. It was a superb chase on the restart. Thought he could have caught it clean, but he knocked it back and had a supporting runner there. Really looking forward to seeing the replay of this, because the ball carrier looked to do really well with the feet, but I think there was a really important little handoff there as well to get rid of the defender. Let's take a look at this now. So he puts the step on here, and no, do you know what? He's just held his line, held his strength. Run hard, run straight, and if the tackle drops off, that's what happens. 2 tries, both converted, 14-0.
Man, have I been impressed with that young man. And this kickoff is brilliant again. It's asking so many questions of Eton. And eventually they catch a break. They have just been under the cosh for the entirety of these 3.5 minutes. Whether defending, receiving the kickoff, they've been pin perfect on the money. But finally, they're going to get a chance to have a play with the ball.
Well, we had the joy of seeing them in their semi-final. Well, both of these teams played their semi-finals on RE1. In fact, the first knock-on was adjudged to have been off Eton, so it will be Harrow in the scrum. do have pace on the edge, do Eton, but Harrow have got power and quality to burn.
Well, a desperate fingertip tackle kept them in the fight, but so did Harrow with their offloading continuity game, and eventually it's a waltz into the right-hand corner. Eton shell-shocked, and Harrow on the march.
Well, I don't know whether it's just a case of one team reacting to the finals pressure better than the other, one team being physically stronger than the other, but Harrow with the wind in their sails. Every time one of their players gets on the ball, they look like they're going to beat a man.
Well, this Harrow side, let's not forget, the reason they are here is that they defeated Trinity. Trinity, a team, a school who have not lost a game of sevens all season up until the semi-final. And it was an incredible match of high skill, top execution, and just ultimate desire from both sides to leave every last drop of effort out there. So Harrow coming into this, riding on a high with a big scalp in their back pocket. But the scalp they want the most is their old foes Eton, who finally get their hands off on the ball after 5.5 minutes.
Well, they need a score before half-time, make no mistake. It's no good just ending the half well. They need to end the half in the ascendancy. They have got pace to burn outside. This man standing on the edge here, they can get him outside, has got serious wheels, and here he goes now. There is a sweeper in place, but he leaves him in the dirt. First touch in attack, Eton back in the final, and that is what they needed. What a sensational score.
Well, Eton can take immense heart, immense optimism from the fact that with their first possession, they found their man, they found their flyer, and he has demonstrated just how deadly he is down that right flank. Harrow proving themselves to be porous. When Eton have the ball, they just left a huge gap there, 15-metre channel for him to play with. And if you leave him that much room, not even a sweeper and a covering tackle can keep him at bay.
Well, they've left him on the right here, so this kick-off is going to go left. They're going to try and win it back and create that space there, but just slightly overcooked on the restart.
Too deep, not much pressure on the Harrow reception. Oh my goodness, this boy is some player, isn't he? Harrow playing patient rugby, little bit of laziness in the defence from Eton. They switch off and Harrow make their way across the halfway line. Penalty for not rolling away. Little things like this are going to kill the light blues of Eton. Ho! We go NBA on the 10-metre line.
Was that forward?
A shovel into the breadbasket of the Harrow winger. As you said, must have been forward, but not picked up. We say that from 50 metres away. But that is the last action of the half. 19 points to 7, 3 fabulous Harrow tries. But one sizzler from Eton means we got a ball game on our hands and only 7 minutes to decide where the trophy's going. Harrow 19, Eton 7, the Colts final, and the shuddering hit to rearrange the skeleton of one of the Harrow boys. The Eton boys need a quick start, and they're ramped up.
Well, banging on the boards, I absolutely love it. And it's obviously, it's not rugby specific, I've seen it at like road cycling and all that, but it just drums up the atmosphere so well.
Well, but a moment of concern though for one of the Harrow players. It looked like it was the second tackle where he just fell and stretched his back awkwardly. Little shot of the Harrow bench there. You know, a lot of firepower on the bench, shuttling the waters on, and rest assured, the injured player getting the best medical attention here. I've got to say, I know that we work for the tournament, but the level of responsibility that is shown in terms of injury and medical to all the players is absolutely top-notch throughout the whole tournament. It's wide, expansive across all the fields. It's kind of no expense or coverage spared, and it's so reassuring because, as we've said, you've seen just how intensely physical these matches are, and the long days as well. Game after game, tired bodies, but also bodies pushing themselves to the limit competitively. And the good news is that the injured Harrow player is being helped from the field, no stretcher required, and a lot of generosity from the touchline being shown.
Well, just going back to that, I mean, we always talk about the logistics and the numbers and this and that. Imagine being able to give that level of care, if you like, because hopefully getting in medics is the biggest money wasted in any tournament. You hope they're never used, but to do that across 25 pitches for all these teams for 5 days is quite the achievement.
Eton give away a penalty on the scrum. Ooh, heavy collision on the outskirts of the 22, but Eton fighting hard, really trying to turn the screw on Harrow in these early exchanges. Swatted away by the big rangy runner on the left. Oh, a corridor opens up and a dance off the right. Can he fend away the would-be tackler? He's clutching, it's desperate, but Harrow get there! Goodness me! It was cat and mouse from the 10 metre all the way to the try line. But it was the man in the hoop jersey who escaped the clutches of the Etonian, and that feels like a crucial try in this final.
He spent about the last 30 metres looking behind him there, trying to swat away the defender, so close. Oh, it was carrot and stick for so long, wasn't it? And that's what makes it a great chase, is when the defender has genuine belief that they can get there. It was a lovely couple of offloads, wasn't it? And then the gap looked like it was going to open up. You beat the final man like that, he's left the sweeper. Then that first bend there, that was the important one. Change his hands, lovely core skill, sort of subconsciously doing that kind of thing, just to keep the defender at bay.
Oh man, would he have been relieved to get to get to the line. The kickoff doesn't go the required 10 metres, so Eton have a chance to play from centre field. New personnel pouring onto the field and with ball in hand. The winger comes in on the inside, a show, and two-man hits to drag the Etonian down. Here come Eton. They fly it to their man with jet heels. And he's free once again. Is it going to be two wonder tries? No. A desperate tap tackle that forces a fumble as he hits the floor.
Did you see that Harrow player? As soon as that happened, he turned to their supporters over there. He's trying to rev them up. What have they got? 3 and a bit minutes to go, 2 and a bit minutes to go. I think they're starting to believe that they're going to be champions.
But never say never. Just ask Seaford College, who looked for all money to be heading to the Vars final yesterday, and Stowe overturned them against the odds in the final 2 minutes and then went on to win, and that is the try that Eton needed. The advertising hoardings take a battering once again because Eton have their second. They're back within a sniff of their old foes.
Well, you think when you win a scrum, it's safe ball, but if you've watched enough sevens, you know there's no such thing as a safe scrum. Ball breaks loose. We could do with this going over. It's gone under. Still a 2-score game. 2 converted scores will bring us to
26 all.
And
then we go to extra time.
I tell you what, Burnsy, there's a vest tan to your right.
That vest tan can only come from one country, and that's Wales.
Yeah.
Just a minute remaining of the final. There is injury time to take into account, though. It was a
wow.
My goodness, head-on-head collision.
Well, that was undisputedly head-on-head. 2 players, both compos mentis, which is good. You wonder whether or not the referee is going to have to take the most serious of action here. If we could see it from there, the AR, I don't know her name, we've not got a full list of officials, but she's officiated on RE1 today. She actually had a brilliant game earlier on. I think it was Hurstpierpoint 18s against one of the Welsh sides. But there's a lengthy conversation happening here.
It was a sickening coming together of the 2 players. They both left the field, rightly so, but
I've got a feeling one might be leaving for good.
It is
It is a red card.
It is a red card. I think it's important to... It was reckless, it was wild, no doubt about it, but you would say that it was driven by over-exuberance, not a malice to injure his opposition player. But be that as it may, safety first, and head-on-head at that pace. Goodness me, we're lucky that both players walked off the pitch with relatively little assistance. So Eton, the mountain that needs climbing, gets that bit more steep because they're down to 6, they're trailing by 14, they're playing against an inspired Harrow side with tools all over the field that can slice and dice you open, and big rangy runners who, when they get going, are nigh on impossible to stop. But when you do, it is hot potato offloading stuff from the mighty Harrow, and you just can't argue with the class that they are dishing up for us in this Colts final.
Well, that is exactly what it is class, sheer class. Playing against 6 now, but doesn't matter who you're playing against, how many you're playing against. When you can put the ball through the hands like that, you are a tough team to stop.
No conversion added, and while our clock is deep into the red, you can appreciate that we had a long injury delay and the red card incident. So plenty of, well, not plenty, but a bit more rugby left in this one. But those scenes tell the story. An absolutely inspired Harrow were number 1 from the first minute to the last in this Colts final. It was the oldest of rivalries, and it played out just like that, full-blooded to the very end. But it is Harrow who are the worthiest of Colts champions. Physicality, speed, skills, adventure. These Colts are the full package. Eton played their part in a very entertaining final, and they deserve to be here going undefeated across the tournament, but that final game was one game too far. A couple of fabulous tries from them, but no match for the mighty Harrow. Harrow are the kings of the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. They are the cup champions of the Colts division, and will have eternal bragging rights over their old foes Eton. Fabulous final, fabulous rugby, and two squads of young men that deserve to be applauded.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the presentation here at the HSBC Rosslyn Park National School Sevens Tournament. We've had another stunning day here, culminating in the winners of the Under-16 Boys competition. Before we get underway, I'd like to once again say thank you to all of our sponsors, HSBC, Harbour Sportswear, Ealing Trailfinders and Brunel Universities, Perform Better, and Edwin Doran Sports Tours. Now, whether you've been watching here at the tournament or if you've been watching on the live stream, you've been treated to some simply stunning rugby by some great teams, but the first award is for the player of the tournament. He's put on a great show along with his teammates, but he has shone bright, particularly in the semi-final and the final on pitch RE1 in front of the cameras and the worldwide audience. Your Under-16 Boys player of the tournament is Kepo Tuipulotu. The player of the tournament is sponsored by Harbour Sportswear, and presenting the award is ex-Gloucester, England and Barbarian, Andy Deakin. Congratulations, Kepo. And now we move on to the runners-up and winners. Presenting the award in the Under-16 Boys, please welcome the RFU President, His Honour, Jeff Blackett. I think it's important that we acknowledge that to get to a final at this level is an incredible achievement. Was it 8 games or 9 games you boys played in? 9 games over 2 days at the very, very highest level. Wins across these 2 days in the sunshine, holding the bodies together. I can see that you have been in the wars, but you have certainly done your jerseys proud today. The victory over St Ambrose in the semi was absolutely stunning, and I'm sure you will be back again, and I can't wait to see it. But our runners-up in the Under-16s, please make them feel welcome. Because of a great achievement, they are Eton. Once again, for our Colts runners-up, Eton. And now we meet our champions, the same 9 games, the same incredible performance, the same victories, only this time they went one better against a rival that doesn't just go through this tournament, it goes through the sports and through the centuries. If the semi-final victory against Trinity was exceptional, then the final, the performance was out of this world. They've got the player of the tournament, and they are also now the Under-16 champions. Please give it up for Harrow. After receiving the cup from the RFU president, Jeff Blackett, your champions, Harrow School. One more time for your champions, Harrow School. Well, congratulations to the champions, Harrow. Commiserations to Eton. That draws the curtain down on day 4. It has absolutely flown by. 4 days down, another incredible one to go. Whether you can make it down to Rosslyn Park or if you're going to watch the HSBC National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park on the live stream. Every match again from pitch RE1 behind me and pitch RE2 over there will be live, and we come to the conclusion of the big one, the Under-18s Cup. Do not miss it. Sun-soaked schoolboy rugby at its best will be there. We hope you will too. Goodbye.